I think we need to adjust the reaction time, maybe put in an algorithm that will predict it more accurately. What be this air algorithm? It's a process or set of instructions. Let's just say it's a set of rules the magical automaton has to follow. Roland gazed at the dwarven woman, her expression a mix of confusion and unfamiliarity with the modern words he was employing. They both stood within a chamber entirely constructed from metal. Adjacent to one of the walls, a substantial console encased a rectangular crystal. Inside this crystal resided what appeared to be a two-dimensional map, with numerous dots in constant motion upon it. Pulsating runes lit up the for now dark chamber that a few people had gathered in. This chamber sat in close proximity to the dungeon entrance, mirroring the gate Roland had conjured between the two dungeons by being seamlessly integrated into the walls. From the exterior, it appeared as nothing more than a solid, imposing door. It boasted the standard runic safety scanners, a precautionary measure to deter curious adventurers. A solitary sentinel remained stationed outside, ready to dissuade any would-be peekers. Within the chamber, a total of 5 individuals were present, with Roland being one of them, while the remaining 4 hailed from the Dwarven Union. This chamber acted as a vital nexus for gathering and disseminating information regarding the dungeon's activities. The primary console featured a graphical interface akin to the one housed within Roland's runic helmet, offering a comprehensive view of all floors equipped with runic mapping sensors. However, this functionality constituted only a fraction of its capabilities, as its true utility extended far beyond this initial glimpse. Look at this party of 4 here. The golems only reacted after this one had been knocked out and took a substantial amount of damage. You might be onto something there. Predicting them difficult situations and lend in a hand quicker could very well lead to more coin in our pockets. That's the gist of it. This golem might have killed one of them if they arrived a second later, but perhaps we should just give the adventurers some input as well. Input? Brilvia inquired as she wasn't sure where he was going with it. I think we can do it like this. Either we create an intricate system that helps the golems predict all incidents before they happen, or we just leave it up to the adventurers themselves. It would lessen the burden on us if we go with the second option. The master runesmith nodded in agreement. She understood the complexity of programming golems to respond to various situations. It was relatively straightforward to make the golems react when an adventurer's health dropped below 50%. However, predicting whether a monster still posed a threat based on a wider range of inputs was far more challenging. What proved even simpler was relying on the adventurers themselves. If they ever felt overwhelmed, they could activate the armlets they had been provided with, a sort of panic button that would summon assistance. Naturally, having the golems arrive would incur a fee that they would need to settle later on. Roland's money-making scheme was surprisingly straightforward. He aimed to capitalize on the hundreds, and eventually thousands, of adventurers who frequented the dungeon. The production cost of the armlets was minimal, allowing them to be distributed free of charge. However, when the golems intervened to rescue adventurers from formidable opponents, a substantial fee would be required. Additionally, Roland planned to introduce a subscription model that would reduce the size of the one-time payment. He anticipated that these automatons would eventually police the entire dungeon, greatly enhancing its safety while simultaneously boosting revenue for the entire city. The more adventurers that survived their expeditions, the more money would flow into the city's coffers. By extending the lifespan of these revenue generators, the city could thrive even further. Roland's scheme was multifaceted, ensuring the satisfaction of all parties involved. I guess the only downside will be on the adventurer part. They might grow accustomed to the golems and their own combat skills will take a nosedive. Though, that's not really my problem. The dungeon operated like a natural Darwinian system, where only those who accumulated sufficient experience and put in the effort could reach higher levels of power. The presence of golems in the dungeon meant that more individuals who might have otherwise perished during this process would now survive. These survivors might not be as seasoned as the veteran adventurers of old, but this didn't concern him. The greater their reliance on the golems and his products, the more profit they would accumulate. He was still a craftsman and a businessman at his core. As Roland explained his plan to Brilvia and the other dwarves, they began to see the potential benefits. "You've got yourself a clever plan there, Master Wayland. It'll be much easier if we just concentrate on improving the golems instead of that algorithm that ye speak of. I think that would be best for now. We are already stretching ourselves thin." Roland and Brilvia exchanged knowing nods, well aware that there were moments when cutting corners became a necessity. If only they had a rune mage to assist in refining the golem's operating systems, everything would have been much smoother. However, the dwarven craftsman excelled in crafting the hardware, leaving Roland occupied with his other ongoing projects and pressing concerns. It was somewhat peculiar how little interest they showed in delving beneath the surface of the golem's mechanics. Their strong preference was to adhere faithfully to tradition, seldom entertaining deviations from the tried-and-true designs. "I guess if you agree, then we'll go with that method. Let us instead focus on bringing enough golem units to cover the whole dungeon." "I agree." The two master craftsmen exchanged nods, their silent understanding palpable, while the hushed group of Tier 2 runesmiths remained discreet. Roland was still acclimating to the responsibilities that came with his respected Tier 3 classification. Though unsure of the craftsman's personal feelings toward him, he did perceive a level of respect for his skill as a competent runesmith. The trio of runesmiths found themselves utterly baffled by the workings of the mapping device, and Roland had no intention of sharing its inner workings without proper compensation. "Now then, how is the storage facility working? I'm glad that ye asked. Come this way and see fair yourself." The metallic chamber wasn't the sole feature in this area. It served as an entrance to an entirely separate facility. As they approached a sliding door, it smoothly opened after recognizing their mana patterns. Stepping inside, they were greeted by the resounding sounds of chisels and the occasional grunt. More dwarves were hard at work, diligently expanding the golem storage area where all the constructs were kept. This vast storage space had the capacity to house nearly 100 golems, but there was a clear need for expansion. The new extension was being built deeper underground, away from the dungeon's vicinity, to avoid replicating the fully metallic chamber they had just passed through. "Your men work fast. When it comes to buildin' underground, there's nathan better than a dwarf's pickaxe. It's what me mum used to say." Roland nodded in genuine astonishment at the remarkable speed with which these skilled craftsmen were producing results. Had he not reached a resolution with the union and needed to hire a different construction firm, he would have expected the work to progress at least twice as slowly. These dwarves displayed an innate talent for transforming solid walls into functional facilities. If this pace continued, perhaps in just a month or two, the entire dungeon would be intricately tunneled through. Merely storing the golems in a large open space was insufficient. They needed to be readily accessible to the adventurers when required. Numerous smaller spaces like the one they were in would be created on each level, interconnected through smaller tunnels to allow the golems efficient mobility. Additionally, some of the secret tunnels Roland was aware of would be utilized to expedite the process. These golemic creations would possess the ability to open hidden runic walls, a feature the dungeon had in abundance, making navigation considerably more convenient. "I see. Everything is progressing smoothly. What about the other affair that we talked about? Ye mean that geothermal contraption?" "Geothermal, yes. I had me boys look over the plans, shouldn't be a problem." Realizing the immense potential of collaboration with the Dwarven Union, Roland decided to move forward with his alternative power generator concept. They were stationed above a dungeon that was an active volcano which he wanted to use. While there might not be natural reservoirs of water that could be heated up, that was hardly an issue when magic was at their disposal. His newfound companions were already acquainted with his runic batteries and the wind generators that allowed them to charge up. Roland didn't particularly concern himself with the prospect of others discovering his runic battery or generator designs. Even if someone obtained the exact blueprints, it would still take years for the technology to be fully implemented. Moreover, he couldn't envision many other runic craftsmen eagerly adopting untested and unfamiliar technology on a larger scale. Roland's foremost priority continued to be his advancement within the city and the simple pleasures of a peaceful life. What others did beyond the city's boundaries or how they utilized his creations held little sway over his interests. While a more hands-on approach might have potentially generated greater wealth and fame, those pursuits were not the driving force in his life. He cherished the moments spent with the people and things that held a special place in his heart, content in the pursuit of a life filled with those he held dear. Good. Then keep me informed and I'll get back to my side of the deal. Expect a new shipment of runic batteries soon. Roland's primary responsibility was overseeing the operation of the mapping device and supplying the essential batteries for all the golems. Thanks to his proficiency in rune copying, this task was relatively straightforward. With a single well-placed strike on each component, he could quickly complete the structure, while the dwarves handled most of the physical assembly. The small group of Tier 2 runesmiths bore the brunt of the labor, a role they appeared to relish. The more they worked, the sharper their skills became, and the quicker they advanced in their levels. Everything was progressing smoothly, affording Roland some much-needed free time to ponder other matters, such as the ones awaiting him back home. AWWO. Hey, what did I tell you? Stop bothering Agni. Upon his return home, Roland was met with an entirely different scene. Instead of the burly dwarven men and the clang of work, he was welcomed by the joyful laughter of children. They frolicked outside the main compound, their energy unrestrained as Agni and Elodia diligently supervised the little rascals. The large wolf, while a gentle giant, still posed a potential danger to the small children due to his formidable form as the alpha ruby wolf, with sharp crystals that could cut and even harm if not handled carefully. Ovie! What did I just tell you? One of the children recoiled, their finger oozing blood after poking Agni's tail. As the child teetered on the verge of tears, Elodia shook her head in disapproval. Just then, another girl made a dramatic entrance. The compound walls were notably high, and an electrified fence guarded them, but these obstacles posed no challenge for the young lady. She seemingly materialized in the air, executing a graceful somersault over the defenses and landing soundlessly right next to the child on the brink of tears. Adventurers don't cry over such trivial things. She rebuked the child, her voice gentle yet encouraging. Didn't you want to become a famous adventurer? She called out to the young boy who was on the verge of tears. His age was around 8 years, which meant that he still lacked his first class. The young lad nodded and managed to hold back his tears as he gazed at the young woman with the long ears. She smiled warmly at the child, ready to offer further words of encouragement. But before she could continue, Elodia swiftly intervened with a smack to the back of her head. Stop setting a bad example for the kids and use the door like any normal person would, scolded Elodia. But big sis. Don't big sis me, you know what you did. Yes. The young woman was none other than Lobelia, the half-elven archer who had attempted to rob him during his initial foray into the black market. Not too long ago, both she and her brother Armand had achieved their Tier 3 class progression, solidifying their status as skilled and elite adventurers. While they still needed to attain their platinum adventurer rank, Roland couldn't foresee them encountering any significant obstacles on that journey. Name: Lobelia L151. Classes: T3 Silent Master Marksman L1, T2 Silent Arrow L50,
T2 Beau Rouge L50,
T1 Thief L25, T1 Archer L25. Lobelia's class, a somewhat rarer version of the Master Marksman class, lived up to its name, excelling at precise long-range attacks, which wasn't limited to just bows. Her expertise extended to throwing knives and crossbows, enabling her to utilize a variety of class skills. This realization sparked an idea in Roland about how to craft her new runic equipment. With her having reached this level of prowess, he understood the need to take her more seriously. Both she and her inquisitive brother stood among the few individuals he genuinely trusted not to betray him in times of uncertainty. Oh, isn't it Big Brother Wayland? Roland's presence was eventually detected, prompting Lobelia to swiftly move in his direction, perhaps to spare herself from Elodia's impending scolding. As he had anticipated during their previous encounter, it became clear that the younger sister was responsible for spreading the news of the marriage. She had displayed the magical runic ring to numerous women in the city, igniting conversations and curiosity. Surprisingly, several men had later visited his shop in search of similar magical jewelry pieces. This unanticipated development proved to be a lucrative opportunity for Roland, as it enabled him to create enchantments for engagement rings and other types of jewelry pieces. The enchantment he had used on Elodia's ring produced a holographic image of them sharing a loving embrace, accompanied by a tune she cherished. Roland had future plans to expand the holographic image library with pictures from the upcoming wedding, which was swiftly approaching. "Hey, come back here. I wasn't finished talking." Lobelia swooped in and swung her hands around his neck. She peeked out from behind his shoulder while sticking out her tongue at her older sister. Roland didn't really want to get involved in fights between these two, so he instantly started trying to calm both of them down. Why don't we all calm down? How about we go inside and eat something instead? That's a good idea. But let's wait for that big oaf to get here. He should be arriving soon. Hey, don't make decisions on your own. Elodia scolded her, still angry about the situation. Lobelia, eager to ease the tension, quickly changed the topic of conversation. Instead of pursuing her younger sister, Elodia finally decided to assist the injured child by administering a drop of healing potion that would swiftly mend the small injury on his finger. In no time flat, the boy's teary eyes were gone and he quickly sprinted off towards the same wolf that he poked. "Hey!" Roland patted Elodia on the shoulder as he got closer. A group of orphans was crowding around the biggest attraction, which was the large red wolf. Agni's usual residence was in front of the store as he acted as a secondary bodyguard. His imposing form caused even the platinum adventurers to act civil and respectful. I guess. Both Roland and Elodia gazed at the children, each lost in their own contemplations. Roland had proposed the idea of relocating the children to this place, believing it to be safer than the orphanage. While the city was relatively secure, the orphanage was vulnerable even to a Tier 2 thief. Outfitting it with too many unmonitored runic devices posed its own set of risks. Moving the children to a new residence closer to his estate seemed like the more secure option. However, the final decision rested with Elodia, as he could only offer a solution to the problem. "Do I really need to go? He'd truly appreciate it if you were there, though he might not express it openly. He holds a deep respect for you, perhaps even looks up to you." "Look up to me? Him? That's hard to believe. I suspect he just wants to flaunt his skills as usual. I genuinely believe you should give him the benefit of the doubt. If not, then please just do it for me." Roland and Elodia strolled along the path leading to the Adventurer Guild, engrossed in a conversation. They had received invitations to participate in an unexpected platinum rank-up test, an event that usually wouldn't pique Roland's interest since it had little impact on his life. However, this time was different because someone he knew well was among the participants. "Fine, but we'll leave if he starts gloating." "Thank you." As he gazed into his fiancée's eyes, he found himself unable to resist her plea. The individual in question was none other than Armand, who had apparently deliberately distanced himself from Roland's home. Both Armand and Lobelia had ascended to the esteemed Tier 3 class. Lobelia had refrained from pressing for an advancement test, preferring to wait in the hope that he would speak a few kind words to hasten her progress. She knew that, with the support of the new Knight Commander, the rank could easily be bestowed upon her without any difficulty. On the other hand, Lobelia's older brother Armand had been quietly scheming. He hadn't returned to report or flaunt his Tier 3 status. Instead, he disappeared for several days. Then, out of the blue, he reappeared before his family and instructed them to assemble at the Adventurer Guild. Regrettably, after his proposal, he had become an official member of this family, which also encompassed a sizable group of orphans residing within the city. Fortunately, many of them had already reached an age where they could support themselves and were gainfully employed. This didn't mean that Elodia wouldn't pull him into some uncomfortable family gatherings later. It wouldn't be astonishing if they began utilizing his home as the primary rendezvous spot, thanks to its abundant land and available space. Before he knew it, he'd find himself relegated to a corner of his own home, attempting to dodge conversations with family members he knew nothing about. His life was beginning to come full circle, and this was just the start. Well, if it isn't the bride and groom. Oh, don't be silly. Upon their arrival at the Adventurer Guild, they were welcomed by an old acquaintance. Solana, the Sun Elf, stood outside to receive them on their way to the training facilities. The moment she spotted Elodia, she skipped over with a radiant smile gracing her face. It brought back memories of his initial arrival in the city. Her warm smile and somewhat easygoing demeanor had led him to favor Solana's friendliness over Elodia's more stern exterior. Roland had once believed that Solana was excessively friendly, suspecting a hidden agenda. However, his now fiancée didn't share his suspicions. She had shared stories of Solana's genuine concern for her. She remained thankful for the way other women at the reception had allowed her to work overtime, even when some of them could have used the extra income. It was evident that the two were true friends who had stayed in touch throughout the years. "Oh my, you are absolutely radiant." "No, I'm not." "You totally are." Solana chuckled as she commented on Elodia's current looks. Her life was a lot simpler now and she had more time to take care of her body. The clothes that she was wearing had become better and the accumulation of fatigue had stopped. In Roland's eyes, his now fiancée looked 10 times better than before, but that could be due to his love for her rising to this extent. "I'm glad that you showed up. I wanted to have a nice chat about some things." "Only ladies allowed, though." Solana glanced at Roland, who was standing to the side. He simply nodded in response to their request, not particularly interested in eavesdropping on the young women's conversation. "Don't worry. I'll make sure she comes back in one piece." "I won't be long," Elodia replied in a somewhat apologetic tone. It seemed that she wasn't sure about something and that something probably involved Armand. "It's all right, take your time. I'll go check on that fool and make sure he doesn't injure himself." "Thanks." After receiving a peck on the cheek, Elodia and Solana strolled away toward the guild. Roland anticipated that the two would likely catch up on old times and perhaps discuss the wedding. The date and the guest list had yet to be decided. However, Roland's vision of a small, intimate wedding seemed threatened as some of his nosy acquaintances began expressing an interest in it. One of them, Arthur, was particularly enthusiastic about turning it into a grand spectacle for the masses. It was a rare occurrence for a knight commander to get married, and Arthur saw it as a chance to host a party. He probably wanted to invite all the influential people in the city and talk business, but Roland wasn't too keen on it. This place sure went through a lot of changes. While pondering the future, Roland found himself lost in memories of the past. He recognized this familiar route as the one he had taken when attempting his Tier 2 rank-up test. Back then, his opponent had been Armand, and he hadn't taken kindly to being defeated by an unknown upstart. However, the open field from those days had vanished, replaced by a closed building housing various facilities. As he passed through the entrance gate, nostalgia washed over him, reminding him of the simpler times. The larger arena within the building served as a stark reminder of the Adventurer Guild's financial success and the rapid expansion of its influence. The Adventurer training ground had transformed into a sprawling facility that resembled a small coliseum or something similar to a stadium. The first thing that caught Roland's attention were the high, arched ceilings that allowed sunlight to stream through the open central section. It was evident that this structure had been crafted by skilled magicians, as the open-air roof had the ability to be sealed shut. Using his mana sense and keen eye, he swiftly discerned that the enchantment in place was nothing more than a massive mana shield. This enchantment allowed the building to be sealed off from the outside whenever the weather turned rainy or excessively windy. For individuals like Roland who had arrived here a few years earlier, it was easy to discern the changes that had occurred. The area where he had once battled Armand occupied the center of the complex and had undergone a transformation as well. What was once surrounded by a simple fence had now been fortified with a proper wall, adorned with additional enchantments. After a quick inspection, Roland deduced that these enchantments likely served to shield everyone from potential attacks. With Tier 3 adventurers now residing in the city, the possibility of stray magical attacks had become more plausible. Around the newly fortified wall, there was a section that resembled a stadium track for running. Running remained a method for acquiring specific skills, and many of the new adventurers sought to develop their abilities here. Farther back, there were actual seats that ascended and provided a view of the central area, akin to an arena. Based on his knowledge, the guild occasionally hosted battle events that enticed spectators to place bets. However, this section served a different purpose. It was designated for conducting battle tests, just like the ones Roland had undertaken in the past. I see, so Armand will be facing him. This could actually be interesting. Maybe I'll find out what that baldy has up his sleeve. As Roland continued to take in his surroundings, he couldn't help but ponder the upcoming battle. There was a clear reason why Armand had kept everyone waiting for the big reveal. He intended to showcase his newly acquired skills in a rank-up battle before an audience. Judging by the number of people already seated in the stands, they likely included some of his old friends from his days as a Tier 2 adventurer. Is he just trying to impress his former party members? They're all around his old level. I just hope they won't ask too many questions about how he managed to reach level 150 so quickly. Roland had explicitly instructed both Lobelia and Armand to maintain strict silence about how they had managed to achieve their elevated levels. He had no intention of anyone tracking him down to create holy items to combat the skeletons. Trusting Lobelia wasn't a concern. The real challenge lay in her brother's reliability. Although Armand harbored no ill intentions, it wouldn't be out of character for him to accidentally divulge such information. Fortunately, his position as a knight commander granted him the ability to deny any claims. The prospect of the Solarian Church probing into allegations of holy artifacts was something Roland was set on avoiding at all costs. How did you level up so fast? This makes no sense, you bastard. Haha. I'm just that talented. This makes no sense at all. You were 5 levels below me just recently. How did you do it? Tell me. No can do, my friend. It's a trade secret. As Roland approached, his enhanced hearing picked up on a conversation between his brother-in-law and a group of other adventurers. One man, who appeared to be an archer, seemed visibly frustrated, rubbing his head while engaged in a heated exchange with the smug-looking Armand. Armand's usual habit of flexing his imposing arms drew the attention of some of the women present, which was a common occurrence. Being a Tier 3 class holder, he was part of the elite, and it wouldn't be surprising if many admirers made their interest known soon. I hope he can keep it inside of his pants. He did manage to remain childless for so long, so this shouldn't change anything. In this world, items like condoms did not exist, but there were alternative contraceptives that facilitated intimate relationships. Ancient alchemists had already developed potions that provided protection for a woman's womb against unwanted intrusions. Additionally, there were enchantments that individuals could wear to achieve similar effects. Roland and Elodia had opted for this enchantment, which enhanced their intimacy and pleasure, but came at a higher cost to maintain than modern-world alternatives. These solutions were one of the reasons that the red light districts could mostly operate cleanly without any of the working ladies being burdened by a surprise. Name:
Armand L151.
Classes: T3 Frenzied War Monk L1, T2 Fist Berserker L50, T2 Pugilist L50, T1 Warrior L25, T1 Brawler L25. A Frenzied War Monk class, huh? Roland opted to slow his pace as he neared the group of adventurers. He wasn't particularly interested in getting to know them, and his new position as a knight commander added a layer of discomfort. Instead, he focused on accessing Armand's status screen and examining the class he had acquired after passing his ascension trial. It was evident that Armand had joined the ranks of the Berserkers, a class that came with a significant drawback. Frenzy was an advanced form of the Berserker status that bestowed significant stat boosts to the user across the board. It was considered superior because when not used to its fullest, it allowed the person to maintain their sanity more effectively. However, if employed for an extended period, it could lead to an uncontrollable, mindless rage, transforming the user into a ferocious, berserk monster. In this state, their stats would continue to surge even further, enabling some people to employ unconventional tactics. I've heard that they sometimes deploy lone berserkers to clear out monster encampments on their own. As long as there are enemies nearby, the frenzied state will persist, and the stat increase is nothing to underestimate. There were tales of frenzied monks taking out swarms of monsters and even entire battalions of soldiers. Armin's class should have granted him the ability to harden his skin to an incredible degree. A class that benefited from wearing less armor and thrived on sustaining wounds to fuel their passive abilities. The real challenge lay in managing the relentless rage, usually achieved through the use of potions or the intervention of priests skilled in calming magic. It would have been better if he told me this sooner. I might have been able to prepare something. Wayland, you have finally come. Please don't say it like that. Muttering under his breath, Roland reluctantly approached Armand and the group of individuals he was conversing with. Aside from the irritated Tier 2 archer, there were approximately 8 women clustered around Armand, evidently vying for his attention and favor. To his dismay, his foolish brother-in-law was waving enthusiastically in his direction with a silly grin plastered across his face, compelling Roland to approach the group. Fortunately, before things could escalate further, reinforcements in the form of his sister-in-law, Lobelia, arrived. "Hey, you big idiot! What are you causing such a commotion for?" As Lobelia scolded Armand from what seemed like an elevated position, it became apparent that her new class had bestowed upon her a level of nimbleness and agility she hadn't possessed before. She moved gracefully, akin to a spider monkey, effortlessly leaping from high places and traversing through forests without making a sound. With her presence and ability to manage the situation, Roland felt relieved and could simply revert to his default mode of nodding and grunting. Make way before the great knight commander. However, instead of improving the situation, Lobelia made it even more awkward than before. She promptly disclosed Roland's noble status to everyone present, causing the previously chatty adventurers to abruptly fall silent, clearly uncomfortable in the presence of someone of his stature. Not everyone was acquainted with his true face due to him usually wearing armor to cover it. "What are you? Just leave it to me." After winking, she turned to the group and started talking. "How can you all be so discourteous in the presence of the Knight Commander? Have you already forgotten about the recent trial?" The adventurers who had been previously chatty now stammered, their demeanor shifting as they suddenly showed some fear. The archer who had been voicing his complaints about Armand earlier bowed his head and quickly retreated, as did the group of young women who had been vying for Armand's attention. We apologize for the intrusion, Knight Commander, sir." Armand, of course, didn't take the whole thing too well, as he was just about to flex his muscles before the group of beauties. "Hey, why did you do that? Stop surrounding yourself with those individuals. You're on your way to becoming a platinum adventurer. Start acting like an adult for once. You're just jealous that my class is more unique than yours," Armand retorted, which made Lobelia reply instantly with a raised voice. "What? Who cares about a class that rots your brain? Only a meathead like you would be thrilled about something like that." Soon the two were back to the old ways of arguing. Their shouting served as an effective deterrent, keeping others at bay. Amidst their dispute, Roland spotted a certain imposing figure in the distance. The man was as wide as a brick house and as tall as a barn. It was the bald guildmaster. "I wonder how this will go." The guildmaster assumed several functions when leading the guild, one of which was conducting battle tests for platinum adventurers. It was a rule that not many people followed these days, but it seemed that for Armand, an exception had been made. Perhaps the guildmaster was curious about how his former student would fare, or maybe Armand had pressed the matter himself. Whatever the reason, the upcoming battle promised to provide valuable insights. While Roland believed that his brother-in-law stood little chance of winning, it might afford him the opportunity to gauge the guildmaster's fundamental strength and compare it to his own. He had come prepared for this occasion, equipped with his runic eyes and other runic gear that would allow him to examine this old acquaintance in detail. While he wasn't sure whether the guildmaster was a friend or a foe, Roland believed that being prepared was always the wisest course of action. "I guess both parties are finally here." Soon, both burly men had locked eyes on each other. They wore peculiar grins that made it evident that engaging in battle was one of their favorite pastimes. The anticipation in the air was palpable as the showdown between Armand and the guild master finally drew near. The crowd in the Adventurer Guild's central arena had swelled as the news of Armin's battle with the guild master spread like wildfire. Gold-ranked adventurers, curious onlookers, and even some senior guild officials had gathered to witness the spectacle. The air was charged with excitement and tension as everyone anticipated the clash between Armand, the cocky and newly ascended adventurer, and the guild master, a renowned figure known for his strength, wisdom, and bald head. However, most of them weren't really that interested in the clash between these two musclemen. No one actually believed that a level 151 freshly ascended Tier 3 class holder could defeat a seasoned veteran. What they wanted was to earn some quick money by betting on how long he would last. There were many criteria people were going for, and even a person with a large blackboard appeared to write all of it down. "I'll wager 1 gold coin on him not lasting more than a minute." 1 gold coin on under a minute, replied the man who was collecting all the bets into a spatial sack. Each bettor received a token with some text written on it as proof of their wager. After the battle had concluded, they could return this token to claim their winnings if they were successful. However, it was more likely that most of these bettors would end up empty-handed. The individuals responsible for gathering the money would take a fee for their services, so even if a few got exceptionally lucky, they would still receive some compensation from the overall bets. "I'll put down 2 large silvers on his arm getting broken." 2 large silvers on a limb breaking. It was quite interesting to listen to the people shouting at each other and somehow being able to keep track of everything. When looking at this blackboard, it seemed that Armand was going to get himself slaughtered. People were expecting him to leave bruised and battered, with at least one of his limbs broken. It seems as if they want him to get beat. A lot of people bet on his nose being broken, Roland commented while standing next to Lobelia, who was just chuckling away at the comment. He wasn't that informed about Armin's nightly escapades, but Armand was known for playing around. Some lady adventurers had fallen under his spell, and now that he was about to join the ranks of the Platinum Adventurers, more of them decided to show up. Some of them were even waving and shouting at him, clearly wanting to get into his good graces. "That idiot will let this get to his stupid head. I just know it. I sure hope he will be smart about it. I don't want to become an ant just yet." "An ant?" Roland asked, not really following what Lobelia was getting at. While Armand wasn't the brightest, he had been successful in not producing any offspring. This, however, could also be attributed to the fact that women didn't see him as good father material. Just think about it. Platinum adventurers earn a lot of money. I'm sure some of those vixens will try using those fertility potions. "Ah, you're right, we do have those," Roland replied, now understanding Lobelia's concern about the potential consequences of Armin's newfound fame and wealth. While there were potions to keep people from producing unwanted offspring, there were others that did the exact opposite. There were ones that could guarantee one's being created. If Armand didn't watch himself, he could be forced to become a father quite soon. "I'm feeling bad for those kids already." "Speaking about kids, what about you and Big Sis? Any plans yet?" "Huh." Roland's face turned a faint tint of white as Lobelia's question caught him off guard. He had always been the quiet and reserved one, and discussing such personal matters with Lobelia, especially in the midst of the bustling Adventurers Guild, was not something he had anticipated. Well, we haven't really discussed it," Roland stammered, his gaze darting around as if seeking an escape route from the awkward conversation. Lobelia couldn't help but giggle at her brother-in-law's discomfort. "Come on, Wayland, you can't avoid this forever. Elodia isn't getting any younger, you know? I don't think this is the right time and place for such a conversation. Look, they will be starting soon." Roland scratched the back of his head nervously, skillfully evading the question entirely. However, this didn't mean that he hadn't thought about it at all. In this world, people created families much faster, more akin to the earlier stages of humanity's existence in the world he came from. It wasn't unusual for someone his age to already have 1 or 2 children running around the house. Given the prevalence of orphans everywhere, Roland assumed that Elodia might not be particularly interested in having children of her own. This assumption led him to avoid bringing up the topic, and with the busy nature of their lives, there wasn't much time for discussions like these. Perhaps, After the wedding and everything settled down, he thought he might need to have a conversation with her to understand her desires and share his own thoughts on the matter. There was also another reason why he usually tried to avoid this issue. It involved his father in this world, Wentworth Arden. Even though they weren't related by blood, Roland considered the man to be an inexcusable bastard. Wentworth had allowed the original Roland to perish by neglecting the strange illness that had afflicted him. Moreover, Wentworth's multiple wives had only created tension among the numerous sons and sisters. It was something Roland did not want to happen in his own family. Well, fine, but you better give it some thought. We'll talk about it when the time is right. Roland finally conceded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. For now, let's just focus on Armin's predicament. Ha! I hope the guild master won't hurt him too much. Both of them focused on the men inside the ring. They were slowly approaching each other with different expressions on their faces. Armand, as always, seemed quite smug, wearing a large, confident smile as if he genuinely expected to win. The guild master, on the other hand, remained stoic and even somewhat bored with the entire spectacle. The tension in the arena reached its peak as the two combatants closed the distance between them. Armin's smug grin and the guild master's bored expression created a stark contrast that didn't go unnoticed by the spectators. Whispers and hushed conversations rippled through the crowd as they placed their bets and speculated on the outcome of the impending battle. Armand stepped forward confidently, his fists clenched and his body tense. He had always been a physical powerhouse, and his newfound frenzied war monk class only amplified his strength. On the other side of the ring, the guild master, with his bald head reflecting the sunlight, remained still, a silent and imposing figure. So, we meet again, old man. Can we move this along, kid? Was this really necessary? Orden didn't seem to be impressed or even interested in having this bout. But Armand, on the other hand, was itching for it. It was clear that he had his reasons for bringing his old master here. He wanted a proper fight. Of course, you wouldn't have taken me seriously otherwise. Now, with everyone watching, you'll have to give me your all. I'll give it to you, kid, you have grown some balls. You can even look me in the eye without flinching. I'm actually impressed. With the help of his enhanced hearing, Roland continued to eavesdrop on the conversation between Armand and the guild master. He began to piece together more of the puzzle surrounding Armand's role within the guild. Before he arrived in the city, Armand had been some kind of prospect the guild master was fostering. Roland wasn't sure of the specifics, but it likely had something to do with Orden's pursuit of increased wealth. Perhaps he intended to use Armand as his enforcer in the future. Armand might not have been the brightest, but he was quite strong and loyal. If Orden could develop him into something akin to an attack hound, then all of this would make sense. I'll impress you even more after I defeat you. Now draw your weapon. I don't need anything besides these arms. The guild master's class made use of axes and possibly other heavy weapons. There were likely numerous active skills and passives that he wouldn't be able to use if he decided not to wield his primary weapon. This was one of the main weaknesses of classes that specialized in a particular weapon. It granted them incredible advantages when using that weapon but left them significantly weaker if they didn't, making it quite the literal double-edged sword. However, in this case, it probably wouldn't matter much as the difference in levels was just too significant. It was a gap of over 100 levels, which was practically impossible to overcome. Even Roland didn't envision himself achieving a conventional victory over this bald guild master. However, he did have magic at his disposal, and perhaps with a few well-placed combinations, it could yield favorable results. Despite the vast level difference, he still hoped to discern something that might offer a hint on how to defeat this guild master should a conflict arise between them. Quiet! It's going to start. The guild master, Orden, finally decided to take this challenge a bit more seriously. He didn't assume a fighting stance but instead visibly began tensing his muscles. He was wearing a leather vest, which started tearing due to the noticeable increase in muscle mass. It was some type of buffing skill that made his already imposing physique look even larger than before. His upper body became exposed as the leather shirt flew to the side. Without moving, He simply beckoned Armand forward with a subtle motion of his chin. Armand wouldn't let it slide as he performed almost exactly the same thing. His muscles started expanding, but since he was already shirtless, the increase wasn't as noticeable as when his opponent did it. Armand charged forward with remarkable speed for someone of his size, closing the gap between him and the guild master in the blink of an eye. His fist shot out like a cannonball, aimed directly at Orden's chest. It was a powerful and straightforward attack, typical of Armand's brawler style. The speed of Armand's attack left some of the audience in awe, but the response to it shocked them even more. Orden didn't move a millimeter from the spot where he was standing. Instead, he just puffed up his chest and received the blow directly to it. A blast of wind pressure was created as Armand's punch clearly connected, the force strong enough to blow some of the onlookers' hair around. However, the more astonishing thing was the complete lack of any movement or injury to the guild master, who just stood there with a smirk on his face. "Is that all? Are you sure you're aiming to become a platinum adventurer and not just a gold one instead?" Orden taunted, his confidence unwavering and his body just waiting to receive more. For a moment, a perplexed expression crept onto Armand's face, but soon it disappeared as he unloaded a barrage of hits. Veins started appearing on his tanned body as he went into a frenzied assault. Punch rained down onto Orden's chest as he received all of them. Finally, after enduring a relentless onslaught of at least 50 punches, Armand paused briefly, his face contorted with rage as he prepared for a powerful strike. His clenched fist radiated a peculiar orange aura, which surged forward with explosive force. Roland's keen senses detected a new energy pattern, similar yet different from aura. With the addition of this force, finally a reaction from the guildmaster could be spotted. Upon impact, Orden was forcefully pushed back, but he maintained his stance instead of toppling over. He slid back for about 10 meters, the attack only leaving temporary marks on his chest where the last punch had landed. The skill utilized had finally triggered the activation of a protective barrier, designed to respond only to threats that posed danger to the spectators. The blue field of energy absorbed the incoming wind pressure that could even harm a lower-leveled adventurer. Not a bad attempt, but still not good enough. "What the hell are you made of?" Armand called out while shocked by his attacks not even leaving a scratch on his opponent's unprotected body. "It's simply a matter of skill, my boy," Ardahan replied calmly while dusting off his bare chest as if only being annoyed by getting himself dirty. Bullshit. This was the final straw for Armand, pushing him into a frenzied state. It became evident that there was no alternative but to activate his primary class skill. Roland focused his gaze on this process to measure what he was working with. To facilitate this task, he brought what resembled a welder's mask, missing its lower half. The visor was notably larger than usual and featured a similar interface to his own armor. With this headpiece, he aimed to gather crucial data to help alleviate Armand's frenzied state and potentially unlock a level of strength beyond what was expected. Luckily, the people gathered here were far too busy looking at the fight than to notice that strange apparatus he was using. The only person that was giving him strange looks was Lobelia, who was standing right next to him. With this headpiece now activated, he could do what he came here for and gather precious data. Orden seemed to be taking the clash a bit more seriously as he quickly tossed himself into the fray with a now frenzied Armand. Just as he expected, entering the berserker state sacrificed finesse for raw power. Armand exhibited a noticeable surge in agility, strength, and vitality, but at the cost of diminished intelligence and perception. He resembled a frenzied beast, driven solely by the urge to tear through anything in his path, even if that happened to be the guild master. The once trivial punches now carried significantly more force, but the disparity in their levels remained insurmountable. Despite losing control of his actions, there appeared to be a method to the madness. Armand's punches and kicks weren't merely mindless haymakers. Instead, they were executed as coordinated combination attacks. It seemed that his extensive training had ingrained the muscle memory necessary to instinctively react in combat situations. However, the drawback was evident. This ferocious offense came at the expense of neglecting the defensive aspects of the fight. When pitted against an opponent with superior physical stats, the outcome of the battle was all too predictable. In a matter of moments, the cheers were abruptly hushed by the sight of a man soaring through the air. His body resembled a mere sandbag, somersaulting gracefully, all due to the impact of a colossal uppercut connecting squarely with his chin. The magnitude of this punch was tremendous, and even Roland wasn't sure if his mana shields would be able to save him from such a direct hit. Armand crashed into the ground, tumbling relentlessly until he reached the far end of the training ground. Fortunately, it was the presence of the previously erected walls and shields that finally brought his chaotic journey to a halt. His body assumed a cross-like position, and for a brief moment he was stuck there, his backside exposed to the onlookers. His clothing had unraveled during the tumultuous trip around the field, allowing everyone to witness his well-defined muscular hindquarters. By Solaria, I just ate. Lobelia turned her face away from the clean-shaven backside while some of the ladies began to blush. The display wasn't long-lived as Armand started sliding downwards and finally collapsed on the ground. You're 10 years too early to challenge me. Orden couldn't help but laugh at his former disciple, who was now sprawled face-first in the dirt. However, his laughter abruptly ceased when he realized the battle wasn't quite finished. Against all odds, Armand's body began to twitch, and he somehow managed to muster some strength into his legs. You're still conscious? I did not expect that. It's not over until I say it's over. Is that so? Your legs are telling a different story, though. Despite his determination, Armand's body was battered and his legs trembled. The impact of the previous blow had nearly incapacitated him, leaving him unable to carry on. The frenzied skill he had unleashed had been abruptly terminated, leaving him with lingering debuffs. As Armand attempted to move forward, his weakened body succumbed to the strain, causing him to collapse face-first into the sandy ground. "Ha-ha! That's enough, you pass." The guild master's booming voice echoed through the surroundings, carrying far and wide. It was evident that he had deemed the new adventurer worthy of ascending to the prestigious platinum rank. The tale of the naked war monk was about to take flight, spreading far and wide, becoming a legendary story for all the wrong reasons. He. Come here, you little. Can I hit him? What if he gets even dumber? You might be right. He might have suffered some brain damage during that fight. Ha. Ha. Are you awake now? As Armand's eyes fluttered open, he was met not with the sight of the alluring elven wench he had been embracing, but a visibly irritated Roland. Confusion washed over him as he tried to comprehend how he had ended up in the embrace of his brother-in-law, attempting to plant a kiss on his chest. The metallic taste in his mouth suddenly made sense, as it became apparent that his lips had mistakenly latched onto a silver chestplate instead of the desired voluptuous peaks. Where did she? Arg. Good, you've awake now. Before Armand could complete his question, a powerful fist struck the top of his head, forcefully driving his body down onto the very bed he had been peacefully sleeping in moments before. Following the conclusion of the platinum test, Elodia and Lobelia implored Roland to transport Armand to the guild infirmary. The guild master had rattled his brain enough to have him pass out in the middle of the testing ground with no clothes on. It fell to Roland to carry Armand's exposed form all the way to the infirmary while draping him with Roland's own robe. The memory of the hushed whispers from onlookers, finding humor in the sight of a knight commander transporting a naked comrade, still lingered in Roland's mind. Arg, my face. It's stinging. Armand groaned, his hand instinctively reaching for his aching head. One of his eyes had turned a deep shade of black, and his face was visibly swollen from the brutal blow he had received not long ago. Despite being a single, direct hit, the damage it had inflicted was substantial. Nonetheless, Armand's resilience was commendable, as surviving a strike from an opponent over 100 levels above him was a remarkable feat. Quit being such a crybaby and down this potion. Elodia urged him impatiently, her frustration evident in her voice. She couldn't help but feel irritated about the entire situation, especially since she had to cut short her gathering with friends because of Armand. Even though they were all adults, she still played the role of a de facto mother figure to these orphans. Despite the loud arguments that occasionally erupted, everyone in their group understood that it stemmed from a place of genuine concern. Even the usually boisterous Armand lowered his head and began apologizing. "Sorry for causing you all this worry. It's okay as long as you understand," Elodia replied with a sigh. She then shook her head a few times before placing her hand on his shoulder. "Anyway, congratulations on achieving the rank of Platinum Adventurer. I hope you'll take your new status more seriously, especially when it comes to your own well-being." Armin's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh, that's right. I'm a Platinum Adventurer now. We have to celebrate. All the drinks are on me." Even before the potion had a chance to work its magic on his swollen face, Armand leaped to his feet. His hands swiftly encircled Elodia's waist, effortlessly lifting her into the air as if she weighed nothing at all. The joy in his heart was evident as he spun her around a few times, eliciting a mixture of delighted screams from her. With a burst of exuberance, he propelled her into the air in Roland's direction. She landed securely in his waiting hands, her glasses teetering on the edge of falling and her hair now disheveled, partially obscuring her face. "Come, little brother. Little brother? We are family now and I am older, so yes, you are the little brother." Roland frowned at Armand's boisterous gesture but understood the reason behind his friend's happiness. Armand had just achieved membership in the Elite Adventurers Club, a coveted achievement for many like them. It was akin to people from his world gaining admission to a prestigious school or securing a life-changing job. However, he was not really willing to get drunk and party in the red light district that this would probably end up in. He was on the verge of getting married, and Elodia, his fiancée, was not particularly tolerant of such activities. "I think I'll have to pass. I still have a lot of work to do." "There you go again. You need to learn to savor life's moments. My little brother. Stop calling me that. I'm not your little brother. Don't be upset. I'm sure you'll pass your platinum test eventually." "My platinum test? Don't be angry just because I've done it before you." "Angry?" As Armand continued to laugh heartily, Roland momentarily drifted off in thought. The amusing part of the situation was that he had actually managed to skip the test and attain the platinum rank without going through the usual process. It was something Roland could point out, but seeing how genuinely happy Armand was, he decided not to be petty and let his big brother relish his moment, a decision he almost instantly regretted. "I need to invite everyone." "Yeah, good luck with that. Elodia, I have some things to do, so just go. I'll take care of this." "Thank you." With Armand's jubilant celebrations echoing in the background, Roland made his exit from the infirmary. He was relieved to leave the chaos behind and return to the relative quiet of the Adventurers Guild's corridors. As he strolled through them, he couldn't help but ponder the recent turn of events. The memory of Armand's battle with the guild master still played vividly in his mind. Despite the vast level difference and the brutal outcome, Roland had managed to gather some valuable insights. It was clear that Orden had skills or abilities that allowed him to negate most of Armand's attacks effortlessly. While Roland was no stranger to the idea of level disparities and their impact on battles, the guild master's resilience had exceeded his expectations. Roland knew that one day he might have to face Orden or someone similar. The ambitions of powerful individuals and the secrets lurking in the shadows all pointed to a possible future conflict. He needed to learn more about people like the guild master and prepare for potential conflicts that he could not power through with more magical power. There were certain limitations that even he who had recently broken had to adhere to. Things only became more complicated when the thought of not being able to protect the woman that he had chosen started creeping into his head. Roland was not someone that formed relationships easily, but when he did, then he seriously committed to them. The fight had served as a wellspring of inspiration, igniting his creativity and providing an opportunity to closely observe his brother-in-law's fight. The frenzied state he had experienced had bestowed upon him a significant boost in his overall abilities. However, it was something he yearned to harness and control, a feat he believed achievable through the aid of divine runic spells. The only obstacle he faced was their implementation, a territory he found himself uncertain about. Primarily, He found himself capable of using these spells only in sporadic bursts, lacking precise control. This proved effective against undead creatures susceptible to simple divine mana radiation or the creation of uncomplicated spells. Yet, when it came to addressing Armin's affliction, he recognized the necessity of crafting a focus calming spell that would activate only when he began losing control. This spell needed to be potent enough to mitigate the frenzied state without shattering it entirely. Damn. I think I'll have to get that idiot to come to the workshop to perform some tests. I'm already regretting all of this. Mr. Necromancer, how much longer do we need to wait for? We have been here for a week already. It's so boring. Can I at least go out and have some fun? No. Don't be like that, Mr. Necromancer. Are you still mad about that group? I already apologized for that. I'll be good this time around. I promise. No, you could compromise the entire mission. How did someone as incompetent like you exist within our cult? Mr. Necromancer is mad. Save me. In the eerie depths of the dark cavern, the woman's voice echoed, casting an unsettling chill upon the already somber atmosphere. The cavern itself, illuminated only by faint, flickering torchlight, seemed to amplify her words as they bounced off the damp, shadowy walls. The gathered individuals, cloaked in dark robes and surrounded by symbols of occult significance, shifted uncomfortably. Their patience had long since been tested, and the woman's impatience grated on their nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Whispers of annoyance rippled through the group, but not one took any actions. No, came the stern reply, laced with a hint of irritation. The words came from a man surrounded by dark cloth, someone that the woman was very accustomed to. Not you to Mr. Warlock. Why do I always have to get stuck with the boring types? Let's just go out into the city this once. The presence of the Solarian Church has dwindled, but there are still some paladins left. We must remain here while our acolytes perform the tasks instead. Fine. The woman felt disappointed, yet she ultimately chose to cease her complaints. This was a recurring event that the group had become accustomed to. She would inevitably begin to voice her grievances, but her disruptions were typically minimal. They had all congregated in the expansive city, which had once served as one of their secret headquarters. While the majority of their members had been compelled to depart, a few concealed chambers in the depths had managed to evade detection. This was one of them, and the only one that managed to survive the previous extermination event. After the cult obelisk was robbed and eventually destroyed in the coming battle, the inquisitors from the church arrived into the city. They had failed in their mission, so they took out the rage on the cult element within the city. The abominations that roamed the streets and sewers were quickly cleansed by regiments of holy paladins. Only this small area remained free of the cursed radiant energy that their god despised. Moving above ground remained a perilous endeavor. Even though the church element had departed, it didn't imply that they weren't keeping a vigilant watch over this place. It would likely be years before the paladins returned, making this area safe again. Their activities on this island, especially in this region, were now scrutinized closely. They couldn't risk being seen by anyone, and permitting the unruly woman to roam freely might spell their doom. Mr. Necro, be quiet. Someone is coming. After many days of waiting, the unholy magician finally opened his eyes and shifted his gaze to the side. There, an occult symbol began to glow in a sickly green hue, followed by an audible clicking sound. The walls of the chamber started to shift, revealing an opening through which a robed figure entered. Oh, is this one of our acolytes? No. Is this one of yours, Mr. Necromancer? For the last time, call me Master Kovac. But I don't want to. How about instead of Mr. Necromancer, I call you Mr. No-Nose? Shut up. Kovac, the necromancer in question, released a burst of green energy that illuminated the cavern. His face was briefly revealed, and as the woman had remarked, it was missing a few features, notably his nose. He might not have been truly undead yet, but his face resembled that of a desiccated mummy. As a result of the powerful winds generated by the magical energy, the person who had entered had their face unveiled too. They appeared quite distinct from their group, resembling an ordinary individual from the streets. Their eyes were fixed in one direction, and the drool dribbling from their mouth indicated that they were ensnared by a spell. Thrall, have you brought the information that I require? The man that was under the spell didn't reply and instead moved his hand into a side pouch. From within they pulled out a few scrolls on which they wrote down the information. Kovac manipulated his finger to conjure an eerie-looking mage hand that seized the parchment. His eyes scanned the handwritten scribbles at an astonishing speed. As he continued to peruse the parchment, a faint smile curved on his face, a detail not missed by the annoying woman accompanying him. Does that smile mean that we have our target? Perhaps. Perhaps? So do we have them or not? The man didn't believe conversing with this woman was wise, but he also knew that if he didn't provide some information, she would pester him relentlessly throughout the mission. Hence, he decided to update her on what his thrall had managed to gather. We have a list of names for the people who arrived with that caravan. Some have been confirmed as deceased, but others managed to leave the city. Fortunately, most of them were adventurers, which will simplify matters. The Adventurers Guild maintained an extensive database of their members, allowing the group to swiftly identify potential targets in any city where guilds operated. Anyone on this list they received would be subject to investigation. Kovac had also noticed an interesting individual among the group, with a somewhat unusual class. This one could be it, only someone with this kind of class would be able to alter the relic. But he was only a tier 2? Could this person be part of the church? Or did those bastards falsify the records? The man who bore the appearance of a mummy continued to mumble to himself as he sifted through the list of names. Had he not been so engrossed in these writings, he might have noticed that his unruly companion was stealthily edging closer to the mind-controlled individual who had delivered the information. Kovac had reconciled himself to the notion that this mission predominantly depended on his abilities, as he couldn't place much reliance on the other high priests. So, does that mean that we have our targets now, Mr. Necromancer? After a brief moment of silence, the woman persisted, prompting Kovac to tear his gaze away from the parchment. He faced her with a sinister grin. Among the numerous names scribed on the parchment, one of them clearly stood out. It couldn't have been a mere coincidence, and it seemed their mission was about to take a significant step forward. Yes, that's right, with this list we should be able to find the person responsible. That's lovely. The woman chuckled with joy and with one quick movement sliced the throat of the person that brought forth the information. Kovac's dead eyes bulged out of their eye sockets as he saw his thrall's throat burst forth with a stream of blood. The person could not even groan as the red blood turned pitch black and corroded their entire body. In a matter of moments the body exploded before the group of abyssal cultists, leaving behind a maddened necromancer. What have you done, you imbecile? What? We got the list and the names. What good is this thrall to you? Just let me have some fun. It's been a week already. I have my needs. Are you an idiot? This thrall is part of the Adventurers Guild. They will notice when he doesn't come back. Oh really? Oh well. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Kovac's whole body started radiating a menacing pale green hue as he had enough of this behavior. It took a lot of resources to plant someone into the Adventurers Guild who answered to him and his mistress, and this person just ruined it. The thrall was supposed to return and act as if nothing happened, but now the guild could start looking into what they provided for the cult. A new problem had been created and he was furious. I'll figure something out. After you die. The whole cavern shook as necrotic mana flew toward the laughing woman. Even now she didn't repent but instead enjoyed the spectacle. Luckily for everyone gathered here, before the two cult members could go at it, a third one appeared in the middle. From within his sleeve a massive arm made of tentacles shot out to create a fleshy shield. It contained those undead energies, and from the other side the cursed blade the woman held. That's enough. Stop this at once. The third cultist, who had been observing the escalating situation from the shadows, had finally decided to intervene. His grotesque tentacle arm, a manifestation of dark magic, proved effective in halting the impending magical clash between Kovac and the unruly woman. His voice, though filled with an eerie, otherworldly quality, carried a commanding tone that demanded obedience. Enough of this senseless bickering. The Great One has given us a mission, and we shall see it through. The woman reluctantly withdrew her cursed blade, still grinning provocatively at Kovac. The necromancer, though seething with anger, lowered his hands, allowing the necrotic energies to dissipate. The tension in the cavern gradually eased, but the air remained thick with hostility. We have the lead now, we will follow the list, but when this is over, you will regret everything. Oh, so scary. The group quickly realigned their focus, prioritizing their mission over any personal disputes. Their primary objective was to eliminate everyone connected to the recent event, and this list would serve as their roadmap to locate all those involved. The soft candlelight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the stone walls adorned with intricate runes of immense power, sketched in a way that few could comprehend. In the heart of this room, the city's runesmith was lost in contemplation as he drafted a fresh schematic for a prospective creation. His focus wavered on this particular evening, burdened by impending events, leaving him uncertain about how to approach them. As Roland carefully traced the final curve of a particularly complex rune, his hand wavered, and the runesmith's mug, half filled with lukewarm tea, teetered dangerously on the edge of his cluttered workbench. With an unintentional nudge from his elbow, the mug toppled over, spilling its contents down onto the floor. With haste, he got up from his stool to look at the mess that he made, with a worried look on his face. Shit! Only one word escaped his lips as he examined the shards that had once composed his favorite tea mug. It was a gift from his fiancée, bearing his name on its side to this very day. It hadn't been expensive, but its sentimental value was immeasurable. Seeing it shattered on the ground, its contents seeping into the stone floor, all he could do was frown. As he cast his gaze upon the floor, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. The cup was not the only one he possessed, but he held on to the hope that it would endure until his wedding day. Without dwelling on it further, he turned his attention to the side and utilized his mana. After a brief moment, a spider golem emerged from an opening in the wall. The little closet had a sliding door, and from it the automaton emerged. Unlike the models typically found in dungeons, this one possessed only 4 legs. Its metallic body was elongated, taking on a cylindrical shape. The golem swiftly discerned the issue, its golemic gaze fixing on the shattered pottery piece lying on the ground. It moved over the shattered cup and spilled tea, prompting a compartment in the center of its tubular body to slide open as it engaged its primary function, cleaning up after its creator. A tube extended from that compartment, promptly suctioning up all the scattered fragments from the ground. Roland's workshop had seen its fair share of disasters, resulting in numerous mangled and destroyed items. To address this ongoing issue and save precious time on cleanup duty, he had devised a series of cleaning golems to do the work for him. This particular one resembled a modern-day vacuum cleaner. Much like its contemporary counterpart, it adeptly removed dust and grime from the floor. Concealed within its body was a small spatial rune, enabling it to store up to a square meter of dirt. Additionally, it possessed practical cleaning and drying spells to streamline its task. Thus, after it had vacuumed up the shattered pieces and stored them within its spatial storage space, it activated a spell that cast a faint pale light onto the damp surface. In mere seconds, the area was spotless, devoid of any stains. The cleaning spell created a small layer of dried-up dust which could quickly be vacuumed up again. It would be nice if I could get these into some noble households. Maybe I should give some of the rich merchants some free samples or lower the pricing so they'll advertise it. As the golem retreated into the storage closet, Roland's mind shifted to the next phase of the city's development plan. They were still in the process of working on the energy issue that the city was facing. The task ahead involved the installation of additional wind generators and ongoing efforts to tunnel through the dungeon to harness geothermal energy. However, thanks to the pocket of crystallized mana in the mine, it was possible to proceed without the generators being assembled yet. This cleaning golem was only one of the contractions he proposed to make life around the city easier for everyone. I should get back to work. Roland cast a quick glance back at the schematics he had been diligently working on. This project was an entirely novel endeavor, one closely tied to the well-being of the city's workforce and builders. Although golems could be customized to mimic nearly any form and be programmed accordingly, certain limitations persisted. The most substantial constraint lay in the necessity for a tailored operating system uniquely designed for each golem's specific body. Without this crucial element, the golem would remain incomplete, just like any malfunctioning machine. However, there was a way to get around this problem, and he took some inspiration from some old movies to tackle it. The schematic he was engrossed in depicted one of the earliest designs, a prototype of what had once been referred to as exoskeletons. This specific model featured a robust, human-operated framework equipped with hydraulic limbs engineered to replicate human movement, including arms, legs, and hands. He had even added a sketch of a person within the frame to visualize its functionality, and had plans to incorporate adjustable elements to accommodate individuals of varying heights. One of the most striking features of this design was the incorporation of large clamps in place of fully functional hands, a more practical choice given the complexities involved in creating fully articulated hands. Roland's intention was for the operator of the exoskeleton to simply use their grip to lower the clamps onto objects. With the augmented strength provided by the exoskeleton's frame and its own weight, individuals utilizing these devices would be capable of effortlessly lifting heavy objects such as boulders or crates. In this peculiar world, an unusual restriction prevailed. The majority of individuals were unable to attain battle classes. About 1 out of every 5 people had the privilege of acquiring such a class, creating significant challenges for those without them. Manual labor was demanding and demanded substantial physical strength. Unfortunately, without a battle class, attaining multipliers for advancing to Tier 2 classes and beyond remained an unattainable goal. As a result, handling heavy equipment posed a significant challenge for regular individuals whose physical prowess was not much different from those in the world Roland originated from. While the primary purpose of this imposing contraption was to address the labor-related challenges, it was far from being the sole motivation behind its creation. Roland harbored a different objective for this prototype. It was intended not only for construction work but also for testing and data collection. Roland planned to use the movement data gathered from this machine to develop something far more intriguing. Another sketch that was on the side depicted a smaller frame, a work in progress that had not yet reached the point of fabrication. "Hey boss. Bernier. Did they already send them over?" "Aye, those bastards work fast." Bernier had informed him that the parts he had sketched up had already arrived, neatly packed into a few boxes waiting outside the workshop. While sharing his knowledge with the Union had its drawbacks, the assistance they provided propelled his work to a whole new level. All that remained was to place an order with the primary dwarven workshop, and within a few days the components would be assembled. The craftsmanship of these artisans was truly exceptional, allowing Roland to concentrate solely on perfecting the runes and designs. As Roland and Bernier approached the front gate, they found the boxes awaiting them. Observing the distance and the manner in which everything was transported, Roland contemplated the idea of establishing a separate underground storage facility and automating the entire process. The prospect of manually transporting everything, especially with the presence of numerous golems and other devices, was clearly an inefficient use of their time. "It's Big Brother Wayland. Yay! Have you come to play with us?" "Yes, come and play." Outside the compound, a noticeable shift was occurring, with an increase in the number of children playing in the vicinity. Most of them seemed to be pestering Elodia, who was preoccupied with the shop. Roland and Elodia had chosen to relocate the younger children closer to the workshop, repurposing the old orphanage for those who were already working adults. It had essentially transformed into a dormitory or a place for Lobelia and Armand to spend their time, while the youngest ones remained in closer proximity to their older sister. "Big Brother has to work now. Instead, why don't you help me and Marcy with some chores?" "But chores are boring." "No, not the chores. Quickly, we must get away." "Hey, no running." He wasn't sure if he should smile or cry as the kids bolted away from the shop and started running around the outer wall area. Elodia's voice, usually composed, suddenly boomed as she scolded the rowdy youngsters. When she eventually walked out from the shop and spotted Roland and Bernier handling the boxes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her demeanor had shifted away from the stern big sister act, and Roland found her sudden shyness rather endearing. This sis is blushing again. Hey, you shouldn't make fun of an adult. Before Roland and Bernier could engage in conversation, another child darted out of the shop, joining the playful chase after the others. The construction of the building intended to house these energetic youngsters was still in progress, so for the time being, they occupied the shop. Elodia's decision to introduce the small group of youngsters to this environment early on appeared to be a success, as they were thoroughly enjoying themselves, romping all over the place. Even Agni had joined in the fun, making the scene even more lively. When Roland initially created this refuge for himself, his primary intention had been solitude and a tranquil existence. Yet, as he gazed upon the joyful faces of the children and the woman he loved, he began to realize that change wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With their presence, the atmosphere became more vibrant and filled with life. While these children were only here temporarily, it didn't mean that such times needed to end. There was more to this life than working for oneself, and Roland was starting to realize that. Soon both he and his assistant parted ways with the people on the surface, and they returned to their underground lair for testing. Roland had gotten quite good at producing schematics for his products and designing them. Using a few new methods that he learned from the dwarven craftsmen, he was able to streamline the process even more. After performing some magical welds, the frame started taking shape. "This armor looks strange," commented Bernier as the upper part dangled in the air. "It's not an armor, it's an exoskeleton." Exoskeleton? I guess it does look like a skeleton made of metal. Bernier narrowed his eyes at the thin, bone-like outer layer of the creation. As Roland's assistant, he wasn't entirely sure about the purpose of this contraption, but he had the wisdom to understand that asking would likely be futile. Within just half a day, the entire construction was assembled, and the intricate runes were positioned over every component. At the rear, there was a sizable slot for a battery, and once it was inserted, the stage was set for a test to commence. Tier 3 runesmiths are something different. It only took a few hours to get this done. I remember the time that making a simple shield would take us days. While Bernier started reminiscing about the good old days, he decided to perform a check of the runes. Everything seemed to be in working order, so now came the time for a test run. "But boss, are you sure they got the dimensions right? Isn't it a little too small?" "Too small for me? I guess so, but I'm not the one who is going to use it, you are. Now get inside." Roland responded promptly while gesturing toward the assembled exoskeleton. He explained that this creation was intended for individuals with limited mana capacity and lacking battle classes. It would serve no purpose if he were the one to use it. In contrast, Bernier perfectly fit the profile of an average construction worker. While his blacksmithing class afforded him certain advantages, his strength wouldn't surpass that of an adventurer. "What? You want me to test it?" "Yes. I designed it with your height in mind. Now get it, we don't have all day." Roland had more than one reason for choosing Bernier as the test subject. Bernier's height also played a pivotal role in his selection, as he stood at approximately 170 centimeters, right in the middle when it came to the height of other races. With adjustable parts for the leg rests, he would be the perfect test pilot. The chest part of the exoskeleton featured what resembled a seat enclosed within a cage-like structure. A person could be securely strapped in using two belts that were connected together, forming an X-shaped arrangement for stability and support. "This feels somewhat rough." "Yeah, we'll have to add some padding for the people using it. For now, you'll have to deal with the cold metal and leather straps." Acknowledging the limitations of the current prototype, Roland understood that it lacked any features boosting comfort. If this design were to be implemented, a person would likely spend nearly an entire day inside the exoskeleton. It would require a proper seat or leg rests to ensure that prolonged use didn't impede blood flow. The last thing he needed was for the workers to complain about discomfort or their legs falling asleep during work hours. "So, what do you want me to do, boss? Do you see that joystick over there?" "Joy-stick." After a momentary pause, Roland shook his head around and pointed to the metal rod sticking out from the side of the exoskeleton's forearm. "That knob there, just grab it. Okay. Even though he was stuck in this world for more than 15 years, it didn't mean that he forgot all about it. It was still hard to wrap his head around people not knowing some common terms from his old world. However, thanks to this fact, it was easy to come up with names for his inventions without ever getting sued by anyone. Finally, Bernier took hold of the control stick that allowed him to manipulate the upper limbs of the exoskeleton. The first time he gripped it and pushed forward, the entire vice arm shot forward with surprising speed. As the weight distribution shifted to the front, the entire contraption momentarily buckled forward. It appeared as though a mishap was imminent, but the runic machine had been programmed with balance in mind. It swiftly moved one of the legs forward to restore its equilibrium. Whoa! It's moving. This feels strange, boss. It's fine, try to move it around and get a feel for it. Try feeling out any inconsistencies in the movements. Inside this exoskeleton, the individual could manipulate only the arms, while the leg movements were automated and controlled via buttons on the control stick. Additionally, these side buttons allowed for forward, backward, and limited lateral movement when pressed while moving the stick around. Bernier's aptitude for learning was apparent as he swiftly grasped the controls and understood their functionality within a matter of minutes. This is fun. I feel like a real-life golem. In essence, this creation was a golem, a heavily modified one with a limited range of functions. Its primary purpose was to enable the operator to make decisions and perform tasks. Much like a construction crane or bulldozer, it was designed to be a versatile tool. The vice arms could potentially be adapted for various functions, such as using a jackhammer, making it accessible for non-magic users to work effectively. Unlike controlling spells, which required mana-related skills, learning to operate a magical tool like this could significantly expedite many of the city's essential processes. Good, that takes care of the first phase of tests. Now go try moving those empty boxes from one side of the room to the other. Leave it to me, boss. Bernier's enthusiasm for the new creation was palpable as he enthusiastically tackled various manual tasks, while Roland continued to gather data. While this initial prototype had been designed for city management and construction purposes, Roland's vision for future products extended to entirely different applications. The power this golem could generate was comparable to those that spawned in dungeons, and with a skilled operator it could produce interesting results. Roland envisioned the possibility of incorporating magical cannons onto the shoulders or attaching different legs capable of traversing treacherous terrain. Such innovations could provide individuals who had been dealt a difficult hand in life with a fighting chance. Even without a conventional battle class, it might be possible for them to confront high-level monsters and overcome formidable challenges. The potential of this technology seemed boundless. Name: Arthur Valerian L108. Classes: T2 Aura Duelist L8, T2 Spirit Fencer L50, T1 Sword Warrior L25, T1 Warrior L25. I see that the new training method is leading to some good results. Oh? Did you peek? You should stop doing that. But yes, that was quite the ingenious idea. Even Mary can't complain if I do it like this. Jiru. Though, I don't think that our undead friend here is too happy about his predicament. Arthur shifted his rapier towards a particular bony figure. As the blade's tip drew near to connecting with the creature's head, it surged forward. However, it didn't make much progress due to the numerous chains that bound it tightly. This monstrous being had lost half of its body and possessed only a single functioning upper limb, yet it persisted in attempting to lunge and bite the noble to death. So terrifying. The noble in question simply chuckled, gracefully maneuvering around the constrained monster within the dimly lit room. It was firmly secured by robust, thick chains that even someone as strong as Roland couldn't hope to break. The creature was an oversized skeleton, and flames flickered ominously from its eye sockets. I thought you were joking when you proposed capturing a Tier 3 undead from the dungeon, but it actually worked. It did. But try not to inflict too much damage on them. These beings don't possess much in the way of self-healing, unless you have some cursed items around, and I'd rather not summon a lich here. Roland was not alone in this eerie chamber. Mary patiently lurked within the shadows. To an unsuspecting observer entering from outside, It might seem as if the three of them were engaged in some dark occult ritual centered around the bound undead figure. Intricate runic symbols adorned the floor, arranged in what appeared to be a mystical circle of magic. If, by some chance, the monstrous being managed to break free from its restraints, a divine trap would spring to life, reducing it to ashes in an instant. That's entirely understandable. Given the circumstances, we wouldn't want to have any of those running around our city again. Though, wouldn't you be able to handle it, my knight commander? Roland chose to remain tight-lipped, unwilling to provide Arthur with any foolish ideas. The captured monster had been transported through his meticulously crafted spatial runes and had miraculously endured the journey intact. Ordinarily, extracting creatures from a dungeon unscathed was deemed impossible. Even if the undead managed to endure the absence of breathable air within the confined spatial container, it typically disintegrated into mere bones the instant it was removed from the dungeon's depths. A mysterious and unforeseen force had bound these creatures to the very dungeons where they were born. Their only means of escape rested in a rare occurrence known as a dungeon break phenomenon. However, following the events involving the Lich monster, Roland had uncovered a second method for extracting these beings from dungeons. Somehow, his own mana possessed a unique influence over these monsters, granting them a path to bypass the typical laws that govern their confinement. Thus, he embarked on an experiment, capturing one of the infernal skeleton berserkers that roamed the dungeon. Following a battle that resulted in the removal of the creature's lower half and one arm, the testing phase commenced. Roland began by bombarding the monster with his basic mana, yet the initial attempts yielded no discernible outcomes. Faced with inconclusive results in the early stages of testing, he opted to confine the ensnared monster within one of the secure hidden chambers located deep underground. Fortunately, Roland wasn't navigating this endeavor blindly. He held a potent trump card in the form of the Lich Core he had acquired following its defeat. Leveraging the core's distinctive resonance with his mana, he finally managed to pinpoint the correct wavelength and power output required for a successful test. After a few attempts, and with the assistance of this monster's core as a sort of medium, he succeeded in extracting the undead creature without it succumbing to the fate of becoming mere bones, as had happened with previous test subjects. Just be careful with this thing, it's still a Tier 3 monster. Don't worry, Mary will take care of it if something happens. Plus she is already itching to test those black blades you made for her. Good. I have the one you ordered. Splendid. Rollins didn't come to this dark training chamber to talk about the weather. He was actually delivering an enchanted runic blade that he had fashioned for Arthur. The two daggers that Mary was holding had also been fashioned by him. Even though they were pitch black like obsidian, they weren't made from black mithril that was better suited for heavy armor pieces like shields. The woman seemed to like them quite a bit, as even now she was making sure that they were out on display. The blades of the twin daggers gleamed with an otherworldly darkness, appearing as though they were cut from the very heart of obsidian itself. They were immaculately sharp, their edges honed to a keenness that defied the limits of ordinary craftsmanship. Despite their darkness, they seemed to capture and absorb the surrounding light, leaving a trail of shadow in their wake. They were one of his latest products and a testament to his advancement as a craftsman. The hilt of each dagger was a masterpiece in its own right, forged from the same mithril metal as the blades. The grips were adorned with runes of their own, carefully chosen to complement the enchantments on the blades. These runes provided a secure and comfortable hold for the wielder, ensuring that they could harness the dagger's power with the utmost precision. He intentionally imbued these creations with an extraordinary level of flair, a departure from the more subdued designs he had previously overlooked. It was impossible for anyone to label these products as failures. The artistry he had injected into his work was now apparent, a testament to his growing understanding of what it meant to be a true craftsman of his caliber. This transformation was a direct result of the Ascension trial that had not only enhanced his knowledge but also elevated his skills in the realm of weapon and armor crafting to new heights. Here it is. A heavy rapier like you ordered. The blade of this rapier was a masterpiece in itself, a slender and elegant piece of craftsmanship that seemed almost weightless despite its imposing appearance. Runes adorned its surface, etched with utmost precision and care. They were not merely decorative, but imbued with powerful enchantments that would enhance the wielder's combat abilities and grant the rapier an uncanny sharpness. Moving down to the hilt, one would find another layer of his new artistic design. Crafted from the same red mithril as the blade, the hilt was fashioned with an intricate side guard. It consisted of several components designed to protect the wielder's hand and also provide maneuverability while keeping balance in mind. The hilt came with a flame motif in mind, and thus the guard mimicked dancing flames. The balance is just right. I've kept to the specifications, so it's only natural. Now about the runic enchantments. There are a few things that you should know. The design was intended for a noble, necessitating a regal and costly appearance. This blade was destined to become Arthur's personal weapon, one that would be wielded in the heat of true battle. A stag with a crown gracing its head was intricately carved onto the pommel of the hilt, proudly declaring its connection with a noble household. However, Arthur remained unaware that this particular piece of the blade held deeper secrets beyond being a mere emblematic token. Go ahead then. Test it out. It's going to work similar to any other magical blade you used. This wasn't Arthur's first experience wielding one of his crafted items, as he had experience with playing around with Mary's weapon that was of similar quality. After a few practice swings, he triggered the first runic enchantment, transforming the rapier into a searing inferno. Magical flames enveloped the blade's surface, capable of scorching his adversaries. The intensity of the flames could be finely tuned by manipulating the hilt, and an additional enchantment ensured that the wielder would not feel any heat emanating from the blade. The primary purpose of this fiery transformation was not solely to amplify damage, but rather to induce mental fatigue in Arthur's opponents. Confronted with a weapon wreathed in flames and the escalating heat, most individuals would begin to falter. Fear would creep in, causing them to make errors and creating openings for the sword wielder to exploit with well-timed attacks. Arthur swung the flaming sword around before the imprisoned undead creature, but the monster showed no signs of fear. Nevertheless, it could still be harmed by the sword's next transformation, which manifested as a flame whip. This form bore a striking resemblance to the gauntlets Roland had used during his second encounter with Armand. The fiery energy whip had the potential to inflict substantial damage, effortlessly slicing through wooden beams as if they were butter. Even the Tier 3 skeleton would not be immune to this assault, though its fire resistance would mitigate some of the damage. I see. This feels interesting. I wonder how well I'll be able to use it in battle. Roland stood by, observing as Arthur gracefully twirled his new weapon. The Aura Duelist class was inherently agility-focused, emphasizing swift movement and the ability to anticipate an opponent's actions. It stood as a prestigious choice that enabled the wielder to envelop their weapon in an aura, enhancing both its durability and destructive potential. Moreover, they possessed the capability to momentarily augment their stats by infusing aura into their actions, a skill that Arthur was beginning to harness and employ to his advantage. In the past, Roland had witnessed this formidable skill in action when he observed the Solarian swordmaster, Lorina, in combat. She had demonstrated the ability to hold her ground against an abomination, even while weakened by the abyssal parasite. Looking ahead, it was possible that Arthur would be able to develop similar combat prowess, and he required a sturdy enough weapon to match his growth. Crafted from mithril, the rapier was designed to endure well beyond his Tier 2 class, ensuring it would serve him faithfully into the future. It's quite the nice blade. You have outdone yourself, my friend. Thank you, but this isn't all. There is one more. One more? What is it? It was rather amusing to witness the spark of excitement in Arthur's eyes when the topic of a third enchantment on the blade arose. Typically, magical weapons employed by close-range combatants came with significant limitations. These wielders often faced mana constraints, unable to juggle multiple spells, and the weapons themselves had their own limitations in terms of spell charges. On top of that, activating multiple enchantments without precise control over one's mana added a layer of complexity to the entire process, making it quite challenging. Okay, just do as I tell you. First, see that stag emblem? Yes. You should be able to infuse some mana into it directly with your pinky. My pinky. Arthur's gaze fixated on the emblem, clearly designed by Roland with the intention of making it a Valerian house weapon. Without much contemplation, he prodded the emblem's surface with his pinky finger and attempted to infuse the blade with mana. His activation was not particularly precise, but it appeared that the weapon's creator had already considered this. The moment he channeled mana into the hilt and touched the stag emblem with his pinky, the third magical effect began to manifest. Now quickly, thrust your blade at something. Ah? At something? A peculiar sound emanated from the blade, and it began to radiate a fiery red glow. The blade was swiftly engulfed by a raging inferno even more intense than before. It was evident that a powerful spell was on the brink of activation. To Roland's dismay, Arthur chose to thrust the blade forward, but instead of aiming at the intended training dummy, he directed it toward the shackled undead monster. A burst of fiery energy erupted in a spiraling, circular motion, resembling the spiraling mana arrows that Roland had employed against the dungeon monsters during his leveling up phase. This spell bore a fire elemental affinity to complement the red mithril aesthetic of the weapon and carried a punch similar to the original spiral mana arrow spell. The immobilized monster stood no chance as it was directly struck on the head by this swirling beam of scorching power. Oh, is this a Tier 3 spell? Undoubtedly, this was a potent greater spell befitting a weapon intended for a Tier 3 class holder. Despite the skeletal monster's partial resistance to fire mana, it proved defenseless against the spiraling motion that drilled into its skull, piercing straight through. The monster perished without a chance to retaliate, and the individual who delivered the finishing blow reaped the rewards with a few level-ups. You weren't supposed to kill it. How are you going to level up your skills now, Lord Arthur? Oh well, accidents happen, right, Mary? You are correct, my lord. I just hope that Sir Roland won't mind bringing another of these creatures here now. Ha. You have my sincere apologies. It's fine, Roland responded, though he couldn't hide his disappointment at the turn of events. This monster had served as their initial test subject. Its role was to aid not only Arthur but also Mary and himself in honing their skills. Even when striking it with sticks, they could accelerate their combat-related skill development. While it remained impervious to damage, these hits still contributed to skill experience. The primary challenge with Roland's leveling method lay in the lagging progression of his complementary skills compared to his main level. To address this issue, the skeletal monster had been brought in to facilitate the development of main weapon skills through repetitive strikes. He had already made some progress in reviving his stagnant blunt weapon proficiency by whacking it a few times. Now that the creature was deceased, he would need to secure another one for their training regimen. How about this, to make it up? I'll host a grand party for the Knight Commander's wedding with Lady Elodia. I already refused that proposal. I'm not going to expose my wife to something like that. You really don't like the nobles and their ways, don't you, my friend? Is there a way to make you reconsider? If not for our noble ways, we wouldn't be able to make such nice secret rooms with undead monsters in them. That's one of the main reasons. Amidst the situation, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle, as his thoughts still revolved around hosting a grand wedding for both Roland and Elodia. He envisioned a celebration that would draw in wealthy merchants and perhaps even a few minor nobles seeking new alliances. Despite his brother's firm control over the region, there were undoubtedly individuals they had antagonized. With some assistance from those disgruntled nobles, Arthur believed he could reach his goal faster. However, Roland, in contrast, simply longed for some peace and quiet. We have already decided on the venue. Oh, am I invited? I'm not sure it will be a good place for a lord. Nonsense. I'm not sure if you'll fit around the other commoners. Mary, could you talk some sense into him? Master Roland is correct. A noble lord should not mingle with the commoners without a good reason. It will make you look weak. Mary raised her eyebrow a bit as she was still getting used to Roland's way of talking. He was being quite formal around Arthur, who was the city lord and a son of a duke. However, she knew that both were of noble descent and treated each other as equals. The topic eventually shifted to more practical matters. Arthur discussed the ongoing efforts to secure the city, bolster its defenses, and explore the dungeons. Roland shared his insights into crafting, revealing some of his recent discoveries and innovations in runic enchantments. The conversation flowed easily, a testament to the bond that had grown between the two men over their shared experiences. Mary, always vigilant and ever the realist, interjected with valuable input and suggestions, ensuring that their plans remained grounded and effective. She had become an indispensable member of their noble team and kept them on point when they strayed. Soon, the testing period ended and Roland decided to head out. While hunting another skeleton would be needed, his mind was on something else. The day of his wedding approached closer and his stomach was ever more filled with butterflies. "It's coming along nicely." "That it is," Bernier agreed. "Feeling a bit weak in the knees, boss?" Roland hesitated for a moment before admitting. Yeah. No need to hide it." Bernier laughed while looking at Roland. Both of them shared a laugh as they stood outside the house, gazing at the new construction site. The foundation for the new dormitory was making good progress. It wouldn't be long before the structure was completed, and within a month or even a few weeks, the children from the orphanage would likely be running around the premises. This also meant that Elodia and all the children would soon be moving in. Roland wasn't certain if Elodia would choose to stay in the dormitory initially, but that didn't matter. Being within walking distance would suffice for a start, and they could consider sharing their living quarters when the time felt right. It was an unusual arrangement, but he wasn't doing it solely for her. It brought him peace of mind to have her behind well-protected walls. Fortunately, financial concerns were no longer an issue. After reconciling with the Dwarven Union, he was earning multiple times more money than before. Arthur had been quite generous, and sales at his runic store were on the rise. He had also secured a lucrative contract with the Union for runic batteries that only he could modify. Roland realized that Brilvia couldn't simply replicate the runic structures without understanding how they worked. The Dwarven craftsman heavily relied on ancient schematics, more so than he had initially thought. Even if she could examine the runic structures, she lacked the ability to decipher the underlying principles of the runic operating system. It seemed that his class possessed certain rune mage-like elements that regular runesmiths did not. Roland's method of learning how to construct runic structures had been evidently unconventional. After delving into all the scriptures and knowledge Brilvia had to offer, he was confident that he had surpassed the average runesmith in this regard. However, his expertise was limited to runic structures and not the art of craftsmanship itself. When it came to building physical components, the other smiths were superior to him. It was evident that they had received years of traditional training and apprenticeship in the production of physical items. "Soon you will be a married man. Better enjoy your freedom until it's too late." "Too late? Too late for what?" "Many things. I can't even leave the house without her complaining. I haven't been able to drink in the house in weeks." "Isn't that a good thing? I don't think you should be getting drunk with a newborn around. What is life without drinking? This is torture." Bernier let out an irritated murmur, and Roland raised an eyebrow in response. Reflecting on it, Roland realized that his assistant had been spending more time in the workshop than usual. Before, Bernier would take his breaks and swiftly leave when possible. But now he sometimes lingered, even opting to stay for a drink. It appeared that he wasn't particularly eager to return to his own place where he couldn't maintain his previous habits. "Don't be like that. You need to make some sacrifices for your family. That is a given." "I know." While Roland was making an effort to behave like a responsible adult, he also recognized that it might not be as straightforward as he had initially thought. Maintaining his relationship would likely require some compromises, especially if they weren't planning to have children of their own while the orphans were still young. This was a matter he would have to address in the future, but for now, there were a few matters around his compound that needed his attention. "Master Bernier." "Jorg? What is it?" As the two were talking, Jorg the stonemason slowly walked up to them. The boy usually remained quiet and was the assistant to his assistant. "Well, it's common, speak up. It's about Master Rastix." "Rastix? What did that BS? What did he do now?" While the boy struggled to explain himself, stuttering slightly, Roland shifted his gaze into the distance. Rastik Selbebinin was his latest recruit, a decision that didn't typically happen without careful consideration. Rastix was a master alchemist with whom he had signed a contract. One of the stipulations of their agreement was that Rastix was supposed to have his own laboratory constructed. This process was currently underway and seemed to be the current problem. I'll tend to it, watch over the dorm construction. You sure, boss? I could just go there and talk some sense into him? You'll just start fighting again. It's better if I'll do it. I have it your way then. Good luck. One of the challenges with Rastix's character was his treatment of people. He considered Roland to be an equal due to Roland having a class similar to that of a master runesmith. When interacting with Roland, Rastix would treat him with respect. However, when encountering someone like Bernier, who was just a regular blacksmith, he would not show the same level of respect. Instead, he would attempt to boss around Roland's assistant and treat him as a lesser member of the group. This behavior, of course, did not sit well with Roland. I told you to be careful with that. If you break it, you're paying for it. Upon arriving at the construction site, Roland discovered the small gnome in the midst of shouting at the workers. He appeared to be reprimanding some of them who were in the process of carrying his belongings into a sizable building that resembled a large stable. The structure was primarily constructed from glass and served as a greenhouse, intended to house a variety of plants and herbs essential for alchemy. Its design, featuring a wooden frame, made it relatively simple to assemble, and it was the only completed structure on the site. Roland approached Rastix with caution, mentally bracing himself for whatever might transpire. As he drew nearer, he couldn't help but overhear Rastix's harsh words directed at the workers. They were ferrying various items, including seeds and potted plants, some of which Roland didn't recognize. While his understanding of alchemy was still limited, he understood that a structure like this greenhouse was a necessity if they wanted to conduct research in a more discreet manner. Otherwise, they would be forced to rely continually on merchants and individuals from the Alchemist Guild, an organization that had previously deemed Rastix unsuitable for membership. Careful, you buffoons! That flask contains a rare solvent worth more than your miserable lives. He doesn't play around. The workers, clearly unaccustomed to this level of scrutiny, appeared flustered and anxious. It was only natural, considering they were surrounded by peculiar-looking golemic creations and within the territory of the city's knight commander. In their minds, their very lives could be at risk if they somehow offended a member of the staff. Roland cleared his throat to capture Rastix's attention. The gnome turned around abruptly, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. Ah, Master Wayland, you're just in time to witness the incompetence of these oafs. Can you believe they almost dropped my precious supplies? Roland took a moment to regain his composure. He knew he had to be diplomatic. While he didn't like that Rastix was using those words, he also needed to present himself as a proper knight. Rastix, remember that these workers were supplied to us by the city lord. They are more used to handling heavy equipment instead of delicate plants. I'm sure they're doing their best. The gnome alchemist crossed his arms, wearing an unimpressed expression. It was a stark departure from the meek behavior he had exhibited inside the deep dungeon. It seemed that this individual adapted his personality to suit his surroundings. With an authority figure by his side, he transformed into something of a snob. As long as he performed his job effectively, Roland didn't mind his eccentric behavior all that much. However, if he ever harmed other individuals in any way, he would be held accountable and face consequences. Best, you say? I expect nothing but perfection, especially in the construction of my laboratory. Alchemy requires precision, and I won't tolerate any mistakes. Roland sighed inwardly. He had anticipated this attitude from Rastix, but he couldn't let it disrupt the progress of the project. I understand your concerns, Master Rastix, but we must work together on this. These workers are skilled in their own right, and with a bit of patience and guidance, they can meet your standards. Very well, Master Wayland. I'll try to be patient, but you must ensure they don't mishandle my equipment. I can't afford any delays. I'll speak to the foreman and make sure they're more careful. I'll leave it to you then. As he turned to walk away, Roland cast a thoughtful gaze toward the area where the gnome was setting up his workspace. It was strategically positioned at a considerable distance from the dormitory where the orphans would be living. Additionally, a substantial wall would be erected to separate the two sites. Roland couldn't have children running around in a place that had the potential to produce toxic fumes and explosions, so he was taking precautions to ensure their safety. Even a mana shield would be created to block any potential hazardous gas spills from leaking out. The greenhouse was just one method of cultivating herbs and other plants, as a similar structure was being constructed underground. Not all plants required direct sunlight, as it could be somewhat replicated with runic lamps. The majority of the laboratory would be situated underground, eventually linked to his own workshop through a tunnel. Naturally, he planned to erect multiple protective walls to shield himself from potential explosions and corrosive effects. Some might argue that he was being overly cautious and that the costs were too high. However, Roland firmly believed that there was no such thing as spending too much to ensure safety. "I must apologize for the behavior of Master Rastix. He is a bit eccentric in that regard." Roland met with the foreman, who proved to be very understanding. They worked for various rich merchants and even nobles who sometimes liked to throw out some insults. "That's fine, Master Wayland. This isn't my first time working with these types. I'll tell my boys to be extra careful." "Thank you. Please keep up the good work." With the construction site issue temporarily resolved, Roland headed back to his home. There were other matters he needed to address beyond the gnome alchemist. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a yawning muscleman and a shorter, more petite half-elven lady. "Sorry for the delay. Had a minor issue to take care of." "Wayland? At last. Do you have it with you?" It was, of course, Armand and Lobelia, the two siblings who had gathered at the entrance of his home to receive some gifts from their soon-to-be brother-in-law. Roland had promised to provide them with specially crafted runic weapons once they attained their Tier 3 class as a form of a gift. While he was giving these items for free, there was an implicit cost underlying the transaction: their loyalty and trust. "No, they are down in the workshop. Come follow me." Normally, Roland was not fond of allowing people into his workshop, but Armand and Lobelia had earned his trust. He had no reason to believe they would steal his items or leak information to external parties. Nevertheless, this didn't mean he would grant them unrestricted access to every part of his underground workshop. Following the encounter with the Lich and the partial destruction of the underground area, he had made several improvements to enhance security. Roland recognized that, in the future, he might need to bring others into his home. Now that he had resolved his issues with the Dwarven Union, perhaps even the chief herself would visit him one of these days. It wasn't always practical to send out prototypes when it was easier to showcase them within the confines of his workshop. To address this issue, Roland had made the decision to construct the new workshop with a specific purpose in mind. He organized everything into different levels where only he had unrestricted access. Not even his wife would be granted entry to some of the more hazardous testing areas. Soon, the trio arrived at a secluded spot with no apparent features. Before Armand and Lobelia could inquire further, the ground in front of them began to shift, and a rectangular metal platform rose up from the ground. "Ha! Don't worry. This is just an elevator and the new entrance to my workshop. Remember where it is so you can use it." Roland provided an explanation as the elevator door opened, revealing a recreation of an elevator from his old world. On the side, there was a panel with buttons and a scanner that people could access. Currently, he used his own mana to activate it through his unique pattern. However, in the future, the cards he had given them would serve as keys. Even if these cards were stolen, others would be unable to use them because he had implemented a handshake mechanism between the user's mana and the card. If someone other than the owner attempted to use it, the runic structure would detect an inconsistency and prevent access. "What's an elevator?" Armand asked while Lobelia shook her head and responded instead of Roland. "It's obviously this rectangular metallic thing." Roland smiled slightly at Lobelia's description. "That's right. It's something like a magical platform that moves up and down. Step on it, and it will take you to the workshop below." Armand and Lobelia exchanged curious glances before cautiously stepping onto the elevator platform. Roland followed suit, and as soon as they were all aboard, he pressed a button on the control panel labeled Workshop. With a gentle hum, the elevator doors closed and it descended smoothly into the earth, which made the siblings gasp out in amazement. They could clearly feel the movement through their well-trained bodies but couldn't really explain the experience. As the elevator reached its destination, the door slid open, revealing the entrance to Roland's underground workshop, or at least a portion of it. The elevator was, in reality, a dummy entrance that only granted access to carefully selected areas Roland had chosen. If someone wished to reach other sections of the workshop, they would have to enter through the primary entrance at his home. This is something wrong. No, I just imagined something more. Armand expressed his thoughts as they arrived in a spacious area with relatively little to see. It was yet another testing facility where Roland, along with Bernier, conducted experiments with runic machinery. Anything that had seemed too intriguing had been removed beforehand, leaving only a select few special items behind. Lobelia's keen eyes quickly spotted one of them, and her excitement was palpable as she sprinted toward a nearby display table. It's just like I imagined. You really got the dimensions right. Lobelia's eyes were fixed on the beautifully crafted longbow displayed on the table. It was an exquisite piece of workmanship, with intricate runic patterns etched along its limbs and a shimmering aura of magic surrounding it. It's lighter than I expected, and these arrows. The tips are made from red mithril and the shafts from the leftover bark that the bow was made from. They work just like the previous ones. Just use them correctly and the magical effect will activate. He had created a few smart arrows that when pressed in the right spots could be enhanced with an elemental spell. It gave Lobelia some wiggle room when facing off against enemies resistant to piercing damage. Hey, what about me? You didn't forget about it, right? I wish I could. Here, it's right there. Roland pointed toward a set of gauntlets slightly to the side. They bore a resemblance to the set he had previously given Armand. These gauntlets were adorned with intricate runes and had a deep ruby-red hue. However, there was a distinction between these gauntlets and the ones Roland used. The most noticeable difference was that they didn't fully cover a person's hands. War monks, who employed their fists and fingers as their primary weapons, only needed equipment to safeguard their forearms and the upper portions of their fists. These gauntlets served both as offensive and defensive weapons. The red mithril forearm protection was adept at catching blades and ensnaring them between the spiky protrusions. With proper technique, a pugilist could even snap a caught blade in half. Well then, gear up. There are some tricks to these that I need to explain, and also, Roland looked at Armand, who was quickly trying to put the custom gauntlets on. On the table, in addition to this weapon, lay another piece of equipment, a harness that, if it functioned correctly, could potentially address Armand's most significant weakness. However, to get it tested, they would need to perform some tests which could cause some unforeseen consequences. Armand finished securing the gauntlets onto his forearms with a satisfied expression. He flexed his fingers experimentally and noticed how they moved fluidly within the unique design of the gauntlets. It was clear that Roland had put a lot of thought into the creation of these specialized weapons. These are amazing, Wayland. I can feel the power. The man thrust both of his fists into the air, infusing his mana into the pair of weapons. The runes started to emit a crimson glow, mirroring the effect of Arthur's rapier. This weapon utilized a comparable runic system to the flame blade, allowing it to conjure flames and even flame whips. However, with Armand's reckless behavior, the situation became increasingly volatile. What on earth are you doing? Stop waving your arms around. As Armand vigorously swung his fists, he triggered the whips, which shot out and initially collided with the ceiling before shooting forward. He was not the only person there. Lobelia was quite close by, engrossed in inspecting the mithril arrows, her attention elsewhere. One of these blazing lashes hurtled directly toward her, prompting Roland to swiftly invoke his runic authority. Just before the spell could make contact with the unsuspecting half-elf, it dissipated into nothingness, transforming into ephemeral wisps of red light. Armand froze as he realized the danger he had just created. Sweat trickled down his face as he stared at Roland with wide eyes, the fiery whips retracting into the gauntlets. Roland, still controlling the runes with a stern expression while focused on his new brother-in-law. Armand, you have to be careful. These gauntlets can be powerful, but they can also be extremely dangerous if not used properly. This was precisely why he had brought the two of them down to his workshop. Individuals like this brute often lacked the finesse required for handling magical items with multiple active spells. To address this, he had designed them to function like game controllers, requiring everyone to master the correct combinations to execute special spells, akin to maneuvers in fighting games. These combinations weren't overly complex, which sometimes led to situations like this, where a spell could be triggered randomly. Lobelia became aware of the near-miss and turned towards them with a mixture of relief and anger. She approached her brother and Roland quickly with a clear scowl plastered over her face. "What in the world were you thinking, Armand? Do you have any idea what could have happened? You nearly fried me." Even Armand, who was usually unapologetic, lowered his head in an apologetic fashion. It was evident that he had not anticipated the gauntlet's abilities to manifest in such an uncontrollable manner. Sorry, I got carried away a bit." "A bit? How I get carried away and shove this up your arse?" "Hey now, hold on. I said that I was sorry. An apology can only get you so far. What do you want me to do then? How about you pay me for the emotional damage that I have suffered? A few gold coins will suffice." "Gold coins? Are you mad?" The two of them launched into a heated argument, with it becoming increasingly evident that Lobelia had suffered no real injury and was now attempting to extort money from her brother. Their bickering continued, but Roland had no time for such disputes. He was operating on a tight schedule and needed to test another item he had prepared for the war monk and his frenzied alter ego. Luckily, it was more of an active skill and not a personality trait, as he was able to hold himself back from going into a frenzy, at least while arguing with Lobelia here. Whether or not this self-control would persist in a confrontation with someone he truly despised remained to be seen. From my research, it's possible to alleviate the berserk and frenzy symptoms by meditating and other means, though I can't imagine this idiot ever meditating, so we'll have to go with something else. He had consulted books and some old knowledge he absorbed to come up with a way of pacifying his brother-in-law. Despite the challenges posed by Armand's muscle-brain disposition, he recognized the potential of having him as a formidable ally. Elodia played probably the biggest role in this decision, and he decided to give it his all. In his quest to mitigate Armand's frenzied state, he had crafted a harness designed to fit snugly over his robust chest. Initially, he had contemplated creating a full metallic breastplate, accompanied by a garment resembling a muscle shirt, allowing Armand greater freedom of movement. However, a complication arose as he unearthed certain hidden passive effects. He was well aware of the limitations imposed by the war monk class on equipment load. Much like in old video games, monks couldn't don heavy armor, and even lightweight armor would diminish the effectiveness of their passive abilities. Unarmored Proficiency L1. Passive Skill. Increases all of the user's physical stats by 10% as long as they aren't wearing armor. He recalled one of the passive skills that Armand had gained with his recent class ascension. The explanation in the system window was vague, but it encompassed all sorts of armored pieces. Everything that was considered to be armor besides clothes would affect this passive skill that he had. It wasn't the only one there, as he also possessed passive skills like unarmored defense and unarmored movement that boosted other stats. The one he focused on increasing all the vital physical attributes like agility, vitality, strength, and endurance. However, if he burdened Armand with an excessively heavy load, it would nullify these crucial skills. Thus, he needed to find a workaround. Fortunately, after consulting with skilled dwarven craftsmen, he received a valuable tip. Firstly, if he ensured that the harness, which only partially covered the chest, remained beneath a certain weight threshold, it would prevent it from being classified as heavy armor. Secondly, he discovered that accessories like belts, armbands, gauntlets, and even pants did not contribute to the overall weight calculation of the armor set. This realization opened up various possibilities. Ultimately, he opted for a harness over a belt, as it provided more space for the incorporation of runic components and the runic battery required for the device to actually function. Okay, that's enough from you two. Lobelia, go practice with your bow. I need to explain a few things to Armand here. Ha! See, even Wayland has my back. I knew that I could count on you, my little brother. I'm going to hit you. Roland responded in a disgruntled tone as he found the idea of being called a little brother by this muscle brain somewhat insulting. It was better to not argue if he wanted to move things alone, so he just grabbed the harness and presented it to the test subject. Just put this on. Wait. Now that I look at this, don't you use for that? For that. You know, at the pleasure district. Did you have such tastes? Just shut up and put it on already. After tossing the harness toward Armand, Roland observed as he began putting it on. The central piece took the form of a hexagon and was secured with specially crafted leather straps made from the leather of flame-resistant creatures. Embedded within these straps were metallic wires designed to accommodate the runic traces as a safety precaution. While ethereal pathways typically sufficed, the intricate mechanics of the spell required additional structural reinforcement. In the back, there were a few clasps to bring everything together and also to tighten everything into place. If you gave him a bowl cut now. Roland rubbed his chin as his brother-in-law looked like a caricature of a superhero character from his own world. He was just missing a large sword that he could point into the sky to gather some power. Finally, after the piece of equipment was in place, he could begin with the test. How does it feel? It actually fits nicely. How about your skills? Are they still active? Armand executed a series of punches to familiarize himself with the harness, then nodded in approval. The front section of the harness was primarily crafted from red mithril, complemented by a blend of other alloys for the runes and the core spell it contained. Now came the most intriguing question. Would it prove effective in assisting Armand to counter his frenzied state? Good. Now I'll need to activate your skill. You want me to go into a berserker state? Yes. Are you sure? But, yes. I'm sure, and I know what conditions need to be met to activate the frenzy skill. The limitations imposed on Armand's class extended beyond the unarmored skills. Initiating a berserk state couldn't happen arbitrarily or without reason. At the very least, the individual needed to elevate their heart rate, or they could employ a faster method by engaging in combat. Enough time had been wasted, so instead of having him make a few laps around the testing facility, it was better to confront him directly. Oh, are you two going to go at it? Yes, it would be better if you kept your distance, Lobelia. Lobelia observed the unfolding scene with a touch of curiosity, her thoughts drifting toward the prospect of placing bets to earn some extra coin. Meanwhile, Roland was equipped in a scaled-down version of his armor. This iteration gave him some basic stats and buffs. He had the usual half-plate components, including gauntlets, boots, greaves, and a chest plate, all constructed from an ether mithril alloy. This design was notably slimmer compared to his customary bulky knight suit and likely wouldn't be sufficient to support his overlord skill. He was actually interested in how well he would fare against a fresh Tier 3 class holder. Armand was in possession of a more prestigious class than the adventurers that he confronted not so long ago. It would allow him to gain some data while utilizing armor that couldn't hold that many spells. In the future, he hoped to slim down his suit to something more manageable. However, it was also possible that such a thing would not be possible and that his armors would continue to be bulkier and larger. Okay, we can start. Haha. Finally, I've been waiting for this. It's only a shame that no one will be able to see my victory, but don't worry. I'll be gentle. It appeared that Armand had gained a degree of confidence in his abilities, or perhaps he had noticed that Roland wasn't donning his superior suit of armor. Despite not being known for his intelligence, when it came to combat, Armand had a knack for gauging his opponent's strength to some extent. He had ample time to assess Roland's strengths and vulnerabilities, a luxury that couldn't be extended to his present opponent. Before the fight started, Roland positioned a helmet over his head. Upon infusing it with mana, he was greeted by a familiar interface that swiftly identified his opponent. Through the visor, he could discern Armand's primary levels, including details such as health points and stamina. This information was made visible through a bit of manipulation of his analyzing skill, allowing him to view these crucial statistics. The helmet would continuously gather data from this skill and present it in a visual format, providing valuable insights during the fight. With this feature, Roland could effortlessly monitor his opponent's health and gauge when they were nearing their limits, which provided a significant tactical advantage in the battle. Even now, he could see a drastic decrease to Armin's stamina bar, which showed right after he activated one of his skills. His feet moved at a superhuman pace and allowed him to bridge the gap between them in a matter of moments. Remember, you've asked for this. A powerful right straight shot toward Roland's face, but to Armin's astonishment, his opponent adeptly evaded the blow. Although Roland wasn't particularly specialized in close-range combat and lacked any superior combat passives, he possessed other advantages. His heightened stats, coupled with a multiplier that would leave everyone wide-eyed, were notable assets. When combined with the stat-enhancing properties of his runic suit and his augmented overlord organs, he could compensate for his deficiencies and hold his own in this confrontation. With the addition of his newest skill that allowed him to perceive the world in mana shape, he could react to all the combos that Armand was throwing at him. Even if there were fakes mixed into everything, this combination allowed him to sustain himself. "How are you doing that? This makes no sense," Armand shouted out while his muscles bulged out. The more he attempted to land hits, the madder he became and the faster his frenzy came. Soon he was out of it, and it actually became a lot harder to predict where the punches and kicks would land. One of the glaring weak points of this mana-detecting skill started to be exposed. It seemed that the phantom of the movement would appear whenever a person thought about the action before performing it. However, when in a frenzied state as the one Armand was in, this process was tossed out of the window. What only remained was muscle memory and reactionary combat with not much thought behind it. While he was still seeing the phantoms, they became ever more erratic and difficult to predict. Even though he received a lot of battle data, Roland had no intention of defeating Armand in this match. Rather, he wanted to test the effectiveness of the harness and its ability to mitigate Armin's frenzied state. As the battle continued, Roland focused on monitoring Armin's stamina and how it fluctuated as the frenzy took hold. Armin's frustration grew as Roland continued to evade his attacks and counter when necessary. The match was lasting longer than he had anticipated, and the harness was having a calming effect on his frenzied state. Although his attacks were still ferocious, they lacked the sheer unrelenting force they would have possessed without the harness. "How are you this fast? This doesn't make any sense." It was an encouraging sign that Armand retained his ability to speak while in the midst of his frenzied state. The runic spell periodically infused him with a divine energy, akin to the spells wielded by clerics. Whenever he crossed a certain threshold, the harness emitted a burst of radiant light that pulsed across Armin's body. Despite his escalating anger, he managed to hold onto his sanity, proving that the test was a resounding success. "That's enough, Armand. The test is complete." Roland took a step back, raising his hands in a calming gesture. Armand blinked in confusion but was able to pull back his punches as he was asked to. Not something a berserker should be able to do after their skill was triggered. "Wait, what just happened? This is not how my skill should work. It's the effect of that new equipment piece. It's meant to contain your frenzied state." Armand looked down at the harness and then back at Roland, realization dawning on him. "So, that's what this was about, and it actually worked?" "Yes, it appears to have mitigated the effects of your frenzy. With more practice and fine-tuning, we can make it even more effective. Did you feel anything strange? Like feeling drowsy?" Roland nodded approvingly as Armand examined his new harness, a newfound appreciation in his eyes. Though Armand didn't consider himself the brightest, he was well aware of the advantage a berserker gained when accompanied by a cleric in the party. With the addition of a pocket calming spell to help him maintain his composure, he knew he would be significantly more effective in his role of delivering fists to his adversaries. "Haha! With this around, no one will be able to stop me. I will become a legend among the adventurers. Thank you, Wayland. You don't know how much this means to me." "You're welcome. Hey, what are you doing?" Armand, in his excitement, had instantly jumped up on Roland and brought him in close for a hug. The two were around the same height and size, but he was not fond of hugging men, even less when they were covered in sweat and didn't use deodorant. Roland winced as he tried to move his face away from the smiling Armand. Okay, that's enough. Let go of me. Lobelia watched the scene with amusement, a sly grin on her face. Well, it seems even our stoic Wayland can't escape the embrace of brotherly love. Armand finally released Roland, patting him on the back with a hearty laugh. I can't believe you did this for me, Wayland. You're a true friend. And now I can be the best berserker this world has ever seen. Roland took a few steps away to get away from the smell of the muscle man. With their newfound understanding of the harness and Armand's improved control over his frenzied state, the group continued their preparations for the future, something that they would certainly need sooner rather than later. Hey boss, how about we install one of those runic flame things? What did you call it? The runic flamethrower? Aye, that was it? I guess a worker could use that as an impromptu welding tool. But you just want to have something to shoot the targets with, don't you? Haha, you got me, boss. Roland and his assistant, Bernier, were hard at work in the workshop, tirelessly refining the exoskeleton prototype. Bernier had grown quite fond of this invention, as it enabled him to accomplish feats he had only dreamed of. From his perspective, this tool granted him the strength of a golden adventurer and the ability to employ spells and carry powerful magical weaponry. Although Roland's initial intention wasn't military in nature, he was fully aware of the potential for it to be used as a weapon. This type of technology remained highly experimental, as Roland grappled with how it would fit into this game-like world. He questioned whether people would find a reason to choose an exosuit like this over acquiring a traditional golem. It might be a tough sell if the prices were comparable, but Roland saw several advantages to his creation. One of them was that it offered a more universal solution, requiring only some training for the user. He viewed this new technology as akin to a car that only needed a driver. Training an operator for an exoskeleton was far simpler than developing an entirely new operating system for a golem. Some of the dwarven craftsmen had to toil for months alongside runic mages when commissioned by high-ranking nobles for golemic creations. Additionally, the exoskeletons were cost-effective in terms of materials, requiring far less metal as they lacked thick layers of armor plating. In contrast, golemic creations were expensive and demanded substantial resources, including mana fluids. They were primarily accessible to wealthy nobles, merchants, and craftsmen. These creations were also restricted by their operating systems and couldn't handle intricate situations. Most of the time, they served as transport or served as metallic bodyguards with relatively limited functionality. With the advent of runic batteries, Roland could envision these frames being utilized in the future, but they weren't the sole invention on his mind. Numerous modern-day appliances still lingered in his thoughts, all of which had the potential to become profitable ventures. Even items like vehicles that didn't rely on horses or golems for propulsion could likely generate substantial income. However, Roland's primary life goal didn't involve building a massive corporation to rival the Dwarven Union. Instead, he aimed to continually produce small innovations to remain relevant. He had no aspiration to become the world's foremost runic inventor or anything of the sort. There were more important things in life than money and fame. This he had already come to recognize as he was making one big step in furthering his life. Hey boss, I think we should turn in for the night. Ah, true. It's already this late and tomorrow is. Hee hee. Well, good luck. You're going to need it. After receiving a friendly smack on his back from Bernier, the two decided to call it a day. Roland made his way up to his own bedroom, preparing to spend perhaps his final night alone. Tomorrow was the big day, as his marriage was fast approaching. When he first arrived in this world, his main concern was survival, but now that it was time to settle down, the pressure was even greater. The weight of having many people depend on him was no easy burden, but he was determined to ensure everyone's safety and well-being. The traditions in this world are similar to my old world. The groom is supposed to meet the bride before the church at dawn. The rising sun is supposed to signify the beginning of a marriage. Roland lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling and contemplating the events that had led him to this moment. He began his journey as a young 5-year-old boy within a noble estate, destined to become a mage. However, Fate had other plans for him as he was quickly ordered to become a knight. To avoid having his life dictated by others, he made the bold decision to escape. His travels eventually led him to Albrook, where he had settled and where his story might ultimately find its conclusion. It had been a remarkable journey from a stranger in a new world to a respected runic inventor and soon-to-be husband. He thought about how he had met his bride-to-be, Elodia, in the Adventurers Guild, and how he avoided her at first. The woman seemed like someone he couldn't bargain with, but soon the two grew fond of each other. As Roland drifted off to sleep, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and nervousness about the upcoming day. He was eager to start this new chapter of his life with Elodia, but he also knew that their union would bring new responsibilities and challenges. Roland had always been a solitary person, and now he was stepping into a role where he would need to consider the well-being of his family, his employees, and the future of his business. All of his choices would impact the people that were dear to him, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to make the correct choice each time. I couldn't sleep at all. The night passed slowly for Roland, his mind racing with thoughts of the future. He realized that sleep had eluded him entirely and that the sun had not yet risen. Luckily, with the help of his sleep resistance passive, this didn't really bode a problem. It was time to prepare for the momentous occasion ahead, and he was not someone who would ever be late. With a sigh, Roland got out of bed and began his morning routine. He bathed, dressed in his finest attire, and meticulously groomed himself. Today was not only his wedding day but also a day of celebration for everyone that he knew and invited. While he didn't want to make a big fuss over it, he was someone who knew that fostering relationships with others was important. Woo! Sorry, Agni, but you'll have to wait this one out. I can't really have you parading around the city or the Solarian church. Agni whimpered slightly as he couldn't join in on the festivities. His inability to join in wasn't due to his large size, but rather his transformation into a peculiar creature. Roland had concerns about how the church might react if they discovered that Agni was a sunlight wolf. While such beasts were supposedly cherished by the church, this revelation could bring about a host of complications. There was a possibility that they would request Roland to relinquish his canine companion, as Agni was a secret creature to them. His magical abilities, capable of producing divine energies that only faithful priests could wield, were a rare and unique trait in this world. Then there were evil cults and necromancers that liked using such monsters for various occult rituals. Corrupting the divine brought them a lot of power, so it was better to wait with this revelation until Agni was stronger. Don't worry. We will all be back here in a few hours. I still have to go through that annoying celebration. In this world, there were various approaches to weddings. For Bernier, it was a more formal bonding between two individuals, without much fanfare or festivities. It resembled a regular wedding for commoners. However, this didn't mean that others didn't go all out for their weddings. Nobles and wealthy merchants, for instance, often flaunted their wealth and invited hundreds of guests to elaborate celebrations. Arthur had wanted to host such an extravagant gathering, but Roland had opted to decline. Instead, he decided to strike a balance, as his new title somewhat obliged him to do so. As a knight commander, he would be seen as less if he didn't at least host a gathering at his home. Thus, some people that he knew closer would be arriving later after they were finished with the initial ceremony at the church. I guess this is it. I never liked wearing suits, Roland murmured to himself as he was forced to adorn this noble getup. The suit felt stifling in comparison to the practical clothing he was accustomed to wearing. It comprised a long tunic crafted from opulent fabrics, featuring a mix of velvet and satin. Embroidered onto it were the symbols representing the Valerian household, of which he was soon to become a part. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Today was a day of celebration, and he didn't want to be overwhelmed by his discomfort. "Sir Wayland, we have been waiting for you." "Let's go then." A carriage waited at the entrance of his home, which he would use to make his way to the city. Parading through the streets in an extravagant suit was out of the question, as it would attract more attention than he desired. With a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, Roland entered the carriage, and the journey to the church began, his heart pounding in his chest. Roland's carriage made its way slowly through the cobbled streets of Albrook. The first light of day had not yet broken, and instead, the streets were illuminated by the runic lamps he had helped to create. As per tradition, he had to reach the Solarian church to meet the bride before dawn arrived. Luckily, not many people were awake at the moment, so the road was quite free. Quite the annoying traditions they had thought out. As the carriage approached the Solarian church, Roland's heart raced even faster. He knew that the next few moments would change his life forever. The church, a magnificent structure made of white stone and adorned with intricate sun symbols, stood as a symbol of the divine goddess Solaria. It was a place of reverence and solemnity, and it was where he and Elodia would make their vows. The sun was beginning to cast its first rays over the horizon as the carriage pulled up to the church's entrance. Roland stepped out, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of his future wife. He was met with a breathtaking sight. Elodia, radiant in her wedding gown, stood at the church's entrance. Bathed in the soft morning light, she wore a white veil with golden sun-like patterns that partially obscured her face. She was not alone, as to her left, he spotted a familiar-looking half-elven lady. Then to the right was another elf with a more robust-looking chest. The three were being chatty with each other while he was taking in the sight before his tired eyes. Even though an elven beauty was right there, his gaze could not be peeled off the woman dressed in white and gold. "Wayland, you are here." Before Roland could make a comment, a sleepy voice called out to him from the side. He turned to see his brother-in-law, who was struggling to stifle a yawn. Behind him was Bernier, wearing his customary big smile. They weren't the only ones Roland had invited. Nearly everyone he somewhat knew had received an invitation to the festivities. Arthur Valerian had managed to blend in with the crowd, while Mary observed from the shadows. As per tradition, men and women were segregated at the beginning of the wedding ceremony, standing or sitting on opposite sides of the church. Arthur had to remain on his side until the vows were exchanged. Both the city lord and Mary had altered their appearances for the occasion, using a costly item in the form of a face mask to conceal their true identities. As long as they refrained from speaking or sweating too much, they were likely to go unnoticed by others. To anyone else, they appeared as a wealthy merchant and his wife. "Good to see you, Sir Wayland. I'm really looking forward to the celebration later," Arthur said while spinning his cane around. His face adorned a large handlebar mustache, and he now looked like a man in his late 40s. The voice he was using was something he was able to do himself without any magical tools, and it seemed that the noble was quite fond of this merchant roleplay. "Ah, I'm sure you are. I hope you'll enjoy your stay along with your lovely wife, Mr. Jonathan." "I already am." Neither Roland nor Mary thought this disguise was the best idea, but given the presence of multiple Tier 3 class holders, there was no harm in having the noble attend the event. Then behind Arthur were Orson and Dalrak, with whom he had completed his gold rank change quest. On the other side, Senna and Grisauld stood, mainly attending for the free alcohol and snacks. Among the guests from Elodia's side, there were some unfamiliar faces that Roland didn't recognize or know well. Many of them were members of the Adventurer Guild, while others were former orphans who had now grown old enough to participate in such events. To Roland's surprise, the guild master had accepted the invitation as a mark of respect. He couldn't help but notice the man's imposing stature and gleaming bald head. He could only hope that Armand wouldn't provoke any conflict with his former boss once the drinking began. Finally, the wedding could begin and Roland approached Elodia. Even though he couldn't see most of her face, he knew the beauty that was behind that veil. Her wedding gown, a masterpiece of craftsmanship that cost a hefty penny, seemed to shimmer in the early morning light. It was adorned with delicate lace and embroidered with golden sun motifs, matching her veil perfectly. The dress accentuated her figure, and she looked like the radiant goddess herself. Elodia. Wayland. His true name remained hidden, but in a way he wondered if he had truly become Wayland. The name Roland had lost much of its sentimental value, as it now only tied him to a place he had no desire to return to. Roland, the Baron's son, had been supplanted by Wayland, the runesmith, who would now take center stage in his life. New. It is forbidden for the groom to touch the bride before the holy ceremony is complete. Before the two could even start to exchange some words, a person shoved herself between them. She was wearing a white priest robe which was adorned in sun symbols to indicate to which religion she belonged. "Ah, Sister Kasia. Good morning." Sister Kasia, a devout priestess of Solaria, was known for her strict adherence to tradition and her somewhat overbearing nature. She took her role in the wedding ceremony very seriously and was determined to ensure that everything went according to the church's customs. "Good morning, indeed. But remember, we are in the presence of the divine goddess today, and we must show the utmost respect and reverence." Roland and Elodia exchanged a glance, both amused and slightly exasperated by Sister Kasia's zeal. They had expected her to be officiating the ceremony, but her presence here seemed to be more about enforcing the rules. The church itself was adorned with golden tapestries and intricate stained glass windows that depicted the story of Solaria. As Roland and Elodia stood at the entrance, they could feel the weight of the church's history and significance. It was a place where countless couples had come before them to pledge their love and devotion. As the first rays of the sun began to shine through the windows, casting a warm and golden hue over the interior of the church, Sister Kasia signaled that it was time to begin. The guests took their seats on either side of the aisle, and the ceremony commenced with the melodious sound of a choir singing hymns in praise of Solaria. However, while this joyous moment was underway, a shadowy presence in the distance approached the unsuspecting couple. A caravan came into view on the horizon, just a few hours away from the city of Albrook. From the exterior, it appeared to be an ordinary group of travelers, but upon closer inspection inside one of the carriages, the presence of sinister and occult energies could not be concealed. The beings on the inside peeked out through one of the covered windows. One of the beings from inside a carriage observed the rising sun, their dark intentions for now shrouded in mystery. The shadowy presence loomed on the outskirts of the city, casting a foreboding cascade of shadows over what was supposed to be a joyous occasion. Roland and Elodia walked down the aisle together, their steps slow and deliberate, as they absorbed the solemn atmosphere of the church. The hymns reverberated through the grand hall, creating an almost ethereal ambience. As they reached the altar, they turned to face each other, their eyes locked in a moment of deep connection. Sister Kasia stepped forward, her voice echoing through the hallowed space of the Solarian church. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the presence of the divine goddess Solaria to witness and celebrate the union of these two souls, Wayland and Elodia." The assembly watched in anticipation as Roland and Elodia stood before the altar, their hearts filled with a mixture of excitement, joy, and perhaps a touch of nervousness. Marriage is a sacred bond, a union of two hearts, two lives, and two destinies. It is a commitment to stand together in love, support, and partnership, no matter what challenges may come your way. She then turned to Roland and Elodia and asked, "Wayland, do you take Elodia to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and cherish her, to honor and protect her, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for as long as you both shall live under our great sun?" Roland gazed deeply into Elodia's eyes, his heart pounding with emotion. He had never been one for grand gestures or eloquent speeches, but in this moment, he found the words flowing naturally from his heart. "I do." He spoke with unwavering sincerity, his voice resonating through the church and bringing smiles to the faces of those in attendance. His gaze remained fixed on Elodia's, and even though her face was obscured by a veil, he could partially feel her eyes meeting his. Sister Kasia then turned her attention to Elodia and started posing the same question to her. "And Elodia, do you take Wayland to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and cherish him, to honor and protect him, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for as long as you both shall live under our great sun?" "I do." Elodia's voice quivered slightly as she replied to the question. Behind the veil, her eyes glistened with tears of happiness, and Roland spotted one of them running down her cheek. At this point in the ceremony, it was permissible to touch, so he gently placed his hand on her cheek to wipe away the tear with the help of his thumb. As Roland's thumb brushed away Elodia's tear, A collective sigh of awe and tenderness swept through the congregation. It was a small, intimate moment, but it spoke volumes about the depth of their love and the sincerity of their commitment. Sister Kasia smiled warmly at the couple, her stern demeanor momentarily softened by the touching exchange. With a graceful movement, she continued the ceremony. May the goddess Solaria bless this union and shower you both with her divine light. Let your love be a beacon of hope and warmth in this world, just as the sun rises to bring light and life to all. With the power vested in me by the Church, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. As Sister Kasia's final words echoed through the church, a burst of joyous applause erupted from the gathered guests. Roland and Elodia, now officially husband and wife, could finally be allowed to gaze into each other's eyes. The veil that was covering her face was promptly removed, and the two shared a tender yet passionate kiss. Some of the guests started whistling, others averted their eyes at the display of affection, while some just kept cheering. The church's bells began to ring, their melodious chimes filling the air, signaling the conclusion of the ceremony. Roland and Elodia turned to face their friends and family, their faces beaming with happiness. They walked back down the aisle together, hand in hand to the tune of church music. The morning light shined through the stained glass from above, and it illuminated their path ahead to signify a new dawn. Outside the church, the sun had fully risen, casting a warm and golden light over the city of Albrook. The streets were lined with well-wishers who had gathered to catch a glimpse of the newlyweds. As Roland and Elodia emerged from the church, they were met with a shower of rose petals and cheers from the crowd. Lobelia, along with Solana, were jumping around and cheering. Diana, with her child in hand, was smiling, with Bernier at the side waving with vigor. Armand, along with the guild master, instead of looking in this direction, were glaring at each other and trying to remain calm to not ruin the occasion. His old party members from the Adventurer Guild were also there, nodding with resolve but also looking at the ladies that Elodia invited. Mary, on the other hand, continued to be vigilant while Arthur was waving his cane around. The main ceremony had concluded, and as Roland looked at the multitude of people gathered, he couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. When he first arrived in this city, he had expected his life to resemble that of a recluse. He had planned to spend his days crafting items in his workshop, rarely venturing outside. However, the future he had envisioned as a simpler one had transformed before his eyes. Now he was the talk of the whole town, surrounded by many people, some of whom he could even call true friends. The couple made their way to a beautifully decorated carriage that awaited them, ready to transport them to the grand celebration that Roland had planned. The carriage was adorned with white and gold ribbons, matching the colors of their wedding attire. As they climbed inside, Roland couldn't help but steal another look at his bride, who was clinging to his arm and not even looking back. As the door closed behind them, Roland and Elodia finally found themselves in a private setting. The plan was to get things done in the church quickly before the citizens in the city realized. Some had already gathered outside, but Arthur had provided soldiers to keep them at bay for the occasion. The entire process unfolded smoothly, avoiding the creation of a significant scene. Only rumors about the wedding would circulate, while both he and his wife would be far away from the prying eyes of the city residents. "Phew! You really don't like places with many people, my husband." Elodia chuckled a bit at the way Roland was behaving. Hesmelled back at Elodia, feeling a sense of relief now that they were away from the bustling crowd. Without his armor on, he felt somewhat naked, but luckily it was now all over and he could go back to his place. "You know me too well, Yellow. No, I guess now you are, my dear wife." The realization that he was now a married man finally sank in, and Roland didn't dislike the feeling at all. Although not much would change in his daily life, an unbreakable promise had been forged between the two of them. In this world, divorces weren't particularly common. When someone underwent the marriage ceremony, it was typically understood to be a commitment until death parted them. Even among nobles, this principle held true, although they often circumvented it by taking multiple brides while their previous ones remained in their estates. The practice of having multiple wives often led to disgruntled spouses and feuds between the heirs, as he had seen in the Arden house he came from. Roland had no intention of following in the footsteps of his estranged father. To him, the idea of having more than one wife seemed rather absurd. He couldn't quite comprehend why some people chose to pursue a harem route, as it felt excessively hedonistic and fraught with conflicts, which didn't align with his personal values. Usually, the children were the ones that suffered the most, and the original owner of the body he had occupied was the best example. It would have been good if I could have invited Robert to the wedding. He seemed to have developed into a good kid at least. His name was still hidden, and Elodia would not take in the Arden last name. It was better if his father never found out that one of his sons had married a commoner. However, more than 10 years had passed since he had seen that old man. His place at the Arden estate was already gone, so probably none of the people there would care about this even. Nonetheless, some nobles were fiercely proud of their status, and Roland wasn't willing to jeopardize his wife's safety. He knew he wasn't the first noble son to marry a common woman, and such situations could become dangerously tense. Sometimes they turned violent, and the woman often ended up on the losing side. It wasn't uncommon for the noble son to be forced into re-education, with his spouse either driven away or, in the worst cases, executed. Roland had no intention of allowing such a fate to befall Elodia. Before these gloomy thoughts clouded his mind, Elodia leaned in and kissed him gently on the lips. "Well, we don't have to worry about that anymore. It's just you and me now, away from the chaos." Roland smiled warmly at Elodia, savoring the sweet moment of intimacy. He knew that the road ahead wouldn't always be smooth, but he was determined to face any challenges together with his beloved wife. As the carriage continued on its way to the grand celebration, Roland couldn't help but reflect on the journey that had led him to this point. At least he tried, but with such a lovely creature right next to him, it was hard to keep his hands to himself. Hey, we can't, at least not yet. And certainly not in the carriage." Before he could continue, his hand was pinched. He moved it back, giving his wife a pleading look, but he received a stern scolding in response. While wedding nights were indeed a tradition, they needed to first get through hosting the party. They wouldn't be allowed to retreat for the night until after the sun had set. "I know," he replied, realizing that they would have to be patient a little while longer. As they rode through the city, they drew in the eyes of the citizens that were waking up. The carriage was decorated and clearly belonged to the Valerian household from which it was lent out. The original master, on the other hand, was just using one meant for merchants and was right behind them. As per tradition, the newlyweds led the group of guests to the area where the wedding party would take place. Their conspicuous presence drew the attention of almost everyone, and rumors would undoubtedly begin to circulate throughout the city. After a leisurely journey, they finally arrived at their destination, where they were greeted by the resounding howl of a particularly bored ruby wolf. "Ah, Agni," Roland said with a fond smile as he disembarked from the carriage with his wife nestled against his shoulder. "You couldn't wait anymore, could you? But next time, please refrain from jumping over the walls." The enormous ruby wolf jumped over the fence the moment he realized that they were near, his tail wagging furiously. It seemed that Agni had sensed the joyous atmosphere and couldn't resist being a part of it. Elodia giggled at Agni's exuberance and petted his head. "I think he's excited to celebrate with us. Should I think there should be some meat in the—" "He'll be fine, and you are forbidden to lift a finger. Today is all about you. Agni will have to learn to restrain himself." Woof! With a happy woof, Agni seemed to understand that today was a special day for his master and mistress. He obediently settled down, his large frame taking up a significant portion of the entrance. Roland couldn't help but smile at his loyal companion, grateful for the support Agni had provided him throughout his journey in this world. His home had been constructed with a fortress-like design in mind, featuring steep walls and an interior layout that wasn't ideally suited for hosting a grand party. However, for this special occasion, he had the workers who were assembling the new dormitory prepare a dedicated space outside where they could entertain the guests. It still had a connection to his home, to which he would later retreat along with his wife after the sun had gone down. The celebration area was splendidly decorated with vibrant banners, fragrant flowers, and a variety of tables laden with delectable food and drinks. The person responsible for this meticulous planning wasn't Roland, but rather Elodia. He had entrusted her with the task of hiring the right people and ensuring everything was in order, as he had no sense for such things at all. It took some convincing to get her to spend the money to make it a truly grand occasion, and in the end, it was fit for even a noble celebration. Guests began to arrive, and the atmosphere quickly shifted from one of anticipation to one of jubilation. Laughter, music, and chatter filled the air as friends, family, and acquaintances gathered to celebrate the newlyweds. Roland and Elodia, both dressed in more comfortable attire, mingled with their guests, accepting congratulations and well wishes from all sides. The food was exquisite, with a wide variety of dishes to please every palate. Roast meats, fresh vegetables, and a selection of desserts made it a feast to remember. The drinks flowed freely, with goblets of fine wine and mugs of ale readily available for the guests. Agni, too, was not forgotten, and he had a hearty meal specially prepared for him. As the day wore on, the celebration continued, with music and dancing taking center stage. A lively band played traditional tunes, and guests took turns on the dance floor, spinning and twirling to the melodies. Even Roland, who was not known for his dancing skills, found himself pulled onto the floor by Elodia and joined in the festivities. With the assistance of the finest alcohol available in the city, some of the guests began to get rowdy. Armand found himself in a drinking contest against the guild master, with Bernier enthusiastically cheering on both of them. On the opposite side, the women were engaged in lively conversations while observing the antics of the men. Even some new relationships were being formed, all while the sun radiated over this beautiful day. As evening approached, Roland and Elodia stole a moment away from the crowd, finding a quiet spot where they could catch their breath and reflect on the day. They had managed to remain mostly sober, as none of them liked to partake in the sweet wines. "This has been an amazing day," Elodia said, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "I couldn't have asked for a better wedding." Roland nodded in agreement, his heart full. "I'm glad if you are glad. To be honest, I wasn't sure about it. But it hasn't been bad to have more people around." They shared a tender moment, leaning in to share a loving kiss. As they pulled away, Roland couldn't help but think about the future that lay ahead of them. He had found his place in this world, alongside a woman he loved deeply. There would undoubtedly be challenges and adventures in the days to come, but he was ready to face them with Elodia by his side. The night grew closer, and the sky began to darken. The celebration continued, but Roland and Elodia knew that it was time to retire for the culmination of the wedding. They bid their guests farewell and retreated to their private chambers, where they could finally be alone together as husband and wife. Their guests were mostly incapacitated by alcohol or too tired to move. Some of them were passed out on some chairs or even sleeping on the grass-covered ground. As they lay together in the quiet darkness, Roland couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment wash over him. He had come a long way from the lonely, uncertain days when he first arrived in this world. Now he had a loving wife, loyal friends, and a future filled with possibilities. "I love you, my dear wife," he whispered softly to Elodia, who was in his arms, and she replied with her voice filled with warmth and affection. "I love you too, my dear husband." As they gazed at each other with nothing but love in their eyes, Roland reached out to caress Elodia's cheek. However, in the midst of this heartwarming moment, something peculiar occurred. His hand slowly slid down from her cheek to her neck, his fingers tightening into a firm grip. Something wasn't right here. Something had gone wrong. "Our Roland, dear? What are you doing? It hurts." Roland clutched his newlywed wife by the neck and continued to exert pressure. Although the sound of her pleading voice sent shivers down his spine, he understood that this was not Elodia. Thanks to his debugging skill and his eyes of truth, he could see through the illusion. This entity was nothing more than the spell he had been studying for the past few months, and he found himself ensnared within the occult obelisk's illusion. How did they manage to get this close without triggering any alarms? Do they possess a means to conceal their presence? Shouldn't the failsafe have been triggered, or is the time dilation at work now? He had invested countless hours scrutinizing the runic diagram he had acquired from the village. This relic emitted a concealed, inaudible sound wave capable of incapacitating individuals, and it could also be triggered by mere visual input. In light of this revelation, he had developed numerous sensors to counteract the sound wave, but he remained uncertain about the visual trigger. As he became engrossed in the allure of his wife, a few possibilities crossed his mind. Either he had become too distracted to concentrate on potential adversaries during their wedding night, or he would soon be roused from this dreamlike state by his fail-safe mechanism. It had been less than a minute when he discerned that something was amiss. His body and mind were so deeply attuned to this illusory state that he instantly sensed that something was awry. "I can't panic. I predicted as much. If it's anything like the 2 previous times, then not even a second has passed by in the real world." The abyssal relic operated on several rules that Roland had already deduced. One of these rules involved a form of time compression, where individuals ensnared by the spell found themselves trapped within their own minds. Inside the illusion, time seemed to move more slowly, but in reality, a person's cognitive processes were accelerated. They inhabited a dream world where they perceived the passage of an hour, but only a few seconds or minutes would elapse in the external world. Roland had devised several countermeasures to shield his mind from the signal primarily implemented within his runic helmet. Creating a device capable of enveloping all of his lands was currently not feasible, especially with the presence of multiple occupants. Therefore, he concentrated on safeguarding his personal living space and the workshop below. He believed that if he were in his full armor, he would have been less susceptible to being incapacitated. Now, he had to either wait for the sensors within his home to trigger an alarm or free himself, a process he had successfully accomplished twice before. The advantage he held was discovering the spell when it was directly activated, theoretically granting him time to counter it. What should I do? His mind raced. The culmination of years of preparation suddenly thrust upon him as the cult arrived at his doorstep. His top priority was to ensure Elodia's safety. The timing of their intrusion couldn't have been worse. However, he couldn't discount the possibility that the cult had orchestrated this attack without a proper plan. While it initially appeared advantageous for them to strike during a wedding, they were venturing into unfamiliar territory and couldn't anticipate all the variables at play. There were people like the guild master here, a person who was part of an organization that they might not want to stir up. As Roland grappled with the illusion, his mind raced to formulate a plan. He couldn't allow this intrusion to jeopardize the safety of his loved ones or unravel the hard-earned peace he had constructed in his life. While he was deep in thought, the entire dream world began to tremble. It appeared that his fail-safe mechanism had finally activated, and the illusory realm was collapsing. He needed to prepare himself, as upon regaining his senses, he could find himself face to face with the enemies. The illusory image of his wife transformed into a bizarre and grotesque being before the entire world crumbled around him. Roland was left in darkness, and he kept his eyes shut. He was well versed in the cult's methods by now, and he knew he had to remain cautious. They must have tracked him from the village, possibly using some unconventional means since he was meticulous about covering his tracks. It was also possible that they were searching for anyone connected to the discovery of the monolith, which meant Senna and the others involved could also be their targets. When Roland regained consciousness, he strained his ears, listening for any signs of the abyssal cultists in the vicinity. Instead of hearing conversations or movements, he only heard the sound of the wind turbines spinning nearby. This could mean several things, but it also indicated that not all hope was lost, and he might have some time to prepare. His eyes opened, and he found himself in the bedroom with his wife, Elodia. She was still unconscious, deeply asleep, her face resting against his chest, just as they had been before this ordeal had begun on their wedding night. She's alive and well. Did they set off the trigger from outside? For a moment, Roland hesitated, knowing that using any mana could potentially trigger a series of attacks. There was no way of knowing exactly who he was dealing with, and if there happened to be a skilled magic user among the enemies, they could easily discover his position if he used any conspicuous spells. The way to combat the cultists had always been through subterfuge. They consistently lowered their guard whenever their relics were in use, unable to fathom that anyone or anything could resist them. Roland cautiously placed his hand around his wife while attempting to assess the situation. It appeared that he was likely the only person who was conscious. Through his research, he had learned that the spell targeted specific mana wavelengths, and everyone had their unique mana wavelength. To awaken people from the spell, he would need to target this specific, unique wavelength in each individual. Given the limited time, he could only focus on his own, with a universal solution not being immediately attainable. The only countermeasure that would work for everyone would involve blocking out the signal before it could take effect. Not everything was lost though, as he was informed about a lot of mana patterns of the people involved with him. It was actually possible for him to awaken people like Elodia, Armand, and Lobelia, whom he had analyzed before. The only thing he would need to do was to get to his armor or find one of his exchange helmets. With a small tweak, he would be able to jolt them awake. It's either that, or I'd need to destroy the source of the signal. Previously, Roland had managed to hack into the runic device that maintained the illusion for everyone. Back then, it had been a massive monolith the size of a grown tree, but he was fairly certain that the current cultists were using a more portable version. Wresting it away from them would be no easy task, and he had more pressing concerns than directly confronting them. Children and non-combatants lay unconscious throughout the entire compound, and he had no idea of their whereabouts or how close the enemies truly were. Before any confrontation began, he needed to ensure the safety of as many of them as possible, and he would start with his wife. It was time to take action, and fortunately, Roland's paranoia had led him to keep weapons in his bedroom. Despite it being his wedding night, he had managed to conceal a replacement runic helmet under his bed, along with 2 gauntlets. Silently slipping out of the bed, he finally had his usual display in front of his face. Although he was apprehensive about using flashy spells, the entire compound he had created served as one extensive spell database. His first step was to activate the mapping feature and perform a scan, but to his surprise, the results showed nothing unusual in the vicinity. Are they outside the range? No, that's impossible. His runic sensors were placed everywhere, stuck into trees and buried under rocks in the forest area and outside of it. He had placed them all around his lands, and there were many of them inside of the city. After the first scan, he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. The guests were being registered within his home, and none of them seemed to be injured or deceased. It was evident that his enemies had come well prepared. They were fully aware they were attacking a magic user's stronghold and had implemented measures to disrupt the runic sensors he had created. However, Roland's defenses extended beyond just his runic sensors. He had also devised alternative means to circumvent anti-magic and disruptors. Even he knew some spells that could shroud him in darkness and avoid detection, which gave him an idea of how to discover people using them. After activating several of his golemic creations, he instructed them to scan for heat signatures, movement, and even fluctuations in mana wavelengths. Within a few moments, his efforts to set up such an extensive network of scanners paid off. The sensors detected a group concealed under a large dome-like spell, making their way toward one of the back walls of his compound. There you are. They haven't made it inside yet. I might be in luck, but... Roland swiftly discerned that the area the cultists were approaching was closer to where the guests were situated than to his own residence. They might have been under the assumption that he was still among the guests, or their intended target was possibly located there. With Elodia in his arms, he began making his move, delving deeper into his home. The entrance to his workshop opened even before he reached it, and his destination was one of the specially designed rooms he had prepared in case of a home invasion, a panic room. Although he wouldn't be staying in the panic room himself, he deemed it a safer place for a non-combatant like Elodia. The room was equipped with supplies, monitors displaying the situation outside, and a small command center he had created for scenarios like this. After placing her down, he fitted her with the helmet he had been wearing, not so that she could use it, but so that he could remove the illusory charm that had been placed on her. Roland's Mage Hand spell was already working overtime as he propelled his battle suit onto his body. Thanks to all the precautions he had taken, he was given this opportunity to catch his enemies off guard, and he was determined not to waste it. Utilizing his multiple minds trait, he simultaneously worked on figuring out the correct wavelength to free Elodia from the spell. In just a few moments, he achieved a breakthrough and heard her voice, confused but freed from the illusion. What? Why what? Calm down. I know it's confusing the first time, but I don't have much time to explain. You remember the abyssal cult, right? Yes. Good. You have been under their illusion spell, and I carried you here to the panic room. Elodia, while initially confused, quickly grasped the explanation and understood the situation. Roland had somewhat prepared his wife for such an eventuality, and she was already aware of the existence of the panic room. In the past, she had rolled her eyes at his pedantic worries, but now she realized he had been right all along. Without raising her voice, Elodia removed her helmet and examined the crystalline magical devices that Roland had fashioned to somewhat mimic a square monitor. Are they all? No. They are just sleeping, but the cultists are getting closer. I need to go. What are you going to do? I need to wake everyone up, and for that, I need to get closer, but don't worry. I'll be fine. But what if something happens to you? Roland, please, promise me you'll be careful. Elodia's voice trembled with worry. Her eyes filled with concern for her husband's safety. Roland reached out to gently cup her cheek. His eyes filled with determination. He understood what she was feeling, as if the roles were reversed, he would not be able to stand still. I promise, Elodia, I won't let anything happen to me. It might not look like it, but I actually like my life. We'll get through this together, just like we always do. After a reassuring kiss on her forehead, Roland placed his helmet over his head. While he was going out into the open battlefield, it didn't mean that Elodia couldn't help him out with a few things. The panic room was one option, but there was also the escape tunnel that could bring her within the city limits. Listen closely. I need you to contact the guard captain. He should be in the barracks. The city guard captain? Yes, tell him that the abyssal cult is here and that they need to contact the Church of Solaria. Can you do this? Of course, but what should I tell them? Elodia possessed enough knowledge to operate all the runic items in the room. One of them was a communication device capable of reaching the soldiers' barracks. While it would have been more efficient if Arthur were present, he would have moved after receiving instructions based on a secret code. However, the city's forces needed a more straightforward explanation, and Elodia was the ideal person to provide it. Roland knew that he was not alone in this battle, and that relying on the city forces was a strategic move from a knight commander. Nevertheless, before the cavalry arrived, he needed to stall his enemies. Tell them that Lord Arthur Valerian is here. That should be enough to make them move. I will, but please, be careful and don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt the children, and not like I'm alone. Elodia nodded, her expression resolute as she understood the gravity of the situation. Roland finally left the room while she quickly activated the communication device. Her fingers danced over the runic symbols to make the display present her with some options. There weren't many places that she could call, and placing her digit over the right rune activated the device. It wasn't long before she had the city guard captain on the line. After leaving the room, he sealed it behind himself. Elodia watched him go, her heart heavy with concern but also with trust in her husband's abilities. She knew that Roland was resourceful and skilled, and she had faith that he would do everything in his power to protect their home and their loved ones. Roland navigated through the silent workshop, making every effort to conceal his movements. The sensors he was utilizing emitted mana, so his enemies were likely aware that something was amiss. Fortunately, amidst the array of runic devices, it would be challenging for them to distinguish him from any other device, affording him some time to gather reinforcements. I'm glad that this shipment didn't head into the dungeon yet. One of the storage facilities opened, and in the dimly lit room, a multitude of red eyes sprang to life. The sound of mechanical legs echoed within as Roland activated the golemic reinforcements hidden within. The entire workshop resonated with the clatter of metal as he set into motion every conceivable countermeasure he had previously assembled. Outside, the group of approaching cultists had nearly reached their destination. Their advance had been concealed by an occult shield of mana, which dissipated to reveal the multiple individuals within as they neared the wall. Before they reached their intended target, the person wielding a peculiar staff with a skull head on top shouted out a command. "Stop! The mana around this place is shifting." "Oh! Did the secret relic fail to work? That can't be." Two others among the group voiced their questions and concerns, while the man with the staff shook his head to deny it. "No. This mana is within these walls. They are all tools, just as we expected." "Is that all? I hoped for at least some fun." A woman's voice called out from the approaching group, her tone tinged with boredom as she covered a yawn with her hand. The others didn't respond as they began to spread out, encircling the broad and towering walls. Their mission was to bring whoever was behind that wall closer to their god, either by slaying them or bestowing upon them the great honor of becoming one with their abyssal parasites. "Stop!" A voice echoed in the darkness as a group of cloaked figures approached the vicinity of the craftsman's territory. The group had gathered here to capture and erase anyone involved in the recent event involving their relic. Leading the charge was Kovac, and as he removed the shroud concealing their presence, the others were also revealed. First, there was a large man, his entire body concealed by a black robe. His size and form constantly shifted as he approached the wall before them, as if the runic magic was making his abyssal form more unruly. Not far from him stood his partner, a pale woman who resembled a deceased elf. Her alluring figure became apparent as she discarded the robe covering her, ready for the impending carnage and barely able to contain her excitement. They weren't the only ones present, as a few other competent members from this region had been summoned for assistance. Abyssal priests and assassins began to emerge from the concealment spell that had hidden them. These individuals were all elites of the cult, gathered here with a singular purpose: to unravel the mystery behind their relic's failure. "The mana around this place is shifting," Kovac replied as he examined the area before him. As a necromancer, his mana sense was the most developed here, and he could feel a shift taking place. The whole area was filled with concealed traps and magical devices that were starting to activate. "Oh! Did the secret relic fail to work? That can't be." The necromancer's allies began conversing as he attempted to assess the situation. It was challenging for him to tolerate the presence of these two, but he knew he had to obey orders. The large man, whose body constantly shifted in structure, proved to be a formidable ally and a devoted follower of their god. This was to an extreme degree, and he would even go as far as attacking allies if they spoke their lord's name in vain. However, the second individual posed a significant threat to the entire plan. If it were solely up to him, the woman would have been excluded from this encounter entirely. She displayed a persistent inability to follow orders and pushed them to advance the plan faster than they had anticipated. If he had full control of the situation, he would have resorted to performing cursed rituals to wrestle dominance over this place. Casting curses at formidable adversaries was one of his signature tactics, though it demanded considerable time and preparation. His discomfort with this location had been justified, and as he neared the wall, he became increasingly certain of his earlier assumption. The presence of the divine permeated this place. Being a necromancer, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to forces opposed to him, and something within this area emitted a foul aura of holiness. "I hoped for at least some fun, so can we go in now? My daggers itch for some blood." The pale woman grinned while tightly gripping two pitch-black daggers in her hands. Her eagerness was evident. She seemed ready to vault over the wall and commence a swift massacre of the unconscious individuals beyond. Kovac, on the other hand, favored a more methodical approach. Their primary objective was to determine how their relic had been dispelled, and while eliminating the perpetrator would resolve the issue, it was wiser to capture them alive for interrogation. If they could uncover the reason behind it, they would be better equipped to counter such actions in the future, an achievement their leaders would likely reward them for. "Stop, you fool! The magic around this place is already moving. We don't have time for your idiocy." "Oh, is Mr. Necromancer mad? What do you want to do then?" "Foul wench, just be quiet and watch. We must not allow anyone from outside to notice the intrusion. I've already prepared a spell." While the elven woman encouraged Kovac to quicken their pace, he tried to maintain his composure. Raising his staff adorned with skulls and esoteric symbols high into the air, he began to harness energy. A greenish mist started emanating from the magical weapon, swirling and enveloping the entire vicinity. In mere moments, a dense shroud of darkish green fog enveloped the entire compound. Wow! The woman's smile widened, and she began to clap her hands as if she were witnessing a magician's captivating performance. Kovac, however, understood the true significance of this widespread incantation, as it would enable them to remain concealed. Even if the occupants inside were roused or magical explosions ensued, no one would be able to see from outside. It was a potent spell with broad effects, capable of disrupting devices like crystal balls that might be used to call for help. Casting the spell had cost him about 15% of his mana pool, but it was a small price to pay for ensuring their safety. As long as he remained undefeated, the protective enchantment would endure. Oh, something is moving. Kovac had successfully cast his spell, but it inadvertently triggered the magical defenses of the entire area. He had hoped that the shroud of darkness he created would also disrupt these defenses, but much to his annoyance, they remained fully operational. Their relic was undeniably potent, but its influence was limited to living creatures and couldn't affect constructs like golems and runic equipment. What they were up against was a peculiar magical device, one that seemed to possess a degree of awareness regarding their presence and the ability to generate magical effects. These enigmatic devices zeroed in on their group while being affixed to the walls. They featured peculiar joints and extremities adorned with runes, which promptly began to glow in a bluish hue before unleashing a relentless barrage of magical attacks upon them. The cultists found themselves under a sudden and intense assault as the runic devices sprang to life. Bolts of arcane energy shot out from the walls, each one striking with precision at the intruders. The necromancer, Kovac, was quick to react, raising his staff adorned with skulls to create a protective barrier of dark energy around him. The elven woman with her daggers moved with an uncanny swiftness, deflecting the magical projectiles with her blades as she leaped and twirled through the air. But the man with the ever-shifting form remained unresponsive. He simply stood there, permitting the relentless onslaught of magical blasts to strike his body. The blue energy tore through his dark robe, exposing the malevolent form beneath. His head was enveloped in some dark, flesh-like substance that appeared to be attempting to consume it entirely. The most striking feature was a massive protrusion on his right shoulder, which housed a singular eye at its center. This eye was connected to a colossal arm equipped with 4 fingers, each as long and sharp as daggers. His body continued to be consumed as the dark flesh took over, causing him to grow larger and larger. Meanwhile, the magical blasts appeared to have little effect, seemingly doing nothing to halt the relentless advance of the dark transformation. Even though they seemed to be able to break down some of his tissue and produce a stream of blood, the damage was mending itself faster than it was being done. Thanks to his large body being the focus of the magical turrets, the other cult members could relax. They watched as their leaders performed attacks against the mysterious runic devices with increasing precision. The elven woman danced and parried with her daggers, expertly deflecting the bolts of arcane energy back at the turrets. Kovac, on the other hand, chanted incantations and unleashed dark spells from his staff, which took on the form of flaming skulls and collided with the walls to blow them up. It didn't take long for the toll on the turrets to become noticeable. They didn't stand a chance against a group of powerful Tier 3 class holders and posed no threat to them. As the last of the runic devices crumbled to pieces, the air in the craftsman's territory began to still. The silence that followed was eerie, punctuated only by the sound of the large man's continued transformation. "It's not over, look," the man with the shifting form proclaimed while pointing with his clawed fingers at the destroyed turrets. These peculiar devices, which had already crumbled, began to reassemble themselves. It was as though time itself was rewinding, with the missing pieces falling back into place. However, one small detail didn't escape their notice. While the runic equipment was being restored, the holes in the walls and ground remained unfilled. So what if it can restore itself? "Scrap is still scrap," said the elven woman as she gracefully danced around the area, effortlessly evading all of the magical blasts. Her movements were so fluid that it seemed as if she were gliding on ice. She swiftly emerged above the wall where the magical turrets were situated. To her surprise, the moment her head peeked over, something shot toward her, prompting her to swiftly utilize her daggers to slice at it. "You want to capture me?" The net, made entirely of metal, proved no match for the cutting power of her cursed black daggers. She swiftly recognized the source of the net to be a group of peculiar-looking golems, their exteriors resembling spiders. A sizable cluster of them emerged from an odd metallic box that had just risen from the ground, and they were set on attacking her and the other intruders. "This is getting fun," she exclaimed in excitement, while Kovac, although wanting to rein her in, chose to let her continue her engagement with the golemic army. Instead, he opted to confront the golems with his own minions. Being a necromancer, he understood that his true strength lay in commanding undead beings and acting as a general in the backline. Thanks to the other cultists intercepting the spells, he had enough time to focus on his own safety and chanting. His mouth moved rapidly, releasing an incoherent string of phrases that to most people would sound like gibberish. However, when slowed down, these sounds formed real words and sentences. Kovac was utilizing an active skill known as Hasten Chant, designed to aid magic casters in overcoming their primary weakness of having to speak while simultaneously focusing on mana control. While effective, there were even more advanced skills available that could further streamline the incantation process. Open Gates of the Dead. Thanks to the skill, the necromancer only needed to voice the final sentence of the otherwise lengthy incantation, a process that would have taken a normal mage several minutes to complete. Upon completion, an eerie chill descended upon the area, and a massive door materialized behind the mage. The door's appearance was accompanied by the horrifying screams and wails that resembled the agonized cries of tortured souls. It bore grotesque and disfigured faces of people and other creatures, all of which continued to moan in anguish as the door slowly swung open. From within, a sizable group of undead creatures began to emerge. It commenced with regular skeletons donned in armor and progressed to more ghastly-looking horrors that crawled on all fours. It was a small battalion in its own right, nurtured by the necromancer over countless years and stored away in his personalized spatial space. Whenever a mission demanded a guarantee of success, he would summon these reinforcements, capable of overwhelming all his foes. As Kovac's undead horde spilled forth from the eerie portal, they moved with purpose, their hollow sockets filled with an eerie blue light. The skeletal warriors brandished rusted swords and shields, while grotesque creatures with rotting flesh and jagged teeth lurched forward, ready to tear into anything in their path. The small army of undead poured forth, but they encountered staunch opposition. A swarm of spider golems emerged from within the compound they were assaulting, determined to prevent their entry. These golems were armed with similar weapons to the runic turrets they had already vanquished once, which didn't pose much of a problem for the necromancer's forces. "Destroy them," ordered Kovac, his face adorned with a meticulous smile. The victory he longed for was within reach. All he needed to do was eliminate these magical soldiers, and triumph would be his. Though it was challenging to sift through the strange mana in this area, he remained convinced that everyone had been influenced by the relic he was empowering. The relic he possessed had an extended range that he could further enhance with his own necrotic mana. He was already envisioning how the interrogation process would unfold. If he couldn't coax the information from these individuals, he knew they could resort to reanimating them and compelling the knowledge from their unwilling mouths. However, as the impending battle with the large number of golemic spiders loomed, an unforeseen variable emerged. The group had not yet breached the fortified wall, which was constantly raining down turreted fire upon them, in addition to a protective magical barrier. While this alone didn't pose a significant challenge, a mana pattern suddenly emerged from within, sending shivers down Kovac's spine. Filthy radiant magic? Did the Solarian bastards lead us into a trap? No, this is different. The explosion of holy energy was followed by a beastly howl that caused even the undead soldiers to hold in their tracks. The weakest among them started sizzling as they were already receiving damage. Their bones rattled and undead flesh started peeling off as it sizzled in the radiant heat that was created. "Wow! That's a big doggy!" shouted the elven woman who had managed to climb the wall and was now residing on one of the destroyed runic turrets. Her eyes were focused on a large flaming wolf that was growling and moving up into the sky above. It didn't jump above the shroud that Kovac created but instead generated strange platforms out of mana for a better vantage point. What is that strange creature? How was it able to awaken from the abyssal slumber? Asked Kovac, who was clearly confused about what he was seeing. The magical beast radiated holy energies that were similar to the clerics of Solaria. The flaming wolf, its fiery fur flickering and dancing like an otherworldly inferno, howled again. Its voice echoed through the compound, causing panic among the cultists and their undead minions. Even the elven woman, who had been so eager for a fight, took a step back as her cursed daggers reacted to the strange holy energies that were being produced. The strange sensation subsided rather quickly as everyone's attention shifted to the beast standing on a radiant platform. There was something uncanny about it, and the intense light it emitted was difficult for the abyssal members to gaze upon. Kovac, who harbored a deep disdain for all things related to the Church of Solaria, was filled with rage. He swiftly summoned his necrotic mana to conjure flying skulls aimed at the beast. His mind slipped slightly as before he could conjure up the spell fully, a barrage of mana blasts was slung his way. "Damn arcane automatons! And what are you looking at? Are you just going to stand there?" Kovac called out to the other cultist members who had arrived with him, particularly the shape-shifting warlock. While he considered himself a formidable spellcaster, the mostly silent warlock was an individual he feared. Undoubtedly, the warlock was the most powerful among their group and likely wouldn't heed his commands. Only the lesser cultists, those lent to him by the priestess, were more likely to follow his orders and acknowledge him as their leader. "More fun for me. Come here, little doggy." As Kovac shouted, the woman he despised leaped into the air. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she soared toward the flaming canine creature. Balls of flames were hurled in her direction, but with a swift slice of her blades, she deftly dispatched them. The woman glided through the air with a skill that allowed her to approach the fiery wolf. However, just as she was about to reach the apex above the runesmith's compound, a peculiar object materialized suddenly from her blind side. Ha! She had to contort her body in an exceedingly uncomfortable manner, a maneuver that would have left an ordinary person with a spinal injury. Her prized black daggers faltered for the first time as she attempted to push back the object. It was hurled with such force that it forced her to retreat, bouncing her backward. She glared at the object that arced through the air and then descended into the large hand of the individual who had thrown it at her. "I came here to get drunk, not to fight damn cultists." The voice belonged to a large man, his head gleaming in the radiant light emitted by the flaming wolf. He wielded a massive axe that seemed to weigh more than an adult man on its own. For some reason, this individual had awakened from the relic's illusion and was fixating his glare in her direction. Soon, the cultist would realize that he was not the only one who had awakened. A few moments before the automated defenses were triggered, Roland navigated his way through the underground workshop. Utilizing his mapping device, he pinpointed the exact locations where each of the guests had fallen unconscious. As he expected, they had all been affected by the relic, rendering them unconscious. To rouse them from this dreamlike state, he needed to approach them and place his helmet over their heads. Only by aligning the wake-up signal to their mana wavelength could the device effectively work. While his runic sensors could do a lot of things, he needed to get closer for them to analyze their mana patterns. "I don't have much time. I need to choose wisely." There wasn't sufficient time to awaken every individual who had fallen unconscious. Among those affected were non-combatants like Solana and the other girls from the Adventurer Guild who had been invited by Elodia. Even if he roused them, they wouldn't be able to assist in the impending battle. His initial targets had to be individuals capable of confronting the cultists and stalling for time, allowing him to wake up more people. "There aren't many that I can choose from, but the first one should be," After taking into account everyone's usefulness and also how fast he could wake them up, Roland made a quick decision to go for his most trusted ally, Agni, with the one after him being the guildmaster. His trusted canine companion could be easily controlled and wouldn't ask any pesky questions. Agni's mana pattern was also something that he knew by heart, and even without the helmet's aid, it wouldn't be hard to rouse him from the sleep. So now it starts. He stood at the entrance to the main elevator, which had been occupied by runic golems that were on their way up. Meanwhile, the defenses at the walls were activated. Roland used his helmet to display what the exterior turrets were observing. They had been enhanced with superior golemic eyes, providing him with a clearer view of the situation. The first thing that caught his attention was a peculiar pale elf, whose visage reminded him of someone he had encountered many years ago. It is really the abyssal cultists. But why would that woman be here? The woman boldly charged into the enhanced mana blasts, effortlessly deflecting them with the aid of a pair of dark blades. As he gazed at the design of those blades, Roland felt a stirring in his shoulder, a reminder of the spot where one of those daggers had struck him in the past. Behind the woman was another individual he remembered, an entity that appeared to be more abomination than man. He had first encountered these two in Edelgard, and now, for some reason, they stood before his doorstep. Roland couldn't help but wonder if it was just a coincidence or if the two had tracked him all the way here. However, considering that this discovery had only unfolded after the incident with the large obelisk, he began to suspect that there was more to the situation. One thing was certain. If those two managed to remember his face, they would likely connect him to the previous encounter. They could deduce that he was responsible for the failure of their relics and might attempt to extract his secrets. They could resort to serious torture or potentially infect him with abyssal leeches to coax the truth from him in a different manner. To prevent becoming a thrall of the abyssal cult, he had to eliminate every single one of them now. If they managed to return to their cult with this information, they would never stop coming. His life as he knew it now would be over. He did his research on the cultists and knew some of the stories. They would never relent. They would not leave anyone that he was related to alone. Elodia, his wife, would be in danger, and even his old noble family that he wished to leave would probably be targeted. While he didn't like them too much, having Robert and the rest be hunted down like dogs was not one of his plans. I was young back then, and they also can't see my face. It should be fine. Fortunately, he was now clad in a bulky suit of armor that concealed his entire body. His voice had also deepened with age, and he had abandoned his former name, adopting the identity of Knight Commander Wayland. The only potential giveaway of his true identity was his mana pattern, which these individuals likely didn't recall. In theory, he should be safe, but it was still best to eliminate the threat that had arrived at his doorstep. He had no intention of letting anyone walk out of here alive. The plan began to unfold. While the cultists were preoccupied battling the enhanced runic turrets and the swarm of golemic spiders, he stealthily made his way above ground. Ignoring the blue magical explosions in the vicinity, the scene seemed strangely tranquil. People were lying on the ground, sleeping peacefully. Without making a sound, he headed toward Agni, who was housed in the large stable near his own home. Inside, he found his wolf slobbering all over the floor, with his face buried in a monster steak. "Common, wake up!" His wolf was quickly roused to sleep after a few jolts to his head. Even without putting on the helmet, Roland had analyzed the schematics long enough to produce this effect. Agni's eyes started to slowly open up, but he was still in a daze. Only after a few proper smacks to the face did he realize that something was not right here. "You were in an illusion, Agni. I don't have much time to explain, but our home is being attacked, and I need you to help me protect it. Can you do that for me?" "Awoo." Agni, the large ruby wolf, shook his head in response to Roland's words. He was a highly intelligent creature and quickly grasped the situation. The echoing of explosions and shouts from the cultists, along with the appearance of undead creatures, was also a clear indication that something was amiss. In an instant, Agni was on his feet, ready to confront the threat, his growling confirming his readiness for action. "Good. Don't hold back. Use your true form, but keep your distance. Make them focus on you while I wake up the others. Do you understand?" Woof! I knew that I could count on you. Agni, the ruby wolf, wasted no time, and his appearance began to shift. The red gems that made up his mane were gradually replaced by fiery flames. While his body size remained the same, the radiant transformation was impossible to miss. As the fiery wolf emerged from his doghouse, he soared into the sky, ready to heed his master's commands. The blazing aura surrounding him would surely catch the attention of the undead creatures and their controller. Good, next up, the guild master. While Agni was his most trusted companion here, Orden was still the most powerful adventurer around. Without his strength, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Roland moved with haste, leaving the stable behind and making his way toward the main gathering area where the unconscious adventurers had fallen. The magical explosions and clashes of power were growing more intense as he moved closer to the sleeping adventurers. He spotted Orden, the guild master, among them. Next to him was a sleeping Grisauld who had collapsed into the man's lap. All of them were in the middle of getting drunk before being affected by the abyssal magic. Focusing on the man's large, bald head, Roland realized it would take some effort to fit his extra helmet over it. He pushed the helmet onto Orden's head, causing it to bend out of shape. Only after dousing it with some nearby oil was he finally able to push it into place. Orden was not only an influential figure in the guild but also in the whole city. His status prompted Roland to analyze his mana pattern earlier and made the treatment go by rather fast. Huh? What? Where did they go? And what is wrong with my head? Guild Master, are you awake? Roland had managed to break the spell, and as the guild master was waking up he quickly removed the helmet. Orden blinked a few times, disoriented, and then his eyes sharpened as he recognized Roland, albeit with some difficulty due to just leaving a world of illusions. Wayland? What's happening? Why are you wearing your armor? There's no time to explain right now, Guild Master. Roland spoke urgently as he handed Orden a large runic axe made from mithril. Knowing that Orden hadn't come prepared for battle, Roland offered one of his own private possessions as a substitute. We're under attack by the abyssal cultists. My golems and turrets won't be able to hinder them for long. I need you to help me stop them. I'm sure you're already aware of how they operate. You have been stuck in an illusion, but this is the real world now. Orden, still groggy from the effects of the abyssal illusion, took the runic axe and surveyed the situation. The sounds of battle, the shouts of cultists, and the howls of the flaming wolf pierced the air. He quickly pieced together the urgency of the situation. Shit, so that was all a damn illusion? I knew it was too good to be real, Orden replied, his fingers tightly gripping the runic axe as he directed his gaze toward the source of the battle. He was a seasoned warrior, well aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite the option to flee and save himself, it was evident that he had reasons to stay and fight. I guess that I owe you one, Wayland. Roland nodded as he observed the guild master heading toward the ongoing battle. With Orden joining the fight, Roland turned his attention back to three other unconscious individuals: Armand, Lobelia, and Mary. These three held the highest potential to make a significant impact in the current dire situation. While other adventurers were present, such as Grisauld, their combat capabilities were significantly lower. The closest were the two siblings. The two were passed out near some guild receptionists. For some reason, Armin was half naked in the middle of the pile, as if the group of ladies were watching him perform some act before falling under the relic's spell. Lobelia wasn't far off either, and luckily, their weapons were nearby, suggesting they had brought them to the wedding, perhaps fearing potential theft or loss while they were out drunk. Common, wake up! Roland initiated the process with Armand, and fortunately, both of them were on his mana pattern list, just like the others. However, as his foolish brother-in-law began to wake up, one of the cultists managed to break through. It was the pale elven woman. She was leaping through the air and closing in on Agni's position. Her figure was concealed by pitch-black leather armor, most likely crafted from high-quality monster materials. The axe that he lent to the guild master came flying to intercept her in the middle of her strange movement. Time was quickly running out, and he needed to hurry as he wasn't sure if Agni would be able to stand up to the cultists if more of them appeared. To confirm his question, he quickly activated his analyzing skill. A fake status screen appeared at first, but soon after he pushed through the concealment device to reveal the true one. Name: Jazrina L239. Classes: T3 Abyssal Assassin L89. T2 Abyssal Blade L50. T2 Cursed Rouge.
L50.
T1 Blade Acolyte L25. T1 Thief L25. She is stronger than Emerson, but she is not on the Guild Master's level. The woman was on the brink of achieving her second Tier 3 class, but Orden had already attained that level. Additionally, she possessed an assassination class, which typically lost its advantage in direct confrontations. Their strength lay in delivering covert strikes and catching opponents off guard. In a fair contest, she shouldn't be able to compete with someone of the Guild Master's caliber. However, she wasn't alone, and soon the protective barrier he had constructed began to show cracks. The forces on the other side were about to break through. Huh? What are you doing here, Wayland? Where did all the women go? Roland quickly delivered a smack to Armin's cheek to help him come to terms with the new reality. Lobelia, who was next to him, was next in line and already wearing his helmet, which at this point was the worst part of this plan. Lobelia, snap out of it. Roland's urgent command jolted Lobelia from her confused state as she donned the helmet. The rapid change in her surroundings left her bewildered, but the presence of her brother and Roland helped anchor her back to reality. What the heck is happening, Wayland? Why are you in that armor? Lobelia asked with a furrowed brow as she took in the chaos that had erupted around her. The radiant wolf above them, along with the shroud of darkness and the guild master chasing an elven assassin, was hard to miss. We're under attack by the abyssal cultists, Roland quickly explained while quickly moving in the direction where Mary and Arthur had passed out. My golems and turrets won't hold them for much longer. I need you and Armand to protect the guests that are still passed out. Lobelia processed the situation, and her features hardened with determination. She was a skilled archer, and she knew the danger the cultists posed. She quickly grabbed her new bow along with the arrows that were nearby and notched them into it. Armand, get your ass moving. We have a battle to fight, Lobelia said, her tone resolute as she started her half-dressed brother down. Armand was still groggy from the lingering effects of the abyssal illusion, but thanks to her words, he made a full recovery. Luckily, he didn't require any armor to begin with, so after grabbing his harness and gauntlets, he was ready to engage anyone. All right, let's show these cultists what real adventurers are made of. As the two charged towards the source of the commotion, he focused on Arthur and Mary. They were also on his list, but he wasn't certain if they would offer any assistance. Mary, the maid, would be a formidable ally, but her primary duty was to protect Arthur, the lord to whom she had pledged her loyalty. Nevertheless, it was still preferable if they managed to escape, as if this incident resulted in the death of a Valerian noble, his position as knight commander would be in jeopardy. It wasn't uncommon for knights to be held accountable for the demise of their lords, a transgression that could even carry the penalty of death. Time was running out, and he could see the dots representing his golems vanishing. One of his multiple minds was devoted to directing his small army of golems to hold back his adversaries, but the limit was nearly reached. With urgency, he activated hastening buffs on his armor, enabling him to appear beside Mary and Arthur. Luck was also in his favor as Bernier was nearby. Soon, the trio began to awake, their vision blurry and their minds tired. His status screen was swiftly revealed and showed that he was a formidable foe that couldn't be ignored. Name: Kovac L235. Classes: T3 Abyssal Necromancer L85. T2 Undead Summoner L50. T2 Corrupted Mage L50. T1 Fallen Acolyte L25. T1 Mage L25. Nonetheless, Roland's attention fixated on someone who was gradually advancing from behind the necromancer. The figure was distorted, and the enormous eyeball jutting from the man's shoulder was impossible to overlook. It was the shape-shifting warlock he had encountered long ago, and now he could even discern the information on his status screen, which the warlock didn't appear to be concealing. Name: Osrelak L281. Classes: T3 Eldritch Warlock L31. T3 Abyssal Warlock L100. T2 Abyssal Shifter L50. T2 Thaumaturge L50. T1 Ritualist L25. T1 Mage L25. I guess that guy is the strongest of them. His level is higher than the Guildmaster's. This doesn't look good. Finally, the fight had been taken into his home. The undead monsters were pushing forward with rage in their eyes, but this was his home, and it would not be easily taken by the likes of them. Huh? What is happening? Are you awake? Good, as you can see, your lordship, we have a small situation here. Remember those cultists we spoke about? Yeah, they are now here. Roland shouted, pointing towards the group of undead monsters surging through the breach in the wall. Arthur was visibly perplexed by the situation, but Mary swiftly assisted him, simultaneously withdrawing a set of runic daggers she had concealed in her dress. Meanwhile, on the other side, the cultists had successfully breached the barrier, and their conversations became audible to everyone who was now awake. How can this be? How are these people awake? Did they really manage to suppress the great relic? This is inconceivable. We can't allow anyone to escape. We need to capture the one responsible. The man at the helm of the undead horde began to shout while standing amidst the wreckage of the wall. His eyes were fixed on Orden, who was locked in combat with one of their cult members. Gradually, his gaze shifted to the other individuals who were now alert. His face was mostly concealed by the hood of a dark robe, and all Roland could make out was his parched skin, along with some peculiar occult symbols adorning his chin. The necromancer seemed like he was a walking corpse that was quite animated. Behind him, there was a gruesome display of shape-shifting as the eldritch warlock materialized behind the necromancer. Earlier, one of the shoulders had swollen to form a large eyeball, and now the second one was also taking shape. It appeared that this cultist's transformation was a gradual process that probably would turn him to a true monster. Whoa! This Baldy isn't half bad. Ha! Stop running, you damn wench! Not that far away from them, the third member shouted out as if she was enjoying the wounds she had received. Orden had managed to make the woman retreat back to where the gash in the wall had opened, a few nicks and bruises already visible on her armor and body. You can't even take care of one of them? But Mr. Necromancer, he is strong. Useless. As the two cult members began to bicker, the guild master spotted an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. They were all standing in close proximity to each other, which, for a skilled warrior like him, presented the perfect chance to strike. His large form began to radiate a bright red aura as he concentrated his energy. It swiftly converged on the mithril axe gripped in his right hand, triggering his attack skill. The axe struck the ground, releasing a burst of red aura that created a small explosion of energy. Orden tightly gripped the hilt with both hands and swung his weapon toward the cultists who were observing him. A massive wave of chaotic aura energy surged forth from the ground, materializing as it advanced in their direction. Initially, it collided with the undead monsters at the front, engulfing them, and then flew in the direction of the three masterminds. Roland, in the midst of assisting Bernier to his feet, was briefly stunned by the immense power the guild master unleashed. The broad red torrent extended the breach in the wall even further, encompassing the entire newly created entrance and colliding with the individuals present there. The resounding impact during the collision suggested that something had been struck, though it was difficult to discern whether the attack had managed to vanquish any of the cultists positioned in that area. B-Boss? What's happening? Why is everything shaking? Good, you're up. There is not much time, so listen. The cultists are here. I need you to help bring everyone to the escape tunnel, just like we discussed before. The escape tunnel? Yes, the escape tunnel. Roland replied hastily. He grabbed Bernier's arm, pulling him to his feet and assisting him in regaining his balance. Even though the smoke had not cleared up yet, he did not believe that the cultists would be finished after one attack. It was best to use this moment of confusion to get everyone who had passed out to safety. Remember, we planned for this scenario just in case. Now, we need to get everyone to safety. Can you do it? Bernier's eyes widened as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He nodded vigorously, his expression transforming from confusion to resolute determination. Roland had anticipated that such a scenario might unfold. After the Lich's attack, the underground area had been fortified, and additional escape routes had been established to aid them. Bernier was well versed in each of them and could guide people to safety, or even assist them in reaching the panic room if the situation demanded it. I remember the plan. I'll gather the others and lead them to the tunnel. You can count on me, boss. Good, here, take this. A helmet. Yes, it's a helmet. Do you see the 4 there? You remember them, the adventurers that traveled with me during the previous cultist incident? Aye. Bernier nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure of Roland's intentions. He was handed the helmet, the same one he had used to awaken others, but this detail was unknown to him at this point in time. Place the helmet on their heads. It should awaken them from the illusion, but it will only work on those 4. Explain everything to them and get their assistance in helping the remaining guests. You want me to? No problem, boss. I understand. The half-dwarf nodded without further inquiry. He realized there was no need to question Roland's instructions. His trust in Roland was unwavering, and he knew that if he placed the helmet on those people's heads, they would likely awaken. During the commotion, Roland continued to analyze the situation along with trying to grasp the signal the relic was producing. It was not quite the same one that he encountered during the village incident. Blocking or canceling the illusion for every unfamiliar person without their stored mana patterns was an impossible task. The 4 adventurers, Grisauld, Senna, Dalrak and Orson, had been invited to today's wedding party. He had made a few quick changes to the helmet to target their mana patterns and could also remotely access it even if he wasn't touching it. Bernier only needed to place the helmet on their heads for Roland to activate the runic structure. During a chaotic battle, focusing on awakening more than these 4 would be impractical. With their help, he was somewhat confident that the guests could escape. The number of people wasn't overwhelming, and Grisauld alone could probably carry out 5 people at once. Lord Arthur, we need to leave. Mary, we need to help the guests. But Lord Arthur, what if something happens to you? While Roland was about to leave, Arthur got into a little confrontation with his maid. He wanted to do the honorable act of helping out the affected people in this unfortunate event. She, on the other hand, wanted nothing more than to leave this place that was covered by a strange shroud. Mary, it won't be that easy to leave this place. Do you see that dark shroud that's around us? To prevent further arguments, he promptly informed the ninja maid about the wide area spell the necromancer had cast. This spell covered his entire home and extended beyond the walls. The dome it generated was designed not only to disrupt magical signals, but also to act as a barrier, preventing unauthorized individuals from entering or leaving. You might be able to go outside, but Arthur's body will probably not be able to manage that amount of necrotic mana. My assistant will guide you to one of the escape tunnels. Just assist him for now. But you heard him, Mary. Wayland is probably right. He wouldn't lie to us. His statement was accurate. The shroud was indeed saturated with malevolent mana. Passing through it, anyone below Tier 3 would be afflicted with curses, poison, and a range of lingering debuffing effects. Fortunately, the spell didn't extend underground, which meant that the escape tunnels remained an option. While Roland didn't deceive them, he leveraged the concealed knowledge of the escape tunnels as his bargaining chip. Mary would prioritize her lord above all else, but now her duty extended to ensuring Bernier's safety. With her presence, more guests had a chance at safety, and Bernier's prospects for survival also improved. Their conversation came to an end, and as the dust settled, the outcome of the guild master's blast became apparent. Just as Roland had anticipated, the cultists remained standing. One of them had positioned themselves at the forefront, guarding against the surging aura energy. Unsurprisingly, it was the individual with the highest level, the Eldritch Warlock. Osrelak, the Eldritch Warlock, appeared to have sustained minimal damage from the guild master's formidable attack. His body had expanded to approximately 4 meters in height, and it was now covered in what resembled exposed muscle tissue. His face had become submerged within this mass and seemed to reside in the chest area, while an additional set of bizarre limbs, resembling mantis blades, emerged from the back of his shoulders. It was evident that the cultist had undergone a full transformation. Whether he possessed a more extensive form remained to be seen, but even in this state, Roland was uncertain of the true strength of this enigmatic creature. When Roland looked in Orden's direction, it was evident that the man was genuinely taken aback. His usual composed and relaxed demeanor had vanished as he remained steadfast in confronting the enemy at hand. Providing assistance to this ally was the wiser course of action, for without him, this battle would not be easily won. Fortunately, it seemed that Orden had no qualms about staying to fight, and perhaps Arthur's presence was one of the reasons for his commitment. In this situation, the guild master couldn't hide behind rules and regulations, particularly when a noble was involved, and cultists were a menace that needed to be dealt with on sight. "Wayland, you better give me an explanation after this is over." "Sure, but let us survive first. Can I leave the ugly one to you?" "Yeah." The guild master's gaze remained fixed on the warlock, whose body emitted something resembling steam. Despite the injuries inflicted by the previous attack, his body was gradually regenerating. This particular class of spellcaster was unique, as their abilities depended on the pact they had made. In this instance, it was likely that this man was bound to the very god of the abyssal cult. He didn't appear to be a traditional spell slinger, but rather utilized his mana to augment his own body, transforming it into a monstrous form. It was likely that his monstrous form wouldn't tire or collapse until his mana was depleted. His opponent, the guild master, was a formidable close-range fighter, and the two shared similar domains of close-quarters combat, making them somewhat evenly matched. Roland hoped that the guild master's experience would prove advantageous, and the runic axe he had lent him came equipped with some additional firepower that could be employed to their advantage. Even if Roland discounted the eldritch warlock and entrusted him to Orden, there were still two other formidable adversaries to contend with. The woman who had plunged her cursed dagger into his shoulder years ago was present, and she proved to be nearly as powerful as the warlock. Both she and the necromancer formed a dangerous combination, with her engaging opponents at remarkable speeds, while the magician wielded his spells and controlled swarms of minions. To make matters worse, the three of them were not alone. There were additional robed cultists who were scaling the walls and peering in. While most of them were at Tier 2, the undead creatures summoned by Kovac were akin to the black skeletons the Lich could produce in the past. Among this small army, there were Tier 3 monsters scattered, making it a challenging task to clear them all out. "I saw it. I saw that one wake up those people." So he was the one. While the group was in a staring match, the pale elf woman pointed in his direction to single him out. It seemed that, when scaling the wall the first time, she had seen Roland tend to Armand and Lobelia. "Impossible, even more, are waking up." "How is this possible? Is it that item?" The situation became evident when they noticed Bernier at the rear, assisting the other adventurers. He was placing the helmet Roland had provided over their heads and utilizing his runic skills to sever the relic's influence remotely. To an observer, it seemed as if the helmet was the focal point of interaction, rather than Bernier manipulating it. "I see." E
N U
E E X E C U E S E A E B E
L U
E E. The warlock shouted in a strange fashion that caused people to recoil in pain. His large body swung itself forward in the direction that Bernier was crouching. Luckily, before the monstrous man could move more than a few meters, he was interrupted by an axe coming his way. It descended before him and collided with one of his large bladed hands. The ground rumbled as he was pushed into it from the impact from the guild master's attack. "Aren't you forgetting something, occult fucker?" Aura exploded and seared against the warlock's exposed muscle flesh. He found himself getting pushed back, which was utterly unthinkable to him. His mantis-like arms sprang into action for retaliation, but Orden was one step ahead. He managed to anticipate the swift attacks, although he still sustained a few shallow wounds on his shoulders. With a powerful kick, he sent his opponent hurtling in the opposite direction, all in just a matter of seconds. With his axe now raised and his body radiating powerful surges of aura, he gave chase. Each step that he produced left the ground crumbling and quaking. "Oh, is Mr. Warlock in trouble? I guess I'll go take care of it then." The sly woman assassin used the clash to her advantage to launch a sneak attack against the person who was freeing the sleeping victims. Her blades were drawn, and she was about to go flying to get the item in question. However, to her surprise, an object clad in mana was heading her way. This, to someone of her caliber, was not a problem. With a little twirls to the side, she expected to escape the trajectory. Oh! As she leaped away, preparing to head towards the dwarven target, the object headed her way abruptly changed its trajectory. It ascended into the sky before diving straight for her head. It was only when she employed her daggers mid-flight to deflect the mysterious projectile that she managed to halt the attack. Upon closer examination, she discovered it was some sort of magical arrow that had been shot from a concealed location. When she looked in that direction, she noticed an archer who had not been there previously. "Where do you think you are going, cultist bitch?" It wasn't over yet, as the archer had already notched and fired another arrow almost instantly. To make matters worse, intense heat emanated from above. When she looked up, a massive orb of flames had been conjured by the wolven creature she had previously attempted to attack. Rune, the abyssal assassin, finally realized she was in grave danger and was compelled to activate her skill. Her body flickered as the arrow and the ball of flames collided with her in the air simultaneously. To the astonishment of the archer and the flaming wolf above, the attack seemed to pass right through her, as if there was nothing there, and detonated when both of their mana clashed. The pale elf, on the other hand, gracefully touched down on the ground and scathed. "That was close," she proclaimed in a mocking tone before slicing forward to cleave a corpse flying her way. It was an undead monster from their group that had been thrown in her direction by a third assailant, a man wearing a strange harness over his chest. His body was in a state of flexing as if he was under some type of body enhancement skill. "I thought you never missed? Shut up and focus on the fight, you idiot," Lobelia responded to Armand, who had been fending off some of the undead monsters attempting to infiltrate the compound. Beside him, Agni landed, and both of them turned their gaze towards the elf assassin who had ceased flickering. At last, Roland stepped forward from the side, his focus shifting to the other two primary cultists. The battle had now officially commenced, and he needed to pick his main target for this confrontation. "What are you doing? Stop playing around, wench. You're one to talk. Your army of undead is being very useful. Fool. Just watch." The cultists did not appear to be fazed by the confrontation with the defenders. Even as their most potent member was being pushed back by the guild master and their undead forces were being vanquished, their confidence remained intact. Roland wasn't certain whether it was false bravado or if they truly possessed greater power, but he knew he had to take everything seriously. Soon, he realized that the necromancer had more tricks up his sleeve as he began rapidly chanting to resurrect his forces. A significant portion of the area started to glow green as the previously defeated undead began to reassemble themselves. The skeletons rose again, and the ghouls which burned away under holy attacks had their flesh restored. It was a potent healing spell aimed at the deceased bodies, revealing the true power commanded by this lich. As long as he was present, these abominations would not be easily defeated. While this was unfolding, Roland didn't merely sit idly by and allow his enemies to strengthen their forces. His awareness extended throughout his entire compound, and his eyes darted across various monitors inside his helmet to evaluate the situation. Behind him, A somewhat anxious Bernier was assisting the four adventurers in getting back on their feet. The cultists had been unable to prevent their awakening but were now directing their attention toward the helmet, which was believed to be the source of the spell disruption. His assistant had become a target for their malice, but fortunately, there was some distance between the malevolent cultists and the other guests. Roland believed that if they could hold out for a few minutes, the guests would be able to escape to safety. Once inside the escape tunnel, they could make their way quickly toward the city, where the soldiers should be advancing. He was uncertain about the speed at which the trained soldiers could arrive and whether the Solarian Church would dispatch clerics to assist them. It was wiser to assume they were on their own and had to deal with the enemy combatants independently. "Oh ho, they are rising up. You're not that bad, Mr. Necromancer." To his dismay, some of the cultists were enjoying themselves as their forces regrouped. The assassin woman had previously displayed an unusual skill that rendered her body somehow intangible. Roland, with his heightened senses and the numerous golemic eyes throughout the area, witnessed Lobelia's arrow passing through her head. Even Agni's flames, imbued with divine energies, appeared ineffective against this skill. He had identified her class as an unknown evolution. Among the various assassin classes, this particular trait was likely an inherent part of this skill. Allowing devastating attacks to pass through her body seemed overpowered. However, skills like these often came with drawbacks. The woman probably couldn't sustain it for an extended period or had limited uses. Perhaps the key to defeating her was to force her to continuously use this skill or use an extended attack which would persist until the skill was undone. The biggest problem was performing this without getting stabbed by those two cursed daggers. The time for battle had arrived, and Roland assessed the most strategic approach. Considering the peculiar skill, he was uncertain about his friend's ability to effectively combat it. They likely didn't understand why their combined attacks had no impact on the cultist woman. Agni, Lobelia, and Armand were all early-level Tier 3 combatants with stats below that of this cultist woman. Allowing them to attack her might yield disastrous results. To achieve true victory, they would have to coordinate their attacks in unison and then strike when the opportunity arose. Instead, they would probably carry out their usual tactics without being able to seamlessly work together against an opponent with a stat advantage. With the Eldritch Warlock already locked in battle with the Guild Master, Kovac the Necromancer became the next viable option. Ordinarily, Roland would have preferred to face him himself, as they shared a somewhat similar array of attacks. The opponent was a spellcaster who relied on numerous minions and provided long-range support. Roland could employ a similar strategy by utilizing the large number of golems and turrets available. Controlling them remotely had become quite effortless, allowing him to emulate summoner-type classes. However, that was not his sole source of strength, as he possessed a more extensive array of abilities than most. Even at close range, he presented a formidable adversary, and his sturdy outer defenses made him hard to injure. It made more sense to provide support for his three friends using the golems while concentrating on dealing with this frenzied woman personally. Kovac, being a spellcaster, had lower physical stats, and if Armand could close the distance, defeating the necrotic mage would not be an insurmountable task given his physical prowess. Agni, take care of those undead. Armand, Lobelia, can you do something about the necromancer? Leave that woman to me. Sure thing. But what about those guys? Asked Armand while pointing at the rising undead and other hooded members from the cult entering through the now wide hole in his wall. Woo! Leave them to Agni. Undead monsters are his speciality, and don't worry, you won't be fighting alone. Roland responded by extending his arm toward the area where Kovac stood. The man had made a significant error by advancing into the midst of the shattered runic automatons. Despite having seen the turrets reconstruct themselves, he seemingly disregarded it, especially after the appearance of the Sunlight Wolf. Roland, on the other hand, was pleased, as he could now resurrect the fallen golems that were positioned amidst the enemy forces. The field vibrated with mana energy that extended in a cone from where Roland stood. Even if his enemies could witness the effect taking shape, they were powerless to halt it. Electrical discharges began to occur as the previously shattered components moved towards each other. Broken spider legs reassembled into functioning parts and reattached themselves to their destroyed bodies. Much like Kovac's ability to resurrect his army of undead, Roland demonstrated his power to do the same with his army of runic creations. In no time, all of his previously demolished constructs were restored to their full working order. Their magical weaponry bristled with readiness, aimed directly at their astonished occult adversaries. The battlefield had dramatically shifted in Roland's favor, and his resurrected creations stood as a formidable force, ready to defend their master and strike back at those who had dared to threaten his compound. Kovac stood in momentary shock as he gathered his energies to form a more powerful mana mantle to protect himself from the first mana blasts coming his way. Roland wasn't finished. He continued his assault. The enemies had rushed into his compound recklessly, charging forward without much consideration. He was relieved that he was up against untrained cultists who relied on deception and an illusory relic for their easy victories. It was clear that these individuals were not well versed in combat tactics and had entered an area filled with powerful explosives. Now that they were deep inside, he could activate the upgraded runic mines. Previously, he had to deactivate most of them out of fear that people working in the compound might accidentally trigger them. At Tier 2, it had been impossible for him to create smart mines, but now it had become a reality. Even if the children from the orphanage were to run around or disturb the metallic parts that the runic mines were constructed from, they wouldn't activate. Disabling them was as simple as snapping his fingers, and attuning them to mana patterns was also an option. The ground began to explode, and along with it, the lesser cultists and undead monsters charging forward. With his current understanding of divine rune emulation, he could also add an extra punch against his enemies. Even if it was pseudo-divinity, it proved effective in bestowing the usual debuffs on the undead zombies and skeletons. Combined with the regular explosions, they were swiftly being obliterated, with only the limited number of Tier 3 minions managing to stay on their feet. How is this possible? Did we walk into a trap orchestrated by the Church? Is that man a Solarian paladin? Kovac cried out in anguish as he witnessed his minions being decimated by the ongoing magical explosions. He harbored a profound resentment for anything associated with divine mana, and the entire area was suffused with it. The tides of battle were shifting rapidly in Roland's favor. As the runic mines detonated, the once confident cultists were thrown into disarray. The necromancer, Kovac, struggled to maintain control of his undead minions, who were being wiped out in the explosions, and the eldritch warlock was still locked in a fierce battle with Orden, so he could not offer them any aid. Lobelia, Armand, and Agni swiftly adjusted to the evolving circumstances. Armand, propelled by his formidable physical strength, charged toward the necromancer, swiftly closing the distance. Even if there were some remaining undead creatures and cultists in his path, his controlled frenzied skill allowed him to forcefully push through. Lobelia remained in stealth, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Agni, the flaming wolf, also joined the effort. He unleashed a torrent of divine flames in a coordinated attack with the golems. Their bodies were constructed from flame-resistant alloys, designed for deep dungeon exploration and monster hunting. Although it might be considered friendly fire, the automatons stood strong and continued to launch their attacks at any opponent they could spot. However, there were still a lot of enemies for them to get through until they arrived at their destination, with the most troublesome one not suffering from any of the bombs or magical blasts. The pale elf woman remained untouched by the chaos and instead charged for what she perceived to be the most fun opponent. "Are you the leader? Want to have some fun?" Despite making it a priority to maintain his focus on the elven assassin, she managed to close the gap in an instant. Compared to someone like Emerson, she was far more agile and nimble. While she might not have been able to withstand many hits, landing one on her would prove to be quite challenging. She suddenly appeared nearby and darted toward him in a peculiar zigzag pattern. Both of her blades were infused with a type of cursed energy that she intended to thrust into his body, much like she had done all those years ago. Roland vividly remembered how agonizing it had been to experience one of those attacks. Back then, she hadn't even been putting in much effort, and it was evident that the pain would be far more excruciating to endure or heal from if he were to be struck again. Nevertheless, He wouldn't allow her to approach him without offering any resistance. This was his domain, and he was at his most potent when surrounded by his runic machines. With so many of them at his disposal, before the woman could reach him, the entire area lit up like a Christmas tree. Turrets emerged from the ground, golems rallied to his side to support him, and his floating cubes went into overdrive. All of these creations unleashed their long-range spells while he began moving backward to expand the distance. He couldn't see any Tier 3 combatant that he faced before to be able to resist this much firepower, but somehow, the pale elf was able to continue charging. The turrets, golems, and floating cubes unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, creating a deadly web of destruction that would have overwhelmed any ordinary opponent. However, Jazrina's intangible state allowed her to gracefully evade each spell and explosion, weaving through the deadly storm unscathed. Her agility and skill were beyond anything Roland had ever encountered, and it was clear that defeating her would be a formidable challenge. As she drew nearer, Roland knew that he needed a different approach to counter her unique abilities. The pale elf remained undeterred, her cursed daggers at the ready. With fluid grace, she closed the distance between them and lunged at Roland, her blades aimed directly at his heart. Her sly smile and mocking tone only added to her unnerving presence. "You can't escape, darling. You're going to feel what real pain is like." Roland promptly assessed his options. His golems and turrets, despite their formidable firepower, were ineffective against an intangible opponent. Nonetheless, during the attack, he noticed a few intriguing patterns. Although she could allow energy beams to pass through her body, occasionally she would instead evade them. This evasion happened at regular intervals, and if he was correct, he had just pinpointed the weakness of this skill. As a result, instead of relying on basic damaging spells that use standard mana, he opted for a more creative approach. Roland saw limited utility in employing elemental attacks against human targets, as it tended to slow things down. His primary advantage over conventional mages was the rapid activation speed of his runic spells, which became even faster with simpler attacks. While a fire blast might be more intimidating than a mana blast, it consumed more mana and caused more damage to the components. However, this didn't mean he couldn't switch things up when needed. So, when the daggers approached, rather than forming a conventional shield using blue mana particles, he melded multiple elements together. Fire and wind swirled around his body, enveloping him completely the moment the woman attempted to launch her attack. Even with his entire armor engulfed in a swirling torrent of flames and enhanced by wind blades, he stood his ground. As it turned out, the skill she used had a duration of no more than a second. After it ended, there was a short cooldown period. This meant that inside the blazing inferno, she would sustain damage as soon as the skill's cooldown was over. Additionally, there was a second weakness. To inflict damage on her targets, she needed her skill to not be active. Even if she could thrust her hand directly into his chest without resistance, the moment her skill was active again, she would also be engulfed by the flames. The woman, of course, wasn't born yesterday and realized what Roland was attempting. Instead of plunging into the swirling flames, she halted her advance and began a tactical retreat. However, her opponent wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away. Her skill had been used, and there was a small window for him to damage her now. Realizing there might not be another chance, he decided to go all out. The runes on his armor lit up, and a series of effects unfolded. Behind the woman, large slabs of rock erupted from the ground and hurtled in their direction. A prison of rocks closed in on the two, as he opted for mutual destruction. If he had to harm himself to defeat this enemy, he was willing to take the risk. Shortly after, a colossal magical explosion rocked the entire compound. Windows shattered, and nearby windmills began to crack under the pressure. The other combatants engaged in battle took a moment to turn and witness a cloud of debris hurtling in their direction, followed by a thick cloud of black smoke. The molten rocks inside indicated that a tremendous amount of heat had exploded in the epicenter at which some of them were staring. "Why you bastard!" A single word was uttered by the woman, the light, happy tone no longer present. "Not quite what I was going for, but this should be enough." The clearing explosion was accompanied by another voice. Within the dissipating smoke, a figure clad in a smoking suit of armor emerged, protected by a shield of mana but also displaying some cracks. However, these cracks were rapidly resealing themselves, while Roland himself was enveloped in a protective blue shroud of mana. He had detonated himself along with his opponent in a desperate attempt to defeat the pale woman with a powerful attack. Much to his disappointment, the elf had managed to propel herself out of the explosion's epicenter by kicking off his chest. She was then launched outside through the thick slabs of rocks to safety, but it had come at a cost. Her body was riddled with wounds, and one of her feet was severely mangled. Blood flowed from her mouth and nose, a clear indication of the substantial damage she had sustained. With one of her feet injured, her primary forte, which was her speed, had been negated. While he might not have defeated her yet, the momentum of the battle was clearly in his favor. Shit! Why is it those cultists again? Are we cursed or something? Stop yapping and move those legs of yours if you want to live. Shit, fine. Amid the tumultuous chaos of the ongoing clashes between high-level individuals, a group of people shuffled about, trying to maintain order amidst the commotion. The center of their attention was a quartet of adventurers who, along with Bernier, Arthur, and Mary, were working tirelessly to assist the guests who had succumbed to the abyssal relic. Together, they carried the unconscious guests toward a hidden tunnel, concealed behind one of the towering windmills on the compound. This secret passage could only be accessed by performing a peculiar sequence of actions, and the blacksmith in the group was quickly performing this task that the other adventurers were unfamiliar with. Within a few moments, a rectangular block of earth slid to the side, revealing a set of steps leading downward. The tunnel wasn't very spacious and would likely necessitate carrying the unconscious guests in a single file. This was quite challenging for the terrified individuals. Not far from them, a battle between a bizarre monstrosity and the guild master was unfolding, and it was a confrontation they wanted to avoid at all costs. Everyone here realized that it was a realm that they had not stepped into and would just become collateral if they ever dared to step too close. Quickly, we must gather everyone here and carry them down, one by one. The only person managing to stay calm, despite being just a Tier 2 class holder, was Lord Arthur. The four adventurers snapped out of their initial shock upon hearing his voice and nodded in response. They had already transported several people to this location, but there were still a few unconscious individuals scattered around. While two of them could start carrying some of the remaining guests down into the tunnel, the other two could go after the remaining ones. Let us hurry and leave it up to the boss. He will take care of those cultist bastards for us. The best thing we can do is stay out of his way so he can fight freely. Bernier faced the group and was the first to step down into the tunnel. He understood that as long as there were non-combatants in the area, Roland couldn't unleash his full power. The entire compound could potentially become a massive bomb, but it wasn't something he could risk when so many innocent lives were at stake. Their best course of action was to step aside and let the Tier 3 class holders handle the situation. Escaping was their top priority. As Bernier descended into the tunnel, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more he could contribute. Doubts began to cloud his mind. While Roland was undeniably strong, he was not invulnerable, and he had narrowly escaped death on numerous occasions. The cultists were a formidable and fanatical group, willing to sacrifice their lives for their cause. Thankfully, his wife and child were not present in this perilous situation. Their absence allowed him to contemplate the possibility that he could do more than merely guiding people to safety. While ensuring their well-being remained his top priority, it didn't mean he couldn't consider further actions after their safe escape. Without being able to make up his mind, he continued down into the workshop. Inside, his mind raced as he contemplated the best tactic. It would have been straightforward to lead the guests to safety if they were awake, but they were all still under the spell of the strange relic. There was a possibility that they might awaken if they were removed from the item's range, but he wasn't sure. Therefore, their only way out was through a recently constructed special tunnel. I was wondering why he wanted to make this. Now it makes sense. Among the various escape tunnels, there were even decoy tunnels designed to confuse potential pursuers and lead them into trapped areas. One particular tunnel was ideal for the current situation, equipped with a small railway. Carts had been placed inside, along with a runic device designed to propel them forward. Initially, Bernier couldn't fathom the purpose of these carts, as there was nothing to mine in the tunnel. However, in their current predicament, the carts proved to be a perfect fit for the unconscious guests. There was ample space in those carts to accommodate all the guests, and they could ride them to safety. As long as everyone made it there, their escape route would be secure. Just as he was about to open the escape tunnel to inspect the carts, the entire workshop began to shake. The reinforced ceiling, strengthened with powerful magic and reinforced with steel, trembled, causing small rocks to fall. The deafening explosion resonated through the chamber, indicating a fierce battle was underway. There was a looming risk of the underground workshop being destroyed again, with the ceiling giving way. Time was of the essence, so the dwarven blacksmith sprang into action. He needed to ensure everyone's safety, a mission he had been entrusted with, and one he was determined to execute without fail. No more jokes? I guess with that foot, you won't be going anywhere far. Roland surveyed the abyssal assassin woman, trying to push through the splitting headache and pain racking his body. He had created a massive magical explosion centered around himself, an attack he had barely withstood. His own hit points had fallen by about a quarter, but there was a method for recovery. Even without resorting to potions, his armor radiated a mix of blue and golden light. The emulated divine energy restored his cracked bones and healed potential internal injuries. This, combined with the rapid machine reassembly skill working on his armor, transformed him into something akin to a zombie. As long as he had mana, his armor could be repeatedly restored. Paired with restoration spells, this allowed him to take some risks. His opponent had clearly not anticipated his self-destructive strategy and had misjudged her attack. Now that her body had been wounded, he wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. With the abyssal assassin woman severely injured and her mobility limited by her mangled foot, Roland saw a chance to finally gain the upper hand in this intense battle. The woman, Jazrina, was no longer as confident and mocking as before. Her characteristic sly smile had faded, replaced by a scowl of pain and frustration. Still surrounded by his reassembled golems and turrets, Roland didn't waste any time. He channeled his remaining mana into a powerful spell. The runes on his armor lit up even brighter, and he launched an intricate array of runic projectiles, each guided by a precise trajectory. These projectiles homed in on the assassin, targeting all of her critical areas in a shower of mana. Jazrina, without speaking a word, desperately attempted to evade the incoming barrage. However, with her mobility hindered, she couldn't dodge with her usual agility. The magic projectile storm that she had previously danced around was not easily avoided with just one working foot. Even if she could still activate her intangibility skill, it was clearly taking a toll on her stamina. Slowly but surely, more injuries were appearing on her body, and so she sought an escape route. Her gaze shifted to her allies, who in this situation could potentially act as distractions. The army of undead was being pushed back by a frenzied muscular man and a fiery wolf. Kovac the necromancer, on the other hand, was struggling to concentrate due to the barrage of projectiles disrupting his incantations. It was a combination of the magical turrets, golems, and the concealed archer who consistently shifted her vantage points. The number of lesser cultists had dwindled by half as they were unable to withstand the relentless barrage of magical weaponry. It was becoming evident that they had erred in confronting the runesmith within his own home. Their excessive reliance on the relic and their individual skills had backfired. They faced a choice: flee or regroup their forces for a counterattack before they succumbed to the continuous onslaught of magical attacks and mines. Her most trusted partner, Osrelak the Eldritch Warlock, was not faring much better than she was. The bald muscle man wielding an axe had enveloped his body in a peculiar reddish aura and was relentless with his attacks. She was well acquainted with Osrelak's regenerative abilities and ferocity, but even his body was struggling to heal itself. Although his opponent had also sustained some damage, it was impossible to predict who would emerge as the victor. They were more or less on equal footing. Before she could even call out to her allies, Roland launched an attack. This entire place was imbued with runic devices and traps. It was brimming with runic batteries and power generators that he could easily harness. Everything within had been designed by him, and every device could be modified to serve any purpose he desired. Even the mines and cables that crisscrossed the ground could have their runic components altered to produce new effects. Despite the woman's ability to cope with the magical attacks, they were merely a distraction. What she truly needed to focus on was what lay directly beneath her. Roland was aware that during a battle, his mines would become exposed and possibly identified. Even now, the pale elf seemed to be able to pinpoint the locations of his runic devices. She likely possessed some skill for detecting magical traps or some form of danger sense. Even though he didn't intend for it, all of his devices emitted trace amounts of mana that likely triggered those detection skills. There was a way to deceive someone's danger sensing skills. These skills typically reacted to actual spells that could inflict damage or posed a threat. They wouldn't respond to runic devices inscribed with harmless spells, like cleaning spells, for example. Roland could remotely modify the runic components, reconfiguring them into previously designed creations. In this instance, he transformed them into magical explosives that would propel themselves at his target. The buried plates with dummy runes shifted as he triggered his trap. Although the woman sensed that something was amiss, the devices were already rising from the ground. Soon, she found herself encircled by blocky objects adorned with numerous radiant runes. The intensity of their glow continued to surge until they reached the point of explosion. Blood sprayed in all directions as the pale elf finally suffered some significant damage. It was evident that her intention was to use the undead monsters as cover and attempt an escape toward the necromancer. However, she was sent hurtling through the air, colliding with some of the monsters along the way. Her plan had some success in creating distance between herself and the attacking Roland, but it came at a cost. Now one of her arms was broken in several places, and her health had plummeted below 30%. Good that I didn't underestimate her like they did me, otherwise. Despite her severe injuries, the woman remained a formidable adversary. In the midst of the numerous explosions and attacks, it was easy to lose track of an opponent. Hovering before him was a black dagger, mere millimeters away from his visor, and it had even left a slight scratch behind. The assassin had managed to throw one of her weapons while submerged in a magical onslaught. If he didn't have so many golemic eyes surveilling from every possible direction, it might have spelled the end for him. She precisely aimed it at the armor's weak point. That was close. With the black dagger narrowly missing Roland's visor, he had a newfound respect for the abyssal assassin's accuracy and determination. Her intangible skill made her difficult to predict and even harder to target. In her weakened state, she was still a dangerous opponent, and he knew he couldn't afford to underestimate her. With the amount of force this weapon had traveled, it might have been able to pierce the visor, which was not as sturdy as mithril. The dagger was caught within his mana shield and restrained by the mage hand spell. It continued to emit cursed energies that he had been carefully monitoring throughout the fight. If his skin were to be nicked by this weapon, he would quickly suffer from a variety of debuffing effects. Fortunately, he had immersed himself in the study of cursed enchantments for just such an occasion. After analyzing the weapon, he activated his runic authority to nullify the curse on the dagger. In no time, it transformed into nothing more than inert metal, its runic structures shifting into something entirely harmless. "What are you doing? Can't you handle one runic mage? Do I have to do everything myself?" The necromancer shouted from a distance, detonating a few undead corpses to fend off his own adversaries. Nearly all of the carefully crafted undead monsters he had summoned lay on the ground. The high concentration of divine mana in the vicinity severely weakened his undead army. Even freshly advanced Tier 3 class holders like Armand were able to contend with the higher-level monstrosities, making him resort to casting attacking spells and corpse explosions that in turn ruined his creations. "Shut up. Your information was incorrect. It's all your fault." Jazrina responded with malice as she hobbled up onto her only good leg. Her entire body was scratched and burned by the magical explosions. They had not anticipated a battle of this magnitude. At most, they had expected mild resistance from the magical automatons they had dealt with at the beginning. No one had believed that their relic could be vulnerable to a runesmith or rune mage. This must be the church's doing. They must have tempered with everything, the holy energy, and that beast proves it. In the necromancer's mind, this had to be some sort of ploy orchestrated by the Solarian Church. Perhaps they had meticulously plotted this to draw them in, and now they found themselves ensnared. Roland, who was approaching and appeared to be the leader, might well be a high-level paladin. His status was hidden behind something, and he was evidently commanding everyone within the premises. It was rapidly dawning on them that they had walked into a trap, and perhaps escaping was the wisest option. Kovac knew what he needed to do to survive. Even though their relic had been desecrated, it was better to stay alive and relay all the information to the Archpriestess. She could then formulate a new plan of action and potentially call in executive members from their temple and others to prepare a proper counterattack. With a wave of his skull staff, he initiated a spell that could only be used in dire circumstances. The lesser cultists who were still fighting began to tremble, and the bodies of those who had been defeated also underwent a similar transformation, morphing into abyssal abominations. "We need to flee. Come on, wench." Even though he didn't hold the woman in high regard, she was still a formidable ally, and he couldn't allow a high-tier member of their cult to fall into the church's hands. He couldn't trigger an abyssal transformation on someone of her level, so helping her out of this predicament was the only way to preserve the information they had. He used the newly formed abominations and his remaining undead as a smokescreen to cover their escape. His enemies remained relentless, and the golems continued to reform themselves. However, the abominations' bodies were more challenging to deal with than the cultists, which gave him enough time to prepare a spell to assist Jezrina. Her body was enveloped in a green haze and rapidly drawn toward his location, right in the center of the previously destroyed wall. Luck also appeared to be on their side as Osralak came crashing in from behind. He was missing his left arm along with one of the mantis blades, but his opponent had sustained a large wound to the shoulder. It seemed that he had overheard their conversation and recognized the wisdom of their escape. With the three of them together, they could now make their getaway. "Good, we need to use this chance to flee. We need to report this issue to the—" "No! No! The Abyssal Lord has spoken. What are you?" Before Kovac could finish his sentence, his head was sent flying through the air. He witnessed the world turning upside down as it flew. Surprisingly, the one responsible for his demise was not an individual from the opposing force, but Osralak himself. The mantis blade had severed his head, and it rolled to the ground. Yet Kovac remained alive. His body had been modified, but this only allowed him to witness it being consumed by the Eldritch Warlock, who had started chanting a forbidden spell, one that he was knowledgeable about and something that he could not stop. The horrific incantation continued to flow from Osralak's lips. The words, an unholy and blasphemous chant, echoed through the whole compound. A sinister aura enveloped the area as the warlock started to transform. His body twisted and contorted, morphing into a nightmarish tumor of flesh and strange appendages. "Ha ha, the shitty warlock actually did it. I guess we are all fucked now." A woman's eerie laughter filled the air as her body was lifted off the ground. A dark, sinister tentacle had impaled her chest, and from the wound's center, peculiar blisters emerged and burst. Within moments, obsidian-dark liquid enveloped her body, causing it to contort into grotesque poses before being abruptly pulled into a larger, unholy mass of flesh and tissue. She had been critically wounded during her confrontation with Roland earlier and was unable to respond to the attack coming from one of her own allies. Upon realizing what had occurred, her rage transformed into chaotic, uncontrollable laughter. As her body was drawn into the grotesque mass, she continued to chuckle, her eyes fixed on the armored man enveloped in a blue aura of mana. The epicenter of this horror was the Eldritch Warlock himself, and the bodies of his two previous companions, Kovac the Necromancer and Jezrina the Abyssal Assassin, were merging with him. But this wasn't the extent of it. A vast quantity of dead bodies and former cultists were also drawn into this nightmarish amalgamation. Masses of tentacles and tendrils shot out from the fleshy mass to consume anything connected to the cultists. From within this grotesque, meaty structure, a strange, pulsating sound, akin to a heartbeat, emanated, and its pace continued to quicken. "Guild Master, you don't need to tell me twice." Roland nodded as he observed the unfolding spell in progress. The mass of organic tissue was already under bombardment from his turrets and restored golems, but the regeneration was too extreme for the available mana to keep up with. To address this issue, he turned to the others gathered there, requesting that they contribute their strength to the effort. Although the warlock had been wounded, it was evident that it wasn't sufficient to stop him. On the other hand, the guild master, despite his own deep wounds, persisted in gathering his aura to launch a cleaving attack that shot toward the expanding mass. It tore through the earth once more, severing many of the writhing tentacles. Upon striking the growing tumor, it revealed some of the pinkish flesh within. Others present who were capable of ranged attacks also joined in. Agni harnessed a significant amount of his mana to unleash a scorching ray of sunlight as a swift follow-up attack after the guild master's cleave had opened up the mass. Lobelia conjured multiple elemental arrows and released them nearly simultaneously with impeccable timing, striking the now exposed vulnerable spot. Meanwhile, Roland issued orders for all of his turrets and golems to concentrate their fire on the forming monstrosity, fully aware that whatever emerged would be much more formidable than the three cultists it had been composed of. The plan seemed to be working, and the mass of monstrous innards emitted strange wails of displeasure as the inside and the pulsating organ were exposed. Taking advantage of this moment, Roland retrieved a weapon he had concealed to the side, a red spear made of mithril, which he intended to use as a javelin. By infusing his own mana into the runic patterns, the spear was enveloped in a chaotic array of golden lightning energy. It was a combination spell, replicating the divine lightning that some paladins were capable of conjuring. Most of the electrical energy concentrated at the tip as he swiftly hurled the javelin in the direction of the pulsating organ. With the others assisting in restraining the tentacles, the spear only needed to pierce through a few tendrils that the transforming monstrosity attempted to shield itself with. At last, the magical energies detonated in a furious display of lights. The monstrous entity emitted multiple echoing shrieks, as if produced by numerous individuals. The thrashing tentacles that had been relentlessly lashing out at everyone, obstructing those attempting to approach, began to slump to the ground and wither. "Ha, we did it! These cultists are nothing." Armand was the first to shout out in joy when he noticed that the strange appendages had stopped flailing. The one around him had subsided enough for him to step on them without concern. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Everyone except him was fixated on a specific object protruding from within the withering pile of flesh, and it resembled the large monolith that Roland had encountered in that village. "Something isn't right. Armand, get away from there." Roland urgently called out to halt his friend from approaching the relic too closely. Instead, he activated his golems to aim their attacks at the spear that was lodged into the artifact. It was the very same one he had seen in Edelgard. Although the spear had managed to pierce through some of the outer shell, only a few centimeters had penetrated. The once silvery red color of his weapon, surrounded by golden mana, was now shifting and contorting, transforming into a corrupted shade of obsidian. The relic, which initially appeared to be nothing more than a chiseled piece of peculiar rocks, was now veined with strange, pulsating lines that synchronized with the beat of a heart. Roland's spear, which had been thrust into the relic, was forcefully pushed out by a new mass of flesh, unveiling the pulsating organ within. The outer shell began to fracture, revealing a strange black heart with multiple small eyes, all fixated on the group that was attempting to destroy it. When he and the others gazed into those eyes, they were momentarily stunned. The weak point had been revealed, but none of them could move to deliver the finishing blow. The black heart within the relic continued to pulsate, radiating malevolent energy that seemed to seep into the very core of the group's beings. The eyes on the heart fixated on them, and it was as if the heart itself was aware of their every thought and movement. As they stood there, immobilized by the heart's eerie gaze, they could feel an overwhelming sense of dread and despair creeping into their minds. Each of them was bombarded with their deepest fears and regrets, haunting memories that they had long buried. Even Roland, who had designed his armor to resist various mental attacks, struggled to maintain his sanity. Armand, Elodia, and the guild master were all gripping their heads and screaming, their eyes darkening as if they were being consumed by some kind of demonic force. However, one particular canine among them appeared to be unaffected by the heart's gaze, and it promptly made this fact known. A woo! A howl resounded through the entire compound and was followed by a radiant glow of reddish sunlight. It enveloped the screaming creature and momentarily snapped him out of the paralysis effect it was creating. Roland didn't hesitate to activate one of the devices that he had installed to counter the occult and undead. The walls, ground exploded with mana energy as runes started shining everywhere. His entire home started radiating divine mana everywhere, with such a large concentration of it around even Armand and the others were able to snap back out if it. The creature didn't appreciate the alleviation of the spell and produced a strange wave of black energy that shot out in continuous waves toward them. Everyone was blasted away while the spell continued. They all were flung in different directions, each landing with a painful thud as the waves of dark energy continued to wash over them. The divine energy in the surroundings did provide some protection, but the force was still overpowering. It felt as if the very essence of their being was being drained away by the sinister waves. The shroud of necrotic green energy underwent a transformation, morphing into a pitch-black obsidian hue. It forcefully pushed away all light, with only the divine runes managing to halt its advance. Where the warlock had initiated his transformation, an egg-shaped spiral appeared and rapidly continued what had been set in motion. A bestial howl erupted from within as a being finally materialized before them. All the golems, turrets, and even the floating cubes began to tremble as a strange surge of energy interfered with their runic components. They could no longer continue firing, and Roland was unable to muster the power to reform them with his skills. Only thanks to the divine rune emulation were they able to perceive anything, and their adversary finally materialized. E?
E. L. E.
D? E. R? E. E. I. C. E. T. E. C. E. U.
H. U. H. U.
O. R. R. O. R.
L.
What is that thing? I can't see its stats? And it's corrupting the status screen. Roland summoned enough strength to rise to his feet and quickly attempted to assess the power of their new opponent. However, even when he could discern the stats of someone as formidable as the warlock or the guild master, he couldn't make out what this creature was. There was a possibility that this entity surpassed his capabilities and exceeded the Tier 3 threshold. As the eldritch horror solidified before them, it became clear that this creature defied all conventional understanding of magic and the supernatural. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling in its presence. The air grew heavy with dread as eldritch horror extended its twisted, amorphous limbs in all directions, each one ending in a mass of writhing tendrils. It appeared to be composed of the same fleshy, pulsating substance as the previous monstrosity, but on a much grander scale. The entity continued its relentless onslaught, its appendages shifting and lashing like powerful whips. With each swing, these appendages broke the sound barrier, creating earth-trembling shockwaves and explosions of sound that reverberated through the area. The sheer force of these attacks was formidable, with even the remnants of their impact carrying enough destructive power to rival a Tier 3 monster. It forced Roland to use up more of his mana in an attempt to shield himself and his allies from harm. What is that thing? I don't know, but it might be Tier 4. Tier 4. The guild master asked him as he appeared next to the group of combatants who had gathered. There were 5 of them within the shield of mana that Roland had generated. They stood there, merely observing as the tendrils slowly subsided and the creature's form began to compact. It actually started shrinking before their eyes, eventually revealing a partially humanoid form, something closer to what the Eldritch Warlock originally looked like. Yet, it still resembled a bizarre monster with multiple mouths and eyes covering its entire body. The tentacles and tendrils continued to dance around, now mostly attached to its backside. It stood on 2 legs that were clearly more animalistic in nature, with spikes protruding from the multiple knee joints. The torso featured 4 arms, with the upper ones being much larger than the lower ones. Both sets ended with claws that appeared capable of extending, adding to the overall horror of this monstrosity. Are those knights from the city going to come or not? I think we should retreat. I'm usually not one to run, but the old man might be right, Wayland. Both the guild master and Armand could somewhat gauge the creature's strength and were certain that it could tear them to shreds. Just as a Tier 2 class holder couldn't hold a candle to a Tier 3 monster, it was the same here. Roland recalled how challenging it had been to even damage a higher-tier skeleton with a large mana cannon, so battling this thing, if it was indeed at that level, would be impossible. You're probably right. He glanced at his runic display to check for the guests but could not confirm if everyone had made it out. The monster before him was interfering with his runic devices, likely with the help of some skill or its corrupted mana. Perhaps if he had some time to analyze the phenomenon, it would have been possible to counter this effect, but now was not the time. Running was probably the best option, but would they be able to escape? The strange shroud that the necromancer had conjured up had been transformed and empowered by this creature. Normally, the spell should have been broken, allowing them to escape, but now it wouldn't be that simple. However, the creature did have one strangely exposed weak spot. The heart with eyeballs within it was now integrated onto the chest cavity and on the outer side. It was as if the monster's transformation wasn't fully complete, and it couldn't hide this obvious weakness. Perhaps it was due to the concentration of divine energy or because of his spear throw that this vulnerability had emerged. It provided them with an opportunity to retaliate, but would they be able to do so against something so many levels above them? This was not the end of his countermeasures. His golems were still standing and ready to unleash their magical attacks on the creature. Additionally, he had noticed something in the mana pattern on this monster. At first, he attributed it to its chaotic nature, but after some investigation, he realized that this thing was functioning on borrowed time. The mana holding the spell together was working on a timer and would not last forever. Eventually, this creature would cease to exist, and perhaps this was their way out of this predicament. So what's the plan here? This creature? It's unstable. The spell was interrupted. That's some good news, but how long do we have? I don't know. The mana is too chaotic for my mana sense. Roland replied to the guild master, who continued to inch away from the stationary monstrosity. For some reason, it was not moving, and perhaps they could get away without any more blood needing to be shed. Yet, before their plan of non-aggression could blossom, the monster's state shifted. It cried out in rage while turning in the direction of Agni, who instantly started growling. It seemed that it chose him as the main opponent and the attack started. Shit! It's coming! Just spread out and keep your distance! Armand shouted while Roland attempted to devise a quick strategy. The golems that were on the sides all activated and hurled themselves at the creature in a self-destructive manner. Their runes, along with their batteries, were all overloaded through Roland's skill, generating multiple explosions in an attempt to halt the monster's advance. There was no use in holding back anymore, and Roland decided to use up all of what he could muster, going so far as to activate his Overlord's Might skill in tandem with mana overflow, which was already half depleted. His frame transformed from a haze of blue into a bright purple color to help him keep up with the monstrosity before him. However, even though all of his senses were at the apex, He could barely see the thing that was going for his canine companion. "Agni, get back!" While it might have seemed that Agni was in dire peril, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that the monstrosity decided to chase after someone so nimble. By calculating the monster's speed, Roland realized he could ensnare it in one of the large monster traps he had invested a significant amount of money in. All the mithril and other exotic metals could finally be put to use as a set of rods shot out from the ground the moment the monster stepped into the correct spot. These rods were attached to a square-shaped platform that shot out of the ground, ensnaring the monster that had stepped through them. The metal pipes served as a temporary entrapment measure and were barely able to contain the squirming monstrosity that was thrashing around. Luckily, the creature wasn't the smartest and only knew how to react to external stimuli, failing to notice the underlying spell formation it had become ensnared in. Levitation runes were initiated to raise the creature higher into the air, while multiple layers of mana shields of various elements descended from all sides to keep it confined within the prison. Roland swiftly focused all of his attention on the magical structure he had created, pushing all his multiple minds to their limits as he attempted to modify the structure to suit the situation. The trap he had originally created was not meant for such a being, so some enhancements were needed. Tens of floating cubes surrounded the magical construct, taking the shape of a swirling mass of blue energy. Their runes shifted around as Roland frantically attempted to complete the spell formation before the monster broke loose. Previously invisible magical signs emerged from within the compound. When viewed from above, they resembled a grand magical circle used in various spellcasting endeavors, something Roland had learned thanks to his association with a runic magus. The monster thrashed around, and some of its flailing arms were momentarily able to break through the magical cage. However, Roland did not relent and continued to modify the spell formation while bringing his target into the epicenter of the magic-empowering circle. The moment the creature was in range, the spell was complete, and a mass of swirling flames arose in the middle, creating a blaze of unprecedented proportions that imitated a miniature sun. The searing, blazing sun engulfed the imprisoned eldritch horror, and its writhing, monstrous form was consumed by the intense heat. The monster's deafening roars turned into agonized screeches as it desperately attempted to break free, but the combination of the magical prison and the searing flames made it a grueling endeavor. The immense ball of flames illuminated the entire compound, creating a light so intense that it seemed like daytime. Armand, Lobelia, and Orden stood there with their heads pointed up. Some of them had to cover their faces to avoid getting secondary burns. The only one daring to approach the miniaturized sun was a flaming wolf that somewhat felt at home when next to it. "Agni, you'll have to lend me some of that divine mana of yours." "Awoo!" Roland stood near the inferno, watching the black tentacles slam against his mana shields. Despite the monster being engulfed by the fiery prison he had created, it remained alive. It relentlessly battered against the defenses keeping it inside, and to make matters worse, the mithril cage was starting to melt. The metal couldn't withstand the intense heat within this ball of flames. He needed to give it his all and have this monster incinerated before it was too late. As Roland focused all his power on sustaining the fiery prison, the searing flames continued to consume the eldritch horror. Its anguished screeches intensified, and the flailing persisted. Only when Agni positioned himself directly under the ball of flames and allowed his divine mana to seep into the magical circle to empower it did they begin to see some results. While holy energies were not as effective on abyssal creatures as they were on undead ones, they were still somewhat effective. The monster had also fused with a mass of undead creatures, which amplified the effect of this sun spell which continued to grow in size. Starting with a diameter of about 5 meters, it expanded to 10 meters and beyond, as the flames swirled around with the addition of wind energy, making it increasingly challenging for the monstrosity to survive. The greater spell continued to amass more power and drained all the mana reserves within his entire workshop. Even the golem batteries that were still functioning were being depleted to support the runic structures. All the years of amassing energy from his windmill farm and mana liquid from the dungeon mine were all for this very moment. Roland did not shy away from using it all, as this was his best chance of destroying the monstrosity inside. If he managed to kill it now, then the battle would be over, and the cultists would have no way of knowing what had transpired. There was a big possibility that after this creature was destroyed, a new foe would present itself. The cult had tracked him all the way here, probably to confirm if he could affect their relics. It was possible that the cat was now out of the bag, and hiding out at this remote location would be impossible. Many worries raced through his mind, but he tried to push them back as he needed to focus on the moment. 10 seconds passed, turning to 30 soon after. The sun spell expanded to around 20 meters and rose into the air. It started affecting the shroud of abyssal energies that created a dome shape around his entire home. The mana it was composed of began to waver as the two energies collided. The shroud grew thinner and thinner, allowing sunlight to finally shine through. It seemed that the battle was coming to an end as a new dawn arrived, forcibly created by his greater spell. "Ha-ha! He did it!" Armand shouted while throwing his fists up into the air while Lobelia huffed instead. "It's so hot in here." The guild master stood there, leaning against the axe he had previously used. His body was covered in multiple wounds, but it was nothing his body couldn't handle. He continued to look at the massive ball of flame with a grin, which suddenly vanished. His eyes caught some movement in the somewhat chaotic-looking sun, and before he could call out to Roland, it happened. "Wayland, watch out!" "Ha!" As the spell was about to clear out the malevolent energies surrounding his house, something shot out from within the flames at a tremendous speed, too fast for even Roland's eyes to follow. Before he knew it, a sharp pain gripped his right shoulder as something pierced it. His body was pulled along with the black object that had impaled him, and as he was embedded into the ground, he identified it as an appendage belonging to the eldritch horror. The appendage had stretched out from within the swirling death spiral in the sky. The creature's ability to survive the prolonged exposure to the heat and divine energies was baffling. Roland attempted to focus on sustaining the spell, but before he knew it, his body went numb with pain, and he could barely keep himself from screaming. Even without looking at his status screen, it was evident that he had been affected by multiple debuffing and cursing effects. The eldritch horror had managed to find a way to break free from its fiery prison, using its own tentacles as a means of escape. The appendage that had impaled Roland was now injecting him with a strange, corruptive energy that threatened to consume him from the inside. As his vision blurred and his senses dulled, he knew he had to act quickly. Agni, mostly drained from his power, acted quickly by biting ferociously into the appendage that had slammed Roland into the ground. Roland called forth all the strength he could muster, aided by his body and the Overlord's might skill, in an attempt to pull it out. The blade he had won from confronting Emerson came flying, along with other runic weapons, to help destroy the sturdy appendage. "Hold on, Wayland!" the guild master shouted while he swung his axe with all his strength, and together they were finally able to dislodge the malevolent whip of flesh, which was promptly yanked out of Roland's shoulder. It had managed to go right through his bulky armor and even came out on the other side. The monstrous strength possessed by this creature was unfathomable, and now it was poised to unleash it. His wound was deep, and blood was flowing freely. Even though he could still use his armor to activate divine runes for healing, the multiple curses that came with the attack were actively countering these healing energies. The pain was similar to what he had felt when he was stabbed by the pale elf all those years ago, but this time it was magnified several times over. The excruciating pain, coupled with the various curses, was finally enough to break his concentration. His body and armor had been the main conduits for this spell to keep running, and the creature had intelligently focused all of its power on singling him out. Now that the spell was wavering, it was attempting to launch a counterattack. Multiple smaller tendrils started shooting out from within the shrinking sun. They targeted the floating cubes in the air. These creations were used to stabilize the spell into a circular shape, and with them gone, the flames started taking on a less condensed form of a pillar. This pillar finally shot up into the air as Roland attempted to empower it again. The damage was done, and he couldn't control it anymore. In a last-ditch effort, he decided to overload all the energies for one last blast. This flaming pillar of flames and radiant energies shot upward, blowing through the weakened dome of corrupted energies. The night sky was lit up by the flames, which lasted for a few seconds before subsiding. The glow spread in all directions, and the flames burst out in all directions, causing significant collateral damage to his entire compound. His head was on fire and his shoulder wasn't mending itself correctly. Only after pulling out several healing potions and an elixir from his spatial space was he able to halt the depletion of his health bar. When looking to the side at the appendage that caused this damage, it was slowly dissolving into a pool of black liquid. The grass that covered this patch of land, when infused with it, started to quickly disintegrate before his eyes. It was clear that whatever this monstrosity was made of was highly toxic and corrosive. Roland slowly rose to his feet while activating his skill to restore his armor back to full. The hole that had been created slowly restored itself but also caused his head to hurt even more. The skill that had allowed him to create the large spell was reaching its limit. There was not much time left before he would be unable to restore his mana at a rapid pace. Even though he was feeling terrible, the battle was not over. He could only muster up everything that he could to keep restoring the destroyed golems, turrets, and mines for one last attack. It's not dead, everyone. Just as he expected, the monster was not destroyed. After the flames had cleared, a ball of darkened flesh could be seen. It was pulsating and emitting a pungent odor of seared dead flesh. It seemed that the monstrosity had transformed itself into a ball composed of tentacles and tendrils the moment his spell engulfed it. It had somehow managed to endure the heat prison, and Roland didn't know what to do. He had given it his all, and the spell he had created should have been able to destroy everything, but the monster somehow survived. The monster must be weakened. Don't hesitate, the guild master shouted, and Roland nodded as he activated his overlord's aura skill. A donut of light appeared under his feet, granting his allies a buffing effect. The creature was still alive, but it was likely weakened from his previous spell. There was a possibility that the 5 of them could deliver a finishing blow. If not, the shroud that had surrounded them was dispelled, and their reinforcements were probably coming soon. They needed to hold out for just a few more minutes, and it would all be over. Even though his mana overflow skill had now ended, he remained a powerful combatant. The purple haze around his body turned to red, as he still had a massive stat boost from his overlord's might skill. While mana was slowly running out, he was able to control 4 floating cubes along with a few floating weapons. His left hand held a large towering shield, while his right gripped a massive spiked hammer. As long as he managed to contain this monstrosity, it too would eventually burn through all of its stamina. Perhaps if they were up against a real person, his plan would have had some merit. What Roland failed to account for was that this creature was of an abyssal nature, not something that could be contained by regular tactics. The ball of flesh started to unravel, revealing the monster inside, and before he knew what was happening, his body was flying through the air. The floating cubes that were attempting to home in on the monster were quickly pierced by the creature's tendrils. His allies suffered a similar fate. Armand endured a massive strike from the creature directly as it moved at astonishing speed and flew into the nearby forest. Lobelia, who was trying to use her stealth skill, was instantly discovered and had her thigh pierced by one of the many tendrils that went after her. Only Orden managed to keep his wits, deflecting a few hits before eventually succumbing to the relentless assault. Arg! He could hear everyone screaming in agony, even Agni whimpering in pain, as the monstrosity took them all out in a matter of seconds. The speed it displayed was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Even with the help of all the golemic eyes in the vicinity, he could not perceive the monster's movements. Soon, even the guild master was flung away with many wounds covering his body, leaving only Roland behind. The monster stood before Roland, towering over him with its height. It appeared as if the creature was merely toying with everyone there. Could have easily killed all 4 of his friends, but instead, it had batted them away like bugs. Now it stood before him without a care in the world, as if trying to convey that there was no way of winning, and it would take its time dismantling their bodies. There was too much at stake for him to stop now. The reddish glow around his body intensified as he swung his weapon at the monster. His hammer, enhanced by his runes, started glowing and delivered an explosive blow as it connected with the monster's arm. However, even though it should have been a direct and devastating hit, the monstrosity simply stood there as if it had been struck by a small stick. For a moment, it seemed as though the multiple mouths that covered the monster's body were imitating a smirk. Before he knew what was happening, the massive tower shield he was holding was smacked away. The black mithril it was made of unable to resist the force. He found himself spinning in the air and landing in a patch of dirt around 10 meters away. The difference in speed and power was glaringly apparent. He couldn't see where the attacks were coming from, nor could his body resist them. The armor that he had been so proud of making was rapidly falling apart, and he lacked the mana to keep reforming it. His large quantity of golems, turrets, and mines had all been destroyed. They hadn't proven much of a deterrent for this creature, which was taking its sweet time to kill him. Everyone else was out cold, and at a distance, his only solace in this situation was that at least the guests had been able to evacuate. His only hope was that Elodia did the same after calling for help and managed to meet up with Bernir along the way. He was sent flying through the air again as the monster appeared to take pleasure in causing him misery. He didn't know why this creature wasn't simply delivering the final blow, but perhaps some of the personalities of the people that had formed it had mixed in. It was behaving similarly to the pale elven woman who often liked to toy with her enemies. Just like her, this entity seemed to take some delight in causing him harm. Soon, parts of his armor were scattered all over the whole compound. His helmet was finally knocked to the side, and he lay there with a bruised and broken body. The red haze that had covered him was gone, as he was not able to muster any of his better skills anymore. It seemed that this would be it. His eyes had trouble focusing on the situation, and he could barely muster any strength to lift his head. There, he could only see a blurry image of the slowly approaching monster, probably ready to deliver the final blow. Is there really nothing that I can do? His mind raced as he attempted to muster any type of strength. Even though the situation was dire, Roland was not one to give up easily. He frantically tried to orient himself to see if there were any runic devices nearby that he could use to help himself. However, his injuries, exacerbated by many debuffing effects, made focusing almost impossible. The monster was soon before him, tendrils hovering right before his face. However, just as the monster was about to pierce one of his eye sockets with its tendrils, a strange sound, akin to static, resounded from the side. Roland's eyes had managed to regain some of their focus, and with his mana sense, he could feel a shift in the environment. A runic spell used for stealth had been employed to reveal a strange duo. One was a man wearing a large exoskeleton meant for construction work, and the second was a woman who had replaced her wedding gown with darker leather armor with metallic runic parts, operating a large-looking cannon. The sound that he was hearing was coming from this highly experimental cannon that he had been working on and not yet able to fully test. For some reason, it had been dragged up to the surface by two people that weren't supposed to be here. Before he could shout at them to get to safety, he felt an expansion in the magnetic field caused by the weapon he created, which was then soon followed by a massive resounding boom. Shit, this is a bad idea. But if I don't do something... The ceiling above rumbled as the frantic Bernir searched for a suitable weapon for the occasion. The testing facility housed numerous runic devices capable of harming even the most formidable monsters and causing significant damage to city blocks. However, amidst the current chaos, he found it challenging to make a choice. I don't think this will be much help. Bernir raised a substantial object known as the runic rifle, a creation of his boss. He was uncertain about how it worked but understood that it could be used to fend off monsters or intruders. The device featured a trigger button that required no mana usage, and a replaceable battery cartridge could be inserted into its center, eliminating the need for the bulky battery backpack he typically wore. This innovative design reduced the weight and enhanced mobility, though it came at the cost of a more limited charge. Under normal circumstances, this equipment might have sufficed against typical intruders. However, they now faced a formidable challenge in the form of abyssal cultists and undead monsters. Bernier could envision himself managing to eliminate a few undead or regular cultists before needing to rely on assistance from Roland. As he sifted through the array of cutting-edge weapons, he couldn't help but curse his role as a non-combatant. He recognized his limited utility, and even if these weapons were potent, he understood that the moment he was spotted by a capable combatant, he would become a burden. Maybe I should just leave. Bernier's thoughts wavered as he considered the people he had ushered through the escape tunnels. They had loaded the sleeping guests onto a cart, which safely transported them to their refuge. The exit presented fewer complications than the entrance, and it could be unlocked using a runic card that Roland had given him. So, when his assistance was no longer required below, he made the decision to slip away and offer his help above. Bernier, what are you doing here? What? While he contemplated the viability of his plan, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder, and a voice called out to him. Startled, he accidentally fired the weapon he was holding and tumbled to the ground. As he spun around, the person behind him leaped back in terror, letting out a scream as she made her presence known. Mrs. W., what are you doing here? What am I doing here? I should ask you the same question. Before him stood Elodia, who had recently become Roland's wife. Her clothes looked different, and she was wearing a backpack that was similar to the ones used for runic batteries. Her wedding gown had been replaced by a sturdy leather armor adorned with metallic components and inscribed with runes. It was evident that this suit had been crafted by Roland, although Bernier was unaware of its specific purpose. I just wanted to help. But what about you? This is not the way to the escape tunnel. She averted her gaze, and Bernier narrowed his eyes. It was immediately apparent to him that she likely had the exact same idea. This palace served as the storage and testing ground for the multitude of runic weapons and was the best area to gear up before ascending the elevator. Haha. I see we both had the same silly plan. What do you mean silly? Well, before Bernier could respond to the question, the entire place began to tremble. The reinforced ceiling, which had been meticulously prepared for such situations, started to crack, and even sizable boulders began to fall. The two hurriedly moved about, attempting to evade the collapsing surroundings. What was that? I don't know, we should check. I almost forgot. Fortunately, they didn't need to speculate about the situation. Golemic eyes, functioning much like modern-day cameras, were strategically positioned throughout the entire compound. Roland had set up multiple stations from which a person could view real-time feeds from these runic cameras. One of these stations was nearby, and the two hurriedly made their way there to check on their allies. This doesn't look good. Although it took them about half a minute to locate a functioning golemic camera, they eventually unveiled the truth. They observed a grotesque, otherworldly creature swatting everyone aside, and even Roland in his formidable armor was no match for it. As they watched the battle unfold, they quickly realized that the situation above ground was dire, and the group was likely facing a losing battle. I think we'll need something bigger than these. Bernier glanced at the small magical gun he had initially chosen and tossed it aside. It was evident that if even a group of Tier 3 class holders couldn't handle a creature of that magnitude, then the two of them would only be a hindrance. Can we really do nothing but wait here? Where are those soldiers? Elodia frowned, as she had fulfilled her role by summoning the knights. Afterward, she gathered a few items from the panic room and made her way to this location. She understood that it went against Roland's wishes, but she couldn't simply stay there. If there was anything she could do to assist, she was willing, but at the moment, it seemed like there was nothing she could do besides running. Is there really nothing, Bernier? Her gaze met Bernier's as he struggled to find a solution. There were numerous items in this testing facility, but none of them appeared powerful enough to be of any assistance. They could attempt to gather all the magical explosives to create a smoke screen, but that seemed limited in effectiveness. However, as he surveyed the area, his eyes fell upon the large exoskeleton he had been learning to operate recently. Wait. There might be something with that thing, it might be possible. Really? Yeah. There was one experimental weapon the boss created, but he said it was too dangerous to test here, so we never went through it. Bernier knew that it wasn't the greatest idea, but the weapon in question was the best bet. How Roland explained it to him and how he treated it gave the idea some merit. If it was something that could destroy the whole testing facility, then perhaps it would be powerful enough to destroy that strange horror above ground. Soon he sprinted over to the specific item that was covered with a gray piece of cloth. With one strong yank, it was revealed to them. This is it. Yes. But isn't it too big? How will we get it outside? Leave it to me. With the exoskeleton I can do it. But, is there a problem? Elodia inquired as Bernier studied the peculiar piece of equipment surrounded by a tangle of wires. It had a slot for what appeared to be an iron rod in the center and resembled a cannon, but with a design unlike anything she had ever seen. Yeah, the exoskeleton is quite loud. I doubt we can sneak it in without drawing attention. Besides, I'm not sure we'd even have enough time to aim it at anything. Bernier replied, his concerns about the device's practicality evident. The device was meant to fire the iron rod in the center at a target before it, but it currently appeared as nothing more than a stationary, oversized cannon barrel. He would likely need to manually aim it with the assistance of the exosuit. Given the creature's ferocious long-range attacks with its tentacles, it would likely prove to be a formidable adversary, making quick work of them if they appeared outside. I think we can do it. Look here. Elodia, on the other hand, seemed to be pumped up. She pressed a side button that was on the runic backpack she was wearing. The moment she did, her whole form started blurring and Bernier could no longer perceive her presence. Then, after 1 second passed, she started to appear before him again, and he quickly understood what she was planning. That's great. With that, I can carry out the weapon and the monster will not see me. Quickly, I need to install it onto the exosuit. Now the plan started to finally unfold, but before he could grab the backpack, Elodia shook her head around. No, it won't work without this armor. I'll just come with you. But Mrs. the boss. I'm coming with you. There is no time. But he could see the determination in her eyes and realized that he wouldn't be able to dissuade her from this decision. Normally, it might have been better for him to handle this task alone and avoid putting more people at risk in this dangerous mission. However, with their friends rapidly losing ground above, there was no time to spare. After a little back and forth, he finally relented and activated the exoskeleton that would allow him to carry the large strange cannon above ground. The plan was set into motion. Bernier operated the exoskeleton, bearing the weight of the massive cannon, as they made their way toward one of the emergency exits. As they traversed the workshop, they had to deal with collateral damage and the occasional emergence of strange black tentacles. The elevator was non-functional, but fortunately, another exit remained intact, allowing Bernier to transport the weapon. Inside the invisibility spell, the two couldn't communicate with each other. All sound was suppressed, and they moved quickly, aware that their invisibility wouldn't last forever. Finally, they emerged outside, only to witness the eldritch horror battering Roland and pinning him to the ground. While the situation remained dire, for some inexplicable reason, the monstrosity seemed to take its time in toying with its opponents during combat. This unexpected respite allowed them a precious moment to prepare themselves. Just in the nick of time, as the protective spell concealing their approach was about to falter, Bernier managed to position the cannon and aim it at the monster. It had paused in front of Roland, its tentacles playing with him, near enough for their plan to take effect. With a flick of a lever, the peculiar cannon sprung to life. The noise it generated was partially muffled by the fading spell, but eventually, the monster sensed something amiss. Yet, by that point, it was already too late. Oh! Roland heard a strange sound from the distance right around the time that the creature halted with its killing move. His eye socket was on the verge of being pierced, but then an explosion occurred from the side. He also noticed his wife and assistant materializing seemingly out of thin air. Even though he wanted to shout at them to run, the situation might finally be turning in his favor. As the monster prepared to leap away, Roland seized the tentacle that was right before his eyes. Simultaneously, as Bernier and Elodia executed their plan, he channeled all of his mana reserves to send a surge of electricity coursing through the creature's body. He knew it wouldn't kill the creature, But if it could halt it for even a moment, perhaps they could find a way to survive this encounter. Struggling to keep his vision focused on the unfolding situation, Roland was aware of the weapon his assistant had employed. It was an experimental railgun he had been working on recently. By incorporating an electricity rune into the system and surrounding it with magically conductive wiring, he had achieved some success. Although the weapon in question hadn't been thoroughly tested, it appeared to work, with the drawback being that it self-destructed immediately after launching the iron rod projectile at the monster. Despite his desire to check on Elodia's well-being after the blast, the writhing monster in front of him demanded his full attention. Even as he infused it with electrical energy, it continued to thrash about and delivered a few more blows to his already battered body. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain the monster long enough for the rail to hit its mark. The projectile's speed was truly remarkable, and it brought with it an electrifying aura of mana. Upon impact, an immense burst of electrical energy and heat engulfed the area. Roland, who was nearby, was forcefully thrown back, with some of the creature's tentacles being torn out and flung alongside him. The monster convulsed, emitting an ear-piercing screech, before the smoke and dirt enveloped the entire vicinity. "We did it! Ha! Take that, you smelly bastard!" Bernier's joyful shout from the side brought relief to Roland, assuring him that his assistant was unharmed. The rail continued to soar, even after piercing the monstrosity, creating a sizable hole in the nearby wall. This suggested that it had successfully penetrated the monster's tough exterior, raising hopes that it might finally put an end to this nightmare. "Why did you two come here? Get out of here!" Roland had no intention of waiting for the dust to settle. The two individuals he had desperately hoped to keep safe from the creature had just arrived. While they might have saved him from this abomination, it was far too early to let down their guard. "But, just go!" he shouted at Elodia, who called out from behind Bernier, who had apparently protected her from the blast with the help of the suit. The dust slowly began to clear, revealing the aftermath of the powerful railgun blast. The monstrous eldritch horror was on the ground, its tentacles twitching and smoldering from the intense electrical discharge. Smoke and steam emanated from its charred form as it lay motionless, showing signs of severe damage. For a moment, it truly seemed that the monster was defeated, but Roland knew better. If it had been done in by the blast, then he would be getting experience points already. There were two possibilities: either it was not yet dead but would soon succumb to its wounds, or the battle was not over yet. Shit! It was the latter. The monster abruptly shot up into the air, using its numerous appendages to push itself off the ground. It had a massive hole in the middle of its body, but the core that anchored it wasn't completely obliterated. The black, pulsating heart with multiple eyes had been cracked, but more than half of it remained intact. Despite being wounded, the creature was far from dead. "Get away now! It's aiming for you!" he shouted in a desperate tone, attempting to muster some power. However, his body betrayed him, and his wobbly legs could only propel him forward into a feeble crawl. His head jolted up to see a mass of sharp appendages descending on both of them. Shortly, he heard one of them scream, the voice belonging to Bernier, who had borne the brunt of the creature's assault. The large exoskeleton he was in became the main target, and soon parts of it were scattered in all directions, while Roland struggled to maintain his focus. "No!" Roland could only scream as the monster descended on his loved ones, the two people he held dear the most in this strange world. However, he could only bite his lower lip, inflicting pain to prevent himself from losing consciousness. His gaze remained fixed on the source of their predicament, the eldritch horror that had caused all this chaos. Shortly, the screams of his wife followed, but he was unsure of what had unfolded. As a new force materialized moments later, the area illuminated once more in a golden glow as a brilliant energy bolt, resembling a spear of light, collided with the monstrosity. It had originated from outside the compound and was soon followed by more spears of light. They all descended upon the monster, embedding themselves in its grotesque form. The sounds of people shouting from outside and the approach of heavily armored individuals reached his ears. He recognized the clank of heavy armor and knew that help from outside had arrived. However, his focus was elsewhere, and he began to frantically crawl in the direction where Elodia and Bernier had been standing. His body wasn't entirely responsive, but he was determined to reach them at any cost. While the eldritch horror focused on the new arrivals, he had ample time to make his way there. With each step he took, the more his body ached, but he pushed through the pain, his heart pounding in his chest as he desperately searched for any sign of his loved ones. As he drew closer to the spot where they had been attacked, he found a few scattered pieces of the exoskeleton and some torn clothing. Panic gripped his heart as he feared the worst. He called out their names, his voice hoarse and filled with desperation, but there was no response. The chaos around him continued as the battle raged on, with the golden energy bolts striking the eldritch horror repeatedly, causing it to convulse and emit ear-piercing shrieks. Just as he was about to lose hope, he heard a faint moan coming from beneath a pile of debris. With renewed strength, he began to dig through the wreckage, uncovering first Elodia, who had been injured but was alive. He breathed out a sigh of relief but soon realized that something was wrong. Not far from her, there was a small pool of blood and in it a severed arm. Don't allow the unholy beast time to recover. Charge in. For Solaria, a platoon of knights, their armor adorned with the symbol of the sun, valiantly rushed forward to confront the menacing creature. Behind them, a smaller group of priests chanted sacred incantations and summoned golden spears of radiant light. Each priest extended their hand, directing the beams of divine energy toward the approaching monstrosity. The creature, despite its injuries and being greatly outnumbered, showed no fear and continued its relentless charge, undeterred by the combined might of the knights and priests. The battle between light and darkness had started, and the monstrosity utilized its many tentacles against the attackers. They collided with the many heavy tower shields the knights were holding. Some of them held strong, while others were punctured through by the strange appendages that turned into fleshy drills. Fire! Give support to the paladins. A secondary group, consisting of more than 100 men, advanced from behind the formation of Solarian paladins. Upon receiving the command, archers swiftly responded by releasing a volley of arrows that ignited into flames as they descended upon the menacing creature. The night sky was illuminated with the fiery arrows as they rained down, an effort to weaken the beast and wear it down over time. Although the creature was a high-level threat, the accumulated damage from these ranged attacks would gradually take its toll. The strategy was clear: to deplete the creature's health and stamina from a safe distance, whittling away at its formidable strength. Once the creature had been weakened, the final assault could be launched, bringing an end to the menace that had terrorized this wedding ceremony. The men's shouts reverberated, and the creature responded with high-pitched shrieks as its body endured relentless blows. Despite its attempts to shield itself with numerous tentacles, the creature was clearly running out of time. It had clung to life through the incomplete transformation ritual, but now its condition was rapidly deteriorating. Black sludge oozed from its main body, bubbling up to release noxious gas as it started to die. The unholy creature is wavering. Now is our chance. Some of the holy knights recognized that the creature was nearing its end. While patience was an option, the monster's many tentacles still posed a threat to their allies. The black fumes emanating from its body were not only poisonous but possibly cursed as well. It was wiser to put an end to this swiftly to prevent further casualties. Thus, from within the group of Solarian knights, a small squad of 5 stepped forward. They were all adorned in distinctive golden armor, their radiance serving as a symbol of their faith and power. Their armors emitted a radiant light and were enveloped by an aurora of divine energy. The instant they entered the range of the dark cloud that had formed, it disintegrated before their holy radiance. 2 individuals, each wielding a large shield, surged forward and absorbed the brunt of the monster's attacks. Their shields endured a barrage of strikes from the creature's appendages, and though they were bent in some places, the 2 paladins pressed on with their charge. Following the shield-bearing paladins, 3 swordsmen stepped forward, each wielding a different type of blade. These swords were swiftly enveloped in a golden aura, which they used to deliver divine retribution to the unholy beast. With each swing, they managed to dislodge tendrils and tentacles, steadily advancing toward the monster's damaged core, which continued to radiate corrupt abyssal energy. Despite its weakened state, the monstrous creature remained fiercely determined. It refused to yield and instead continued to defend itself with unrelenting tenacity, launching counterstrikes against the Golden Knights who dared to confront it. The battle between the abyssal creature and the Sun Knights continued to rage on as their shouts covered the entire area. While these valiant efforts were unfolding, a different scene was taking place nearby. In a spot that the abyssal creature had once occupied, a man wearing damaged runic armor was clutching another individual. Beneath them, a small pool of blood had formed, originating from a dismembered arm that had now turned completely obsidian. How is he? I don't know, he lost a lot of blood and this wound. It's not healing properly, it must have been some type of curse.
Bernir.
Roland shifted his gaze to the side where Bernir's severed hand had landed. Amid the creature's onslaught, the exoskeleton had been damaged in many places, and with it, Bernir's hand had been severed around the middle of the forearm. Roland had been forced to further amputate the remaining portion due to the spread of a strange corruption. The leftover hand had now turned pitch black, bubbling up and transforming into a dark sludge before his eyes. His armor had been mostly destroyed, but he had enough mana to reform enough of it to continue supplying emulated holy mana to the afflicted spot. Even after the secondary cut, the corruption was only halted thanks to the quick intervention from his part. It seemed that a person like Bernir, who did not possess any type of combat class and a weaker body, was highly susceptible to being injured by that monster. Roland himself had been cut in a few places, but his body was somewhat able to resist the corruption, and along with it, he had gained a new resistance type. Abyssal Corruption Resistance. Passive skill L2. Raises resistances to abyssal corruption. This form of damage was likely unique to the eldritch horror he had confronted, perhaps specific to other corrupt abyssal creatures as well. It was possible that Bernir had acquired this skill, but lacking a sufficiently high vitality stat to support his body's recovery, it proved insufficient to counteract the affliction. He had now lost his right arm, and his livelihood as a blacksmith could be in jeopardy. However, he was still alive, and his weakened heart was gradually regaining strength. His life shouldn't be in danger, but we need to get out of here. That thing is still there. Initially, Roland considered retrieving his friend's severed hand. From his research, he knew that certain high-level clerics possessed the ability to reattach lost limbs if the healing occurred shortly after the incident. However, the hand in question was rapidly deteriorating into a pool of corrupted sludge, rendering it likely useless for any such procedure. Safety was not yet guaranteed in their current situation. Although soldiers had arrived from outside and were engaged in battle with the monster, the danger still loomed nearby. We need to, ugh. What's wrong? It's nothing, Elodia inquired while helping Roland to his feet. The battle had taken a toll on his body, with some broken ribs and likely cracked bones in his legs. He could barely support his own weight, let alone carry Bernir to safety. His wife, in better condition, took it upon herself to support their friend instead. Despite Bernir being unconscious and quite heavy, she persisted, determined to prevent any more harm from befalling the people in this dire situation. Luckily for the three of them, the night of the horror was quickly coming to an end. The spell that held the monster in place started to finally waver. Another strange screech from the monstrosity riverbed through the whole compound, though this time around Roland could feel that the corrupted mana was quickly dissipating. Then soon after he received a confirmation by a window informing him that he had gained some experience. Eldritch Horror has been slain. Experience will be distributed according to contribution. Though he hadn't delivered the final blow and wasn't directly responsible for launching the rail through the monster's heart, the contribution he made was substantial. It had been enough for him to level up multiple times, reinforcing the possibility that this was indeed a Tier 4 creature. Now was not the moment to glance at his status screen, as there were more pressing matters at hand. The individuals who had defeated the creature remained a mystery, and judging by the mana patterns he sensed, they appeared to be affiliated with the church. In his current condition, Facing a fresh Tier 2 class holder would likely be an impossible task. Bernier remained unconscious, and Elodia had depleted her runic battery, offering limited firepower. The only consolation in this situation was that the monster was dead and that some reinforcements were approaching from behind them. He was not quite alone, but another problem arose soon after and led to something that he had wished to keep hidden for a bit longer. There are people here. It's the Knight Commander. Support the Knight Commander. Among the group that arrived first, Roland recognized a few familiar faces. They were the soldiers he had been supplying with weapons and had assisted in their training. A sizable contingent of them quickly gathered around him. Not far from this group, another assembly of people materialized. It was evident that this group belonged to the church, and some of its members appeared to be high-level paladins, possibly part of the Inquisition unit. Agni, in his divine form as the Sunlight Wolf, suddenly emerged from the underbrush. He had swiftly returned to his master once he regained his strength. Although his body was bruised and battered, with the aid of his holy energies, he was rapidly recovering. The potent radiant mana he emitted was quite conspicuous and was likely to draw the attention of the church, a situation he had sought to avoid. Within the group of Solarian knights, Roland could discern a few distinct pieces of armor. They bore a resemblance to the ones he had seen in the past while interacting with the High Inquisitor, who supposedly knew his father. The 5 individuals wearing these similar armors didn't appear to hold the same high-ranking positions, but they were likely at least Tier 3 class holders. The members of the church came to an abrupt halt upon seeing the fiery wolf. It was a creature mentioned in some of the old legends, though Roland was not entirely familiar with them. The possibility that they might attempt to separate Agni from him after realizing his origins was a concern. However, in his current weakened state, he would be powerless to stop them. While his side had been reinforced by some soldiers, none of them could match the strength of the Solarian paladins. As the church members and Solarian paladins began to converge, Roland had a difficult decision to make. He needed to ensure the safety of his wife, Elodia, and their injured friend, Bernier, while also protecting Agni from getting kidnapped. His mind raced to come up with a good excuse for this situation, but before he could even open his mouth, his vision started to waver. Hey! Get it together! He struggled to hear Elodia's voice as he dropped to his knees. His body was swiftly succumbing to the strain, and consciousness slipped away before he could utter a word, the darkness enveloping him as he passed out. Suddenly, he was falling through a strange tunnel with voices of his past encounters calling out to him as he plunged into the void. First, he saw his younger self, confined to a library and gazing out of the window. His brother Robert diligently practiced his swordsmanship, casting disapproving glances in his direction. The vision soon shifted to a trio of young women navigating a dungeon, with him illuminating the way using the simplest of light spells. Then, he found himself back in a workshop working on his first runic sword. Abruptly, the scenery darkened, and he was thrust into his earliest encounter with the cultists. Finally, he was in the city of Albrook, surrounded by people with smiling faces that soon turned upside down. The scenery turned crimson and darkened, and all that echoed were the ceaseless screams. He desperately reached out, attempting to grasp onto something, but instead, he continued to plummet further into the abyss. The images from his past gradually faded, leaving only an eerie and oppressive silence of emptiness. Then, as he turned around, something materialized. A colossal eye opened before him within the void of nothingness. It stared at him, gazing at his descent as if passing judgment on his worth. His own gaze was drawn to this one gigantic eye. It seemed to know everything and peered deep into his very soul, stripping him of his essence. However, just as he was about to get consumed by the gaze, his own eyes snapped open. The first thing Roland noticed was an unfamiliar ceiling, a design that he couldn't quite recall. Memories of the events involving the cultists at his home quickly rushed back to him, jolting him awake. He tried to raise his body, but something felt amiss. It wasn't pain that stopped him, but rather a weight pressing down on his chest. When he looked down, he quickly realized it was a person on top of him, and that person was his now wife, Elodia. Elodia was resting against his chest, sitting next to the bed where he lay. As he had a moment to assess the situation, he recognized his surroundings. The white sheets of cloth that separated his bed from the others were a clear indication. He had found himself in the infirmary at the Church of Solaria, and now, apparently, he was one of their patients as well. His hand moved towards those long obsidian locks as he decided to not move anymore. Her presence here gave him some solace and allowed him to think. However, soon he heard the clang of heavy armor approaching them. The mana patterns surrounding the approaching individuals were unmistakably divine in nature. It wasn't strange to assume that they were paladins from the church, likely coming to have a chat with the man involved in the recent cultist encounter. Finally, those Solarian bastards are gone. You'll need more than that to kill the great Kovac. Unbeknownst to everyone involved in the incident, a strange creature emerged from a hollowed tree. At first, it appeared to be a shriveled person, but its lack of a lower body soon became apparent. Instead, the creature sported something akin to spider legs, enabling it to silently and swiftly crawl through the environment. Damn fools ruined the whole mission. It will take me years to recover all those lost undead and my body. Kovac, the necromancer, mumbled to himself as he navigated through the forest. The eldritch horror he had summoned had been defeated, but he had survived. During the chaos of the battle, he managed to shield his head and make his escape. Fearing retribution, he remained hidden in one of the trees for several nights until the Solarian presence had diminished. I used up most of my mana to conceal myself, but it was worth it. I need to get back to the Archpriestess. The spider's head disappeared into the night, stealthily making its way towards freedom. Everyone was too preoccupied with the aftermath of the eldritch horror and damage control to notice that Kovac had survived. The necromancer chuckled to himself as he hurried through the trees, feeling a sense of security. It would take some time, but eventually, he could find refuge in one of their secret temples. Freedom was within reach, and if he made it out, he could reveal the truth about their true enemy, Wayland the Knight Commander, to the cult. Soon, their armies would descend to capture the irregular and extract all his secrets into the open. It became clear that he was the one capable of affecting their relic, and their cult wouldn't shy away from turning this whole island upside down to get him. Oh? What is this? Quite the ugly creature. What? Suddenly the necromancer felt a shift in the environment. He could feel that some magic was used, but in his current state, he couldn't really do anything about it. Someone was there, watching him, and he wasn't sure of their location, just that he needed to quickly escape. His form shifted into the shadows as he tried to hide himself in the tall grass and behind the trees, but the sensation of being watched never went away. Kovac pressed on with his escape, but it seemed as though he was traversing the same location repeatedly. In his weakened state, he couldn't quite comprehend or resist the spell that had ensnared him, but he was certain that he had been caught in some form of illusion. At last, when he halted, an individual emerged. They were enveloped in an aura of blue flames, clearly directed at his current form. Tired of running? Good choice. Now what should I do with you? The person asked, their voice sensual and alluring. Soon her form emerged to present the angered necromancer with his enemy, an alluring woman with several tails and large fox-like ears. The flames behind her flew forward to surround the undead spider head, not allowing it to escape. Stop! Stay your hand. I'm sure we can make a deal. Oh, you want to make a deal? The woman chuckled while pointing out with her finger. The blue flames moved closer to the necromancer's squirming head. Stop! Do you want wealth? Power, perhaps? The cult can make all your wishes come true. I will form a binding contract with you now. A contract? Yes. Sorry, but I don't make deals with your kind. The woman smiled before directing her attention once more to ignite the flames, targeting the grotesque creature's head. At the instant the flames made contact with the small monster, Kovac's long life came to a close. His agonized cries and screams went unheard by anyone, and before long, he was reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes on the ground. Maybe I should have captured him instead or given him to the church. she asked herself while looking at the pile of dirt on the ground. However, soon she just shook her head to affirm that her decision now was the right call. No, trusting these monsters is never a good idea. It's better this way. Soon her form vanished from the forest and the scenery that was clouded in illusion and silence returned to normal. The encroachment on this territory had finally ended and no cultist had survived. The woman here made sure of it.